Chapter 2609, Breaking Through the Limits. Upon sensing the powerful torrent of mana spilling forth from Violet Cloud's body, let alone the peanut gallery, even Feng, who had been sitting calmly in the spectator stands all this time, revealed a look of astonishment on his face. Mana burst. Violet actually broke through the limit so quickly. Feng muttered to himself in shock as he gazed at Violet Cloud, his shock much greater than what anyone else present in the arena felt. Breakthrough. Guild leader, what did Violet break through? Aqua Rose, who had overheard Feng's mutterings, could not help asking. From Feng's reaction, she deduced that he knew what Violet Cloud had done to become so powerful. At this moment, Aqua Rose wasn't the only person curious about this situation. The other Zero Wing members also turned to Feng with eyes wide with interest. They all wished to know what Violet Cloud had done to boost the density of her mana to such an extent, surpassing even that of ordinary Tier 4 NPCs. Violet broke through the shackles of the mana body, surpassing the 100% limit and entering a new realm, Feng explained when he saw the looks of anticipation everyone was giving him. Breaking through the limits of the mana body was something he longed to accomplish. It would improve his chances of completing his Tier 4 promotion quest in the Divine Dragon's Trial. However, he never thought that Violet Cloud would actually beat him to it. He also had to admit that Violet Cloud was truly talented. Her reaching Tier 6 in the past had definitely not been a fluke. She was far more talented than the expert players who had reached Tier 6 with the help of a guild. Guild leader, doesn't the mana body reach perfection after hitting 100% potential? How can it go beyond 100%? Fire Dance asked in astonishment. After her mana body reached 100% potential, Fire Dance had gotten a sense of perfection from it. When she manipulated her mana body and used skills and spells with it, she felt that there was no longer any room for improvement. Hence, she found it truly hard to imagine that she could break through such a state. At this moment, aside from Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Alluring Summer, Shadow Sword, Cola, and the others were also puzzled. Their mana bodies should have achieved perfection after reaching 100% potential. Even if the mana bodies could still improve, that should only happen after they had broken through the Tier 3 bottleneck and reached Tier 4. I believe some of you have achieved a completion rate beyond 100% when using skills and spells. Similarly, 100% potential is not the end for the mana body, but a new beginning. Only, the difficulty of unlocking a mana body past the 100% threshold is much greater. You can say that not even one player out of 10,000 Tier 3 experts is capable of it, Feng explained as he gazed at Violet Cloud with some yearning. Although I don't know how far beyond the limit Violet managed to go, it seems this fight is over. Over. Can Violet win this match? Aqua Rose asked. When she heard Feng saying so, she returned her attention to the stage Violet Cloud and Sinful Flame stood on. At this moment, the suppression from Violet Cloud's domain skill had reduced the number of Phantom Sinful Flame created from 12 to 8. This meant a 30% decline in Sinful Flame's combat power, at the very least. Even so, Violet Cloud's chances of winning still weren't good. After all, she still had to deal with a considerable number of phantoms. She might be able to slow down Sinful Flame's approach, but she wouldn't be able to stop him from reaching her. Meanwhile, so long as a magical class allowed a melee class to get within attacking range of them, the battle would be as good as over. It might be a different story if Violet Cloud's opponent weren't a melee player but a magical class player instead. In that case, victory would definitely be possible. After all, the mana Violet Cloud currently exuded was incredibly frightening. With such mana, she could exert a powerful influence over the ambient mana around her, making it difficult for nearby magical class players to wield the ambient mana. She would have an overwhelming advantage over her opponent. Unfortunately, not only was Sinful Flame a melee player, but his class was the peak hidden class, Shadow Knight. The Shadow Knight class was like a fusion of the Assassin, Berserker, and Guardian Knight classes. It possessed the agility of Assassins, the strength of Berserkers, and the defense of guardian knights. To top it all off, Sinful Flame also had incredibly high combat standards. These were the reasons why Sinful Flame was publicly acknowledged as the strongest player in the Azure Chamber of Commerce. With such an opponent, Aqua Rose found it inconceivable that Violet Cloud could win. After all, stronger mana simply made Violet Cloud's skills and spells more powerful. However, skills and spells that couldn't land on their targets were useless. At this moment, Aqua Rose wasn't the only person with such thoughts. Everyone spectating this fight shared similar thoughts. After all, this was common sense in God's domain. While having powerful mana was indeed helpful to players, this advantage came into play mainly when dealing with monsters. Amazing! You are actually capable of elevating your combat power that much. With just this move, you can confidently seat yourself among the top 3 of God's domain's younger generation. Sinful Flame praised when he saw the eruption of mana from Violet Cloud. However, he did not stop his actions in the slightest. On the contrary, he further sharpened them instead. When Sinful Flame got within 10 yards of Violet Cloud, he split his greatsword into 2 long swords again and brandished them to create over 24 phantom snakes. Not only was every phantom snake incredibly nimble, but they also accurately struck at Violet Cloud's blind spots and vital points, leaving her no room to dodge or block at all. Tier 3 Skill, Shadow Assault. Advanced Combat Technique, Phantom Snakes. Sinful Flame had perfectly integrated his Tier 3 skill with his advanced combat technique, his attack making it seem as if more than 24 Grand Lords were attacking Violet Cloud simultaneously. Upon seeing this, everyone could not help but gasp. Is he still human? He's actually capable of launching over 24 attacks rivaling the power of a Grand Lord simultaneously. Who could possibly stop that? So, this is Sinful Flame's trademark move, technique integration. If I could learn even a portion of this technique, I would be unbeatable in a kingdom. But that girl from Zero Wing really is amazing. She's forced Sinful Flame to reveal his trademark move time after time. Even if she loses, she'll still rank at the top among God's domain's younger players. Although the members of the various spectating powers were in awe of Sinful Flame's techniques, they also felt admiration and envy for Violet Cloud. After all, despite her youth, Violet Cloud was pressuring a legendary individual like Sinful Flame. With such talent, Violet Cloud's future would definitely be dazzlingly bright. Given a few more years, she might become a legendary individual herself in the virtual gaming world. Meanwhile, when the 24 or so phantom snakes arrived within 1 yard of Violet Cloud, the cleric finally made a move. Disappear. Violet Cloud commanded in a low tone. Every phantom snake trying to attack her instantly vanished. Before anyone could react to the situation, the dense mana surrounding Violet Cloud transformed into shadow blades once more. This time, however, Violet Cloud had summoned 36 shadow blades. Moreover, every shadow blade left behind a pitch-black wake as they rotated around Violet Cloud. Spatial tears. Impossible. Everyone was stunned at the sight of the shadow blades rotating around Violet Cloud. The power of the shadow blades Violet Cloud summoned previously had merely rivaled that of Grand Lords. Only when she executed a bronze combat technique using the shadow blades had she exhibited power at the Tier 4 standard. However, executing bronze combat techniques consumed a lot of concentration. Hence, Violet Cloud couldn't execute Tier 4 attacks anytime she wanted. She had to wait for an opportunity to land a decisive blow. Now, however, every one of her shadow blades carried power at the Tier 4 standard. The increase to her combat power was simply unfathomable. In other words, even without resorting to a combat technique, Violet Cloud could casually unleash attacks at the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, she now had 36 shadow blades under her command. At this moment, let alone the spectating audience, even Sinful Flame himself could not help being stunned by this situation. During the brief instant Sinful Flame was dazed, the 36 shadow blades surrounded him and stopped just an inch away from him. Now, any strange movement on his part would bring his body into contact with the shadow blades, subjecting him to a Tier 4 attack. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. However, Violet Cloud did not do anything more. She simply restrained Sinful Flame at his current position and looked at him quietly. "Ha! You really hid your strength deeply, little girl." "Alright, I admit defeat," Sinful Flame sighed when he saw that sneaking out of the Shadow Blade's encirclement was impossible. Previously, Violet Cloud could execute only one Tier 4 attack at a time, so he could still put up a fight. Now, however, the young lady controlled 36 Shadow Blades carrying power at the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, judging by the girl's complexion, controlling the blades apparently did not require much concentration. With this, he really had no way to continue fighting. As soon as Sinful Flame admitted defeat, the stage bell rang, signifying the end of the match. Violet Cloud's name was displayed above the stage, along with the word "winner." The entire arena fell silent as everyone stared at Violet Cloud. Chapter 26:10, Frightening Zero Wing. I'm dreaming, right? Sinful Flame actually lost. This is too absurd. Are you sure that girl's not an old monster in disguise? That shouldn't be the case. I feel that she might be a disguised NPC of Zero Wings. Otherwise, how could a measly Tier 3 player control 36 blades with power at the Tier 4 standard? It took a long time for the match's results to sink in. However, when everyone snapped out of their daze, they could not help but question this match, feeling that Violet Cloud wasn't human. Sinful Flame's strength was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Nobody present had believed that Violet Cloud could defeat him. In fact, they had initially doubted that she could even get him to take her seriously. However, Violet Cloud had not only gotten Sinful Flame to use his full strength but even defeated the man. Moreover, she had achieved such an overwhelming victory that Sinful Flame couldn't retaliate and had no choice but to concede the battle. The spectators couldn't wrap their heads around the thought of such a huge disparity in combat power between Violet Cloud and Sinful Flame. Sinful Flame represented the very apex of players in God's domain, yet a little girl in her teens just surpassed this apex, and had even done so in a situation where both sides possessed equal basic attributes. Violet Cloud's achievement defied common sense. While everyone present had seen geniuses before, even those geniuses had their limits. Violet Cloud could no longer be considered just a genius. After all, her achievements were simply impossible for current players. At this moment, let alone the various spectating powers, even the members of Azure found this situation unbelievable. This was especially true for Solitary Frost and Duan Hanshan, who stood below the stage. Wonder wasn't bluffing. When Solitary Frost thought back to the words Silent Wonder said before, he was stunned. What kind of guild is this Zero Wing? When Silent Wonder declared that there were much younger and stronger people than herself in Zero Wing, Solitary Frost had felt that she was only trying to advertise and uplift her guild. Back when he was undergoing training at Violet Sword, he had sparred with many of Violet Sword's young talents. However, less than a handful of them managed to put up a fight against him, much less defeat him. The fact that Silent Wonder surpassed him was already a miracle. Moreover, even on the Eastern continent, Zero Wing was only a pseudo-superpower. How could such a guild nurture a youngster that was stronger than Silent Wonder? Now, however, it was proven that not only had Zero Wing produced a youngster that was much stronger than Solitary Frost, but the youngster in question was even stronger than the legendary Sinful Flame. How can a little girl from Zero Wing become that strong? Could this be why the Long family insists on letting Silent Wonder remain in Zero Wing? Duan Hanshan suddenly felt enlightened as he looked at Violet Cloud before turning his gaze to Long Wuxiang and the other members of the Long family. Duan Hanshan was well aware of Silent Wonder's combat talent. Let alone the Long family's Silk Moon, Silent Wonder was inferior to even Xiaoqian in this regard. Needless to say, she was even more inferior to the combat maniac Solitary Frost. Previously, when Silent Wonder defeated Solitary Frost, Duan Hanshan could still dismiss the feat as a result of Silent Wonder having an epiphany. After all, while Silent Wonder's talents were inferior to those of the other prodigies of Azure, she was still undoubtedly a prodigy herself. It wouldn't be strange for her to raise her combat power by a large margin after gaining fresh insight. However, Violet Cloud's performance forced Duan Hanshan to conclude that Silent Wonder's sudden growth shouldn't have anything to do with gaining enlightenment at all. Instead, Zero Wing was most likely the cause. After thinking up to this point, Duan Hanshan started pondering on new plans. For Azure's various shareholder families, the younger generation represented their future. The members of the younger generation would also serve as the guild's representatives in the future. Hence, nurturing the younger generation in Azure was of paramount importance. In virtual reality games, so long as one had sufficient strength, there wouldn't be a need to worry about lacking a path. This was especially true in God's domain, which functioned as a second world for humans. God's domain could even extend the lifespan people could experience by a large margin. For people with strength, God's domain's appearance represented the start of a golden era. This was also the reason why Azure's various shareholder families were desperately trying to retain the Zeus Corporation support. In God's domain, strength was the foundation of everything. Without strength, one would be nothing. However, while Duan Hanshan was having such thoughts, Long Wushang, who stood some distance away from him, remained in a daze. At this moment, complicated feelings roiled Long Wushang's heart. He simply did not know whether to cry or laugh. Not only had Silent Wonder won against Solitary Frost and shone brightly in the family competition, but she had even received a challenge from Sinful Flame, which boosted the opinion of Azure's independent elders and grand elders of her. Now, Violet Cloud had even beaten Sinful Flame, a feat nobody had ever dreamed of accomplishing. Zero Wing's ability to nurture talents truly surpassed Long Wushang's imagination. With Zero Wing's help, the Long family might really be able to do without the Zeus Corporation's support. After all, the Long family had funds aplenty. What they needed were only the Zeus Corporation's various resources and connections. When Long Wushang thought back to how he was planning to negotiate with Zero Wing to have it stop hindering Silent Wonder's future, he found his thoughts laughable. Meanwhile, as everyone was expressing doubt and astonishment over this match, Sinful Flame walked up to Violet Cloud. "I don't care what others say, I am sincerely convinced of my loss," Sinful Flame said earnestly as he looked at Violet Cloud. "Only, may I ask you a question?" "What is it?" Violet Cloud asked. Since Sinful Flame was so open-minded about his defeat, she did not refuse his question. Upon hearing Violet Cloud's response, Sinful Flame quickly asked, "How did you manage to elevate the density of your mana to such an extent just now? Didn't you fully unlock your mana body already?" He was filled with curiosity about Violet Cloud's sudden transformation. At the start of the fight, he had already sensed the mana Violet Cloud's body radiated, which made him absolutely certain she had fully unlocked her mana body already. The spells she used later on only served to confirm his conjecture. However, at the end of the match, the density of the mana she radiated and the power of her spells had further increased by a large margin. He simply couldn't understand how she had accomplished this feat. "It's nothing. I just managed to break through the 100% limit of my mana body, hence, I was able to release much stronger mana," Violet Cloud explained calmly. The fact that the mana body could be unlocked past the 100% threshold wasn't much of a secret. In her opinion, it was only a matter of time before an expert like Sinful Flame accomplished this feat as well. After all, if even she could break through the 100% limit, there was no way Sinful Heart, who boasted much higher combat standards than she did, could not. She had managed to do so much sooner than Sinful Flame only because of the many resources Zero Wing had provided. "You can actually unlock the mana body past the 100% threshold?" Sinful Flame exclaimed in surprise. Currently, he was already close to unlocking 100% of his mana body's potential. In his opinion, 100% should mean perfection. Moreover, the system should have set it to be so, as well. It never occurred to him that the mana body could be unlocked beyond 100%. Violet Cloud's words opened the doors to a whole new world for him. Then, is there anyone else in your guild that has managed to exceed 100%? Sinful Flame asked. Having experienced the strength players would gain from having a mana body unlocked beyond the 100% threshold, he knew that such players wouldn't be capable of truly fighting against Tier 4 existences. However, they would still be dosed to rivaling Tier 4 existences and were on a completely different level from ordinary Tier 3 existences. I don't know, but there are a few other people who are roughly equal in strength with me. There are also quite a few people stronger than me, Violet Cloud replied after giving the matter some thought. There are still a few others that are stronger than you. Sinful Flame reflexively turned to look at Feng and the other Zero Wing members seated in the spectator stands, when he heard Violet Cloud's words. He suddenly felt as if his worldview was collapsing. Violet Cloud was already inhumanly strong, yet Zero Wing actually had a few more experts that were stronger than her. Just what kind of guild was Zero Wing? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. However, the discussions did not continue for long before Azure's family competition resumed. Only, the subsequent matches paled in comparison to the first two matches of this competition. And to everyone's disappointment, nothing surprising occurred. In the end, Silent Wonder won first place in the competition, Solitary Frost came in second, with Xiaoqian in third, and Burning Owl in fourth. The Long family thoroughly occupied the spotlight for the competition this time. Many of Azure's independent elders and grand elders even started engaging Silent Wonder in small talk, the scene rendering the members of the other shareholder families speechless. Some families were even wondering if they should approach the Long family. Solitary, what should we do? How do we explain this to the instructor? Xiaoqian asked Solitary Frost, who was standing quietly beside her, when she saw Silent Wonder surrounded by Azure's independent elders and grand elders. What else can we do but tell the truth? Solitary Frost sighed. If you are afraid of telling him, I'll do it. Following which, Solitary Frost contacted Violet Sword's instructor Tori and braced himself to report everything that had happened in the family competition. Chapter 26:11, The Flame-Bearer Holy Flame City, Violet Sword's residence. Inside an ancient castle made out of meteorite, over 50 level 100+ players were currently sparring and training various combat techniques. Not only did these players possess very high combat standards, with even the weakest person being at the Refinement Realm standard and the majority being at the Flowing Water Realm standard, but every one of them could also smoothly integrate their skills or spells with their combat techniques. Their level of skill was far superior to ordinary Refinement Realm experts. All of you, work harder. Activating the Ancient Star Castle costs a lot of mana stones, and only a limited number of people can train inside it each time. If you can't pass this week's integration test, then the others waiting in line will replace you, a dark gray armored, middle-aged man with a knife scar on his face shouted as he monitored the players training inside the castle. Instructor Wildfighter, your requirements are too high. Not everybody is like Solitary Frost, able to perfectly integrate advanced combat techniques into our spells in just 1 week, a red-headed woman in blue mage robes, standing beside the middle-aged man, said while shaking her head. I have already lowered my requirements significantly. They only need to gain a basic foundation in integrating advanced combat techniques with skills or spells in 10 days. If it were Solitary Frost, I would have given him 3 days maximum. However, even though they have spent more than half of their given time, these newcomers are still stuck integrating basic combat techniques. It seems the guild's new recruits are becoming weaker with each passing generation, Wildfighter said in dissatisfaction as he eyed the group of players training before him. They are far inferior to our generation. Our generation. The red-headed woman revealed a bitter smile at Wildfighter's words. The commander was the only monster that came out of our generation. I don't think that everyone else in our generation was much better than these newcomers. Why are you being humble? Your talent is not the slightest bit inferior to Solitary Frost's. It's just that you were made to learn too many things at once. In contrast, Solitary Frost's training is very specific. Otherwise, you would have become the commander of the guild's second trump card legion by now, Wildfighter said, rolling his eyes at the red-headed woman. The redhead's name was Crimson Star. She was someone the secret pavilion had nicknamed the Thousand-Hand Witch. At the same time, she was one of the vice-commanders of Violet Sword's strongest trump card legion. In terms of combat standards, she was not the slightest bit weaker than Wildfighter. In fact, if the two of them were to have a duel, his chances of winning would be below 30%. Regardless, it seems you think very highly of Solitary Frost. You even held back during the previous match and let him finish with a draw to boost his confidence and pride, Crimson Star said. Don't say anything about this matter. I might have held back that time, but only my trump card. Solitary Frost is still very young, with plenty of room for growth. It is only a matter of time before I lose to him, Wildfighter said, smiling. Moreover, isn't it because of that battle that Instructor Tori became willing to teach him? That's true. I never thought that Instructor Tori would still be willing to teach someone. I was quite surprised when I heard about it. It's a pity that the guild lacks master lifestyle players, and producing that item takes too much time. Otherwise, Solitary Frost could enter the ancient secret land and receive Instructor Tori's personal guidance. If that happened, he'd definitely be able to beat you once he came out of the secret land, Crimson Star said, nodding in agreement with Wildfighter's words. I believe it won't be long before that changes. Now that Solitary Frost's group have returned to participate in Azure's family competition, the Long family's fate is sealed. If the Long family still wishes to retain its ruling rights over Azure, they will have to listen obediently and produce that item for us. Otherwise, the Zeus Corporation will hand Azure's ruling rights to another family, Wildfighter said in a definitive tone. I heard that the Long family has a very powerful genius called Silk Moon. Her strength has always been second to only Solitary Frost. If Silk Moon secures second place in the competition, the Long family might not submit to us, Crimson Star commented. Rest assured, Instructor Tori personally provided Xiaoqian with guidance and helped raise her strength considerably. So long as Silk Moon hasn't reached the domain realm yet, she'll be no match for Xiaoqian, Wildfighter stated confidently. Solitary Frost might be an exceptional genius, but Xiaoqian wasn't much inferior to him either. Only, she devoted much of her time to alchemy, so she couldn't capitalize on her talent in combat. However, after receiving guidance from Tori, her strength had definitely reached the peak of Void Realm experts. I don't know whether Silk Moon has reached the domain realm or not, but I stumbled across a rumor stating that the Flame Bearer is instructing Silk Moon. While I still haven't confirmed the specifics of this information, the friend I got it from says the source is reliable, so there's a 90% chance that it's true, Crimson Star warned. What? Silk Moon actually caught the eye of the Flame Bearer. How is that possible? Even when Instructor Tori personally requested the Flame Bearer to guide the commander, the Flame Bearer still rejected his request. How could that little girl catch the Flame Bearer's eye? Wildfighter was surprised at the information Crimson Star revealed. The Flame Bearer was a legend of sorts in the virtual gaming world. Nobody knew the Flame Bearer's identity. Nobody even knew the Flame Bearer's age. However, there was no doubt about the Flame Bearer's existence, as the Flame Bearer was responsible for nurturing quite a few of the virtual gaming world's shining stars. According to rumors, even Mythology's guild leader had received guidance from the Flame Bearer, which enabled him to surpass his peers and develop Mythology into one of the 5 great super guilds. Now, however, a little girl from the Azure Chamber of Commerce was rumored to be receiving guidance from the same Flame Bearer, as well. In terms of talent, Silk Moon was much worse than Solitary Frost and the current commander of Violet Sword's strongest trump card Legion, yet the Flame Bearer had actually chosen to guide her. Wildfighter couldn't bring himself to believe this. I don't know, but rumor has it that the Flame Bearer has a unique way of selecting people to nurture. Maybe Silk Moon has some special qualities of her own, Crimson Star said, shaking her head. In reality, she was also curious as to why the Flame Bearer would choose Silk Moon. If Silk Moon really is receiving guidance from the Flame Bearer, then Xiaoqian is in danger, Wildfighter said worriedly. Wildfighter did not doubt that Solitary Frost would secure first place in Azure's family competition, even if Silk Moon received guidance from the Flame Bearer. After all, there was a qualitative difference between the Domain Realm and the Void Realm, preventing players from jumping from the Void Realm to the Domain Realm within a short period. Otherwise, Domain Realm experts wouldn't be so rare. However, while securing first place wasn't a problem for Solitary Frost's group, securing second place would. After all, Xiaoqian still hadn't reached the Domain Realm yet. While Wildfighter and Crimson Star were having their quiet discussion, a white-haired old man entered the training hall. Upon noticing this old man, Wildfighter and Crimson Star promptly went up to greet him. This was because this old man was none other than Instructor Tori, a legendary figure in Violet Sword. However, as soon as Tori arrived, a chilly aura filled the training hall. Even Wildfighter and Crimson Star shuddered involuntarily upon sensing this aura. Instructor Tori, didn't you send Solitary Frost's group to take part in Azure's family competition? Did something happen? Wildfighter asked, curious. Judging by the chilling aura Tori released, he could tell that something was amiss. I went but had to leave for some business. However, as soon as I was done with my work, I received a message from Solitary Frost stating that they lost in Azure's family competition. Someone from the Long family secured first place. Tori snarled. They lost. Solitary Frost lost. How is that possible? Wildfighter was stunned by Tori's words. He promptly asked, could it be the Long family's Silk Moon? No. I heard that it's the Long family's second young lady, Silent Wonder, Tori replied, shaking his head. It's not Silk Moon. Wildfighter's eyes widened in shock at this revelation. For a moment, he suspected that Tori was lying to him. Isn't Silent Wonder an alchemy expert? Moreover, according to previous reports, she's only at the Flowing Water Realm. How could she possibly win against Solitary Frost? In a competition where only combat standards mattered, how could a Flowing Water Realm expert defeat a Domain Realm expert? Now that the Long family has secured first place, doesn't that mean they will have a stable hold on Azure's ruling rights? Crimson Star asked, frowning. Master lifestyle players were crucial for Violet Sword's development, especially Master Alchemists. Meanwhile, Silent Wonder, who was only half a step from becoming a Grandmaster Alchemist, was someone Violet Sword urgently needed. You don't need to worry about that. I believe the Zeus Corporation will deal with this matter. When the time comes, the Long family will have to submit, even if they don't want to, Tori said coldly. However, Solitary Frost's group has truly disappointed me. They actually lost to a little girl who hasn't even reached the Domain Realm yet. It seems I have been too lenient toward them. After they return, tell them that they don't have to meet me. Have them properly reflect on themselves. He had never once worried about Violet Sword's plan failing. Moreover, he never imagined that the group would lose to someone with significantly inferior combat standards despite him providing Solitary Frost and the others with direct guidance. This was simply humiliating. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Wildfighter was shocked when he heard Tori's words. Hurriedly, he tried to persuade Tori, saying, Instructor Tori, isn't this a little? However, before Wildfighter could say anything more, a Tier 3 assassin rushed toward them. Reporting, Someone calling themselves Zero Wings Guild leader has arrived outside our residence and wishes to negotiate with our guild's upper echelon regarding the Azure Chamber of Commerce's matters. Do you wish to meet him? The Tier 3 assassin said respectfully. Zero Wing. Isn't that the guild's Silent Wonder has been staying at all this time? Wildfighter commented, his curiosity piqued. What are they here for? Could they be here to convince us to change our plans for Azure? An unknown guild wants to meet us. What kind of guild do they take Violet Sword for? Glaring at the Tier 3 assassin, Tori ordered coldly, tell them to get lost. Chapter 26:12, Negotiation Qualifications. Tori's harsh rejection drove a chill down everyone's spines. The players in the hall felt an intense pressure bear down on them, and some of the refinement realm trainees could barely even move. Instinctual fear welled within the Tier 3 assassin that had reported Zero Wing's arrival. If he hadn't been certain that he wasn't Tori's target, he would have likely turned and fled. Instructor Tori has such high hopes for Solitary Frost's group. Crimson Star was surprised to see the frosty look on Tori's face. Tori had stopped teaching people over a decade ago. She and the current commander of Violet Sword's strongest trump card Legion had been a part of his last student group. The commander had been Tori's favorite pupil. Tori had even gone to great lengths to seek the Flame Bearer's help in training the commander. Hence, Violet Sword's upper echelons had been stunned when Tori had agreed to train Solitary Frost's group. Crimson Star assumed Tori had only agreed out of respect for the Zeus Corporation, but seeing his reaction now, it seemed he had honestly wanted to help Solitary Frost's group grow stronger. If he hadn't been so invested, he wouldn't have been so furious about their defeat. I'm afraid that sending them away isn't wise, Instructor Tori. Zero Wing might not have much power on the Western continent, but it can compete with many superpowers on the Eastern continent. It even has control over the Dark World's teleportation gate. Since Zero Wing's guild leader has paid us a personal visit, others will criticize the guild if we turn him away at the door, Wildfighter tried to persuade Tori. Violet Sword was a veteran super guild. While Zero Wing wasn't based in the West, Violet Sword's intel network had investigated this smaller guild. They weren't entirely unaware of Zero Wing's background. Even if they hadn't researched the guild, it was difficult to avoid the name Zero Wing. The guild had become incredibly famous in the East, after all, and many superpowers were talking about Zero Wing. Did Zero Wing's guild leader come alone? Crimson Star asked the Tier 3 assassin. No. He came with a group of a dozen or so people. The Long family's Long Wushang is with them, as well, the assassin replied. The Long family. They certainly didn't waste any time. Wildfighter could not help but frown. After learning that the Long family's second young miss had won Azure's competition this year, Wildfighter knew it would be difficult making the family obey. Now, Azure's strongest younger member was from the Long family, and after all was said and done, the Zeus Corporation was merely one of the Chamber's shareholders. It wasn't the largest shareholder. Once the rest of the shareholders saw the Long family's potential, they would offer it their support. Threatening the Long family's dominance in Azure would become incredibly difficult. Because of this, the Long family now qualified to negotiate with Violet Sword, and it had only been a matter of time before the family sent a representative. However, Wildfighter hadn't expected the Long family to act almost as soon as Azure's family competition had ended. It seems the Long family has found its confidence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shown up so soon, Crimson Star said. It's probably because of Zero Wing. The guild has an alliance with Netherworld Empire, after all. In addition, Zero Wing is responsible for helping Silent Wonder win the competition. Obviously, Zero Wing is quite capable when it comes to nurturing talented players. The Long family must think it'll do fine on its own, without support from Violet Sword or the Zeus Corporation, Wildfighter assumed. The most important developmental aspects for any guild were talented experts and resources. While Azure did not lack experts, it didn't have nearly as many resources as a veteran super guild like Violet Sword. If Azure wished to continue its development, it would have to ally with the super guild. This was exactly what Azure's various shareholder families and grand elders were pushing for. However, if Azure no longer had to worry about nurturing its talented members, neither the Long family nor the chamber itself would bother to ally with Violet Sword. Violet Sword was already demanding a high price for this alliance, and the partnership would basically transform Azure into one of Violet Sword's vassals. None of Azure's shareholders wanted this, but they had to agree due to the immense pressure the Zeus Corporation placed on them to agree. This is interesting. Show them to the reception room and make them wait for a while, Tori decided. I'm interested to see what abilities Zero Wing has to make the Long family so confident. Understood. The Tier 3 assassin breathed a sigh of relief as Tori calmed down. He then ran back to the residence's entrance. Meanwhile, a crowd had formed outside of Violet Sword's residence, embroiled in a heated discussion regarding Zero Wing's members. The group of players was just too eye-catching. Two gigantic flying mounts stood behind Zero Wing's members, an eagle, with arcs of electricity dancing across its body, and a skeletal dragon, radiating bursts of cold. Both flying mounts had auras on par with Grand Lords of the same level, and when they stood side by side, they were impossible to ignore. Crap! Who are these people? They actually have two mounts that rival Violet Sword's Netherflame Eagle. What an amazing guild! Violet Sword only has two extraordinary flying mounts, yet these people have two, as well. At this stage of the game, flying mounts were still unattainable for most of God's Domain's players. Even the various large guilds only had a few flying mounts, and most of those were common. Even so, it was enough to allow them to flaunt their strength. Meanwhile, the various super guilds would go crazy for extraordinary flying mounts, which could hold their own against Grand Lords of the same level. Not everyone could say the same. Even most Tier 3 experts would have to flee from such a monster. Only with a team of Tier 3 experts could take down Grand Lords of the same level. However, not only could a guild easily hunt Grand Lord-ranked field bosses with an extraordinary flying mount, but they could also broaden their sphere of activity, visiting far more dangerous locations in search of resources. While passers-by quietly discussed Zero Wing's two flying mounts, Long Wushang, who waited at the entrance to Violet Sword's residence, began to grow nervous. He had never thought Feng would go through with his claim and travel to Violet Sword as soon as Azure's family competition ended. The swordsman hadn't even given Violet Sword any time to calm down after learning of its defeat. The competition's outcome had as good as ruined the Zeus Corporation and Violet Sword's plans to take control of the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Needless to say, they'd be furious, and they'd definitely blame Zero Wing, the guild that had played a major role in foiling their plans. Although the Long family and Zero Wing now qualified to negotiate with Zeus and Violet Sword, they shouldn't push for negotiations while the other side was still fuming. Not only would they fail to change the corporation and super guild's minds, but they might make the situation worse. Wonder, can you persuade your guild leader? I know he wants to negotiate with Violet Sword, but he shouldn't do so during such a precarious time, Long Wushang whispered to Silent Wonder. At this rate, not only will negotiations fail, but Violet Sword might end up hating us. We'll lose our advantage in Azure. Azure's elders and grand elders did not particularly mind whether Azure partnered with Violet Sword or not, but becoming enemies would be a different story. If that happened, everything would be over for the Long family. Too many of Azure's key resource areas were located within Violet Sword's territories, among others. If Violet Sword decided that it no longer cared about those resource areas, the other super guilds wouldn't hesitate to fight to claim the areas. I'll try my best, Silent Wonder said. She agreed with her elder's sentiments. Zero Wing had barely any power in the West, while Violet Sword could easily deal a major blow to the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, Zero Wing couldn't avoid Violet Sword if it wished to develop on the Western continent. She did not wish to see her guild face Violet Sword's wrath over her. However, just as Silent Wonder was about to approach Feng, a Tier 3 assassin emerged from Violet Sword's residence and walked up to Feng, apologizing, "Sorry for the long wait, guild leader Black Flame. Please, follow me." "Alright," Feng replied, putting away his Thunder Eagle. He then followed the assassin into the residence, giving Silent Wonder no chance to intervene. Upon entering the Super Guild's residence, both Long Wuxiang and Silent Wonder were stunned. Not only were the Violet Sword members in the residence very high-leveled, but quite a few of them were also Tier 3 experts. Moreover, they spotted over 100 Refinement Realm experts with a glance. When they reached the castle that acted as the residence's core, they were even more stunned as they felt such dense mana that it had condensed into a white fog. The entire castle felt ancient. All of the Super Guild's members who entered and left the castle radiated astonishingly powerful auras, while quite a few were even stronger than Azure's young geniuses. "So, this is Violet Sword." Silent Wonder was amazed as she watched the dozen or so young, Tier 3 experts walk into the castle. Even a random group of players had so many Refinement Realm and Flowing Water Realm experts. Furthermore, this was only one of Violet Sword's many residences, and the guild had several training grounds. If Violet Sword gathered all of the new recruits, the sight would be awe-inspiring. "Please, come in," the Tier 3 assassin leading the way said as he gestured to the guild hall before him. When he noticed Long Wuxiang's and Silent Wonder's astonishment, he felt pleased and proud. Overall, Violet Sword might not be as powerful as the 5 great super guilds, but it was just as capable of nurturing talented players, which the guild was quite proud of. No ordinary super guild could compare. After a moment, the Tier 3 assassin led Feng and his companions into the top-floor reception room in the guild hall. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU 3 players, Tori, Wildfighter, and Crimson Star, already waited in the room. However, none of them bothered to conceal their auras, and the combined energy felt stifling. They were obviously trying to intimidate Zero Wing's representatives. Sure enough, Long Wuxiang could not help but shake his head when he saw the 3 people. He knew these negotiations wouldn't end well. There wasn't even a point in continuing this facade. The pressure of their combined auras was simply too powerful. Even peak experts would struggle to breathe in the reception room, much less weaker players. In Long Wuxiang's opinion, aside from Feng, Silent Wonder, and Violet Cloud, withstanding these aggressive auras would be troublesome for their party. Meanwhile, the Tier 3 assassin from Violet Sword sneered at this sight. Zero Wing might be a pseudo-superpower, but Violet Sword was no ordinary super guild, and Zero Wing had no place trying to instigate negotiations on a whim. "This room is really stuffy. Aqua, why don't you guys remove your cloaks? It'll be cooler for you that way," Feng calmly suggested, never taking his eyes off of Tori and his 2 comrades. Chapter 26:13, Astonishing Statistics, Zero Wing's potential. Hearing Feng's suggestion, the Tier 3 assassin continued to sneer at the group. Do they think they can withstand the instructor's auras just by removing their black cloaks? The black cloak merely concealed some of a player's statistics but couldn't hide a player's aura. Everyone in God's domain knew this. Of course, there were tools that could conceal a player's aura, but those tools were extremely expensive and not practical. Furthermore, expert players could conceal their auras with their own skills. They didn't have to rely on such tools. Even Long Wuxiang gave Feng a strange look. He couldn't understand what the man was trying to do. By removing their black cloaks, Aqua Rose and the others would only expose their statistics. That wouldn't help them withstand these 3 monsters' auras. Tori, Wildfighter, and Crimson Star were all instructors in Violet Sword. Anyone that could become a super guild's instructor would also be a Grand Elder, absolute upper echelons in the guild. Super guilds also acquired top-tier weapons and equipment each day. A veteran super guild like Violet Sword had likely seen every kind of weapon and equipment piece the game had to offer. Now that Violet Sword was in a fit of rage and intent on striking fear into their group to chase them away, not even full sets of top-tier weapons and equipment would be enough to change these three instructors' minds. During the time the Tier 3 assassin and Long Wuxiang wondered what Feng intended, Aqua rose and the others removed their black cloaks. When they saw these players' statistics, the assassin and Long Wuxiang nearly fainted from shock. Level 117. The moment the black cloaks were gone, these players' auras burst forth like erupting volcanoes. The ambient mana rapidly gathered around them, creating a mana vortex that thinned the rest of the mana in the room. When the Tier 3 assassin and Long Wuxiang realized that these auras rivaled that of mythic monsters, they instinctively stepped back to a tolerable distance. Meanwhile, Tori's group stared in astonishment when they saw Aqua Rose's and her companions' levels. Level 117. How is this possible? Even our guild's leveling maniac has only reached level 114. How did they get so powerful? Wildfighter exclaimed in the team chat, overwhelmed with shock as he stared at Zero Wing's players. Their levels weren't the highest in the guild since they normally trained Violet Sword's new recruits. They didn't have time to devote themselves to grinding for levels. Even so, these three had never fallen behind the frontline players. The foreign energies in level 100+ maps were a burden, steadily corroding players' bodies and preventing them from grinding for long. Thus, as instructors, Tori and his comrades had to maintain their levels. Meanwhile, these three usually trained recruits while recuperating, and as a result, their levels weren't too far behind, even if their leveling speed wasn't the greatest. All three were currently level 112, which most peak experts hadn't reached yet. And yet, the players before them had 5 levels on them. How did they manage that? Moreover, Zero Wing didn't have just 1 or 2 players at that level. All 8 members, who had removed their black cloaks, had reached level 117. No, I can sense that all of these people have fully unlocked their mana bodies. They shouldn't have used any special grinding methods to achieve such a high level, Crimson Star said, shaking her head. In God's domain, the only way to level up quickly was to grind monsters. The stronger the monsters players fought, the more EXP they'd gain. If players tried to grind monsters that were 3 levels lower than they wouldn't even earn 50% of what they did when defeating monsters of the same level. If they tried grinding monsters 6 levels lower than they wouldn't get any EXP at all. While questing was also a reliable way to earn EXP, Quest's main objective was to provide coins, weapons, equipment, and special tools. The only way to level rapidly was to face powerful monsters of the same or higher level. Because of this, no player with a high level in God's domain was considered weak. In fact, most ordinary players saw a player's level as a direct representation of their strength. Still shocked, the 3 instructors didn't realize Feng had walked up to them. It had felt as if he had stood in the middle of the room all this time. Can we talk now? Feng asked, looking at each instructor in turn. Only then did Wildfighter and Crimson Star realize that Feng stood before them. Out with it. Why have you come to Violet Sword? Tori asked, giving Feng a serious look. He no longer displayed any rage or belittlement. If Zero Wing had had only 1 player at level 117, he would have, at most, been surprised and acknowledged the expert's strength, but not only did a whole group of level 117 players stand before him, but they had also unlocked their mana body's full potential. This achievement couldn't just be the result of personal strength. Rather, it was a representation of the guild's foundation and power. Since Zero Wing had so many high-leveled experts with fully unlocked mana bodies, the guild earned his basic respect. After seeing Silent Wonder and the others himself, Tori also understood why Silent Wonder had defeated Solitary Frost. There wasn't much of a difference between the basic attributes of a player with a fully unlocked mana body and one without, but there was a colossal difference between their combat power. It was almost the difference of half a tier, which wasn't a gap that could be shortened with combat standards and techniques. Although Solitary Frost was a domain realm expert, he was still quite young. He did not have much experience fighting opponents with more raw power. Hence, suffering defeat wasn't all that strange. You're surprisingly frank, Instructor Tori. In that case, I'll just come out with it, Feng said, smiling at Tori, who had paid close attention to him since the moment he entered the room. I'm here to discuss Silent Wonder's situation. Guild Leader Black Flame, if you wish to insist that she's a member of Zero Wing, not Azure, and thus doesn't need to develop in Violet Sword, don't bother. I will suggest that my superiors leave Silent Wonder alone, Wildfighter said. Zero Wing didn't have much power on the Western continent, but its potential was incredible. Becoming this pseudo-superpower's enemy over Silent Wonder would be truly unwise. Besides, Violet Sword could still follow through with its plans, even without a half-step Grandmaster alchemist like Silent Wonder. At worst, their plans might take more time to complete. Moreover, the Zeus Corporation was the main reason that Violet Sword had insisted on obtaining Silent Wonder, and the corporation had simply made the demand because the Long family had refused to cooperate fully with Zeus's plan to unify the powers under its command. The Zeus Corporation only wanted to make an example out of the Long family and was using Violet Sword to do so. Long Wuxiang was stunned to hear Wildfighter give in so quickly. The matter had been dealt with, just like that. The Long family had negotiated with the Zeus Corporation and Violet Sword many times, yet the two had refused to concede. They had even gone as far as to use Azure's ruling rights to threaten the family. And yet, Feng had just visited Violet Sword's residence for the first time, briefly mentioned Silent Wonder, and Wildfighter had agreed to part with her. Long Wuxiang felt as if he stood in the wrong guild's residence. Even Silent Wonder's mouth hung open in shock. She had never expected these negotiations to progress so smoothly. Just as everyone assumed the negotiations were over, however, Feng shook his head, saying, "No, I believe you've misunderstood something. I'm not here to talk about that." "What do you wish to discuss, then?" Wildfighter asked, confused. Hadn't Zero Wing come to dissuade Violet Sword from its plans? Zero Wing would like to partner with Violet Sword. I know your guild has uncovered an ancient secret land, which requires special tools to enter. I suggest our guilds work together. Zero Wing only wants 100 entry slots in exchange, Feng said. The fact that Violet Sword had relied on an ancient secret land to boost its development speed on the western continent hadn't been a secret in the past. The moment Long Wuxiang had shown up in Zero Wing's residence, Feng had remembered this secret land. This ancient secret land held the key to completing the Tier 4 promotion quest. It was the very reason that Violet Sword had nurtured plenty of Tier 4 experts in Feng's past life. In fact, this guild had commanded nearly twice as many Tier 4 experts as ordinary super guilds. Guild Leader Black Flame, are you insane? Do you know how many slots the secret land has in total? You're asking for half of the slots we have right now. Crimson Star interjected. The ancient secret land was a huge opportunity for Violet Sword to rise to prominence. Hence, every entry slot was incredibly precious, yet Zero Wing wanted half of them. Despite her conservative personality, Crimson Star accused Feng of madness. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Feng was merely offering the help of an advanced master alchemist. It wasn't as if Violet Sword didn't have any of its own. What if I promise that I can help you capture the ancient secret land? Feng unhurriedly said, chuckling. Capture it? What kind of place do you think it is? Are you going to capture an ancient secret land with just 10 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies? Crimson Star mocked, smirking. Experts with fully unlocked mana bodies were indeed precious right now, but Violet Sword could nurture quite a few with another 2 weeks. Many of the Super Guild's experts had already made considerable progress, and the Violet Sword was more than capable of capturing the ancient secret land without Zero Wings experts. At most, doing so might take another 2 weeks. What if I offer the help of 100 Tier 3 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies? Feng asked, flashing Crimson Star a smug smile. Chapter 26:14, Ancient Secret Land, Priority Pick. 100 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies. Silence dominated the room after Feng's question. Even Tori's gaze sharpened in an attempt to detect the swordsman's lie. Are you telling the truth? Tori asked. The various superpowers urgently needed experts with fully unlocked mana bodies. Only these experts could cope with the environments and monsters within level 100+, super large-scale team dungeons and hostile secret lands. Unfortunately, a handful, even just a dozen, experts with fully unlocked mana bodies would be useless during raids. A team of 100 of these experts would be a different story, however. With a full 100-man team, raiding these locations would be possible, and such a team would be invaluable to Violet Sword, which had located an immensely important, ancient secret land. Meanwhile, Long Wuxiang gaped at Feng from the reception room's entrance. He had never dreamed that Zero Wings' foundations were so frighteningly sturdy. 100 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies. With these 100 experts, no superpower would dare provoke Zero Wing, even if it didn't have much power in the West. If these 100 experts decided to retaliate in the fields or cause a scene in a guild city, the targeted superpower would definitely suffer. Of course. I wouldn't have come all the way here, otherwise, Feng confirmed, nodding. Although Zero Wing only had a little over 24 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies right now, many of the guild's Tier 3 Refinement Realm experts had already reached 85% or higher thanks to the Lost Town special environment. At most, Zero Wing would need 3 more days to gather a full 100-man team. The raid on the ancient secret land wouldn't begin immediately. Violet Sword would need some time to prepare. Without the necessary tools, players wouldn't survive in the secret land, and by the time those tools were ready, Zero Wing should have all the experts it promised. Hence, Feng didn't consider his statement to be a lie. Tori and the other 2 instructors fell silent after hearing Feng's reply. Are we actually going to agree to his offer, Instructor Tori? This ancient secret land is likely unique in God's domain. You already know how astounding the environment is for training. Black Flame is too greedy. We have already split half the entry slots with mythology. If we give another 100 entry slots to Zero Wing, we'll have less authority there than mythology, even if we retain a spot, Wildfighter asked Tori in the team chat. The ancient secret land had a strict entry limit. It was more like an ancient city, isolated from the outside world, than a true secret land. As long as players defeated the trial boss, they become ordinary citizens in the city, enjoying the city's various benefits. To monopolize this secret land, Violet Sword had partnered with mythology, and both guilds had dispatched large armies to barricade the entrance, preventing other powers from entering. Each guild would then occupy half of the available entry slots. Violet Sword had gone to great lengths to secure 200 entry slots, yet Zero Wing wanted 100 for helping the Super Guild defeat the trial boss. No matter how one looked at it, this didn't seem like a worthwhile transaction. Given another 2 weeks, Violet Sword would be more than capable of taking the trial boss down by itself. The Super Guild didn't need any of Zero Wing's help. Crimson Star nodded in agreement to Wildfighter's comment. Guild leader Black Flame, while your proposal is tempting, you demand too much. I can offer a maximum of 10 entry slots, not one more, Tori said after giving the matter some thought. Even without your help, we will capture the secret land. It only may take us a few days longer. You might be right, but as far as I know, Violet Sword isn't the only power in control of the ancient secret land. Just one day could make a massive difference. I'm sure you're aware of this, Instructor Tori. Moreover, I don't just want 100 entry slots. I also want priority over one of the items the trial boss drops, Feng coolly declared, nodding. Long Wuxiang could only stare at the swordsman, utterly flabbergasted. How was this supposed to be a partnership negotiation? Violet's sword had clearly stated that it would succeed, with or without Zero Wing, but instead of reducing his demands, Feng had asked for even more, setting his sights on the trial boss's loot. He was simply insane. You're correct. We're not the only guild in control of the ancient secret land right now, but you can't ally with the other guild, can you? Zero Wing has offended mythology often in the past, Wildfighter countered with a grin. Violet's sword is Zero Wing's only prospect for an alliance. We're already being quite generous by offering 10 entry slots. If you don't like it, you'll have to find another way to enter the secret land. Zero Wing's conflict with mythology was no longer fresh news. If mythology hadn't been the only other guild to control the ancient secret land, Violet's sword might have conceded to Feng's demands. There was no way mythology and Zero Wing would work together at this point. Feng was dreaming if he thought he could claim 100 entry slots and priority over the trial boss's loot. Convinced Feng was a madman, Long Wuxiang couldn't help but shake his head. Zero Wing was immensely powerful in the East. In fact, it was so powerful that not even several superpowers could take it down. However, Zero Wing's strength was limited to the eastern continent. Even if the guild brought 100 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies to the west, it could, at most, annoy the various superpowers. Zero Wing couldn't reach the various superpowers' roots, let alone those of a veteran super guild like Violet Sword. What if we enter the secret land by ourselves? Feng asked, smiling. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You enter the secret land yourselves? Crimson Star parrot, smirking. She then continued, Guild leader Black Flame, I don't mean to belittle you, but do you know how large of a force our two guilds have stationed at the entrance? Not even 1,000 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies could dream of setting foot in the ancient secret land without our approval. To secure their hold, Violet Sword and Mythology had established a guild city around the ancient secret land's entrance. Without being able to destroy the city, no one would enter the secret land. Silently, Long Wuxiang nodded his agreement with Crimson Star's statement. He had visited this guild city when the Azure Chamber of Commerce had sent its lifestyle players to Violet Sword. That guild city's defenses were no weaker than the various super guilds' main headquarters. Is that so? Leisurely, Feng asked, but what if I have him? With that, Feng retrieved a Summon Guard scroll and called forth Versailles. Chapter 26:15, Tier 4 Secret Silver Guard, Life Transition. When Feng summoned Versailles into the reception room, the room's mana transformed. So dense. So heavy. The mana inside the reception room didn't feel like mana at all. Everyone in the room felt as if they had been submerged in water and were drowning. A Tier 4 personal guard. How is this possible? Long Wuxiang and the Tier 3 assassin were stunned when they saw Versailles. They had seen level 120 personal guards before. After all, every superpower in the game had a few by now, but those had only been Tier 3 personal guards. They had never seen a level 120, Tier 4 personal guard before. They hadn't even thought one existed at this stage of the game. Reaching Tier 4 was an immensely difficult feat, even for personal guards. Most player and power-owned guards couldn't even reach Tier 4. Fine Gold guards had a relatively high chance of completing their Tier 4 promotion quests, but reaching that milestone required a lot of preparation and a lot of time. Even the various superpowers personal guards had just recently reached level 120. Thus, logically, getting one's hands on a Tier 4 personal guard at this stage should be impossible, yet Zero Wing had one. Tier 4 NPCs were the true big shots of God's domain. They qualified to rule major NPC cities and were beyond current players' reach. A Tier 4 personal guard. It seems the Eastern continent superpowers have grossly underestimated Zero Wing. Their assumption that your guild is powerless outside of Cold Spring Forest is severely flawed, Tori commented as he gazed at Versailles. Even after seeing the Tier 4 personal guard, he still appeared quite calm. Even so, I do not think that a level 120, Tier 4 secret silver guard can break into our 2 guild city. Although the guild city in question was only basic rank, it was protected by an incredibly powerful defensive magic array. The magic array could endure Tier 4 attacks without any trouble. Otherwise, the city wouldn't have withstood the demonic creature army's invasion. The Western continent was far more dangerous than the East. Towns and cities faced frequent demonic creature assaults. These armies especially loved to target guild towns and cities. It wasn't odd to find 3 to 5 mythic monsters among each demonic creature army, in addition to hundreds of thousands of weaker demonic creatures. Trying to rely on a measly Tier 4 NPC to threaten a guild city jointly operated by 2 super guilds was laughable. Of course, a Tier 4 NPC, particularly a Tier 4 Great Wizard, could destroy an ordinary guild city, but trying to destroy a superpowers guild city with a single Tier 4 NPC was ridiculous. Every guild city a superpower established would have some means of fending off or exterminating Tier 4 beings. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any difference between superpowers and ordinary powers. That's right. A Tier 4 secret silver guard would be invincible in the fields. Unfortunately, it is not enough to threaten a superpowers guild city, Crimson Star said after snapping out of her daze. From near the reception room's doors, Long Wuxiang nodded in agreement. The strength Zero Wing had just revealed was astonishing. If Zero Wing were dealing with a weaker superpower, that power might concede to Zero Wing's demands. Unfortunately, Zero Wing was dealing with Violet Sword, a veteran super guild that was almost as powerful as the 5 great super guilds. Not even 2 or 3 Tier 4 secret silver guards would be enough to change Violet Sword's mind. Indeed, a Tier 4 secret silver guard would take forever just to blast open a guild city's defensive magic array, Feng agreed. Smiling, he asked, but what if I have a Tier 4 fine gold ranked Great Wizard? Impossible. Just having one Tier 4 personal guard is a miracle. How could you have another one? Crimson Star instinctively opposed Feng's calm question. A Tier 4 secret silver guard wasn't strong enough to break a guild city's defensive magic array, but it would be a different story for a Tier 4 fine gold guard. Generally, fine gold guards possessed taboo skills and curses that allowed them to exhibit power beyond their tier. With the power of a Tier 4 taboo skill or curse, even shattering a city's defensive barrier with a single hit would be possible. However, rising from Tier 3 to Tier 4 was a major feat for personal guards. Even personal guards with extremely high growth potential would need to prepare extensively before challenging their Tier 4 promotion quest. Moreover, they still had a high chance of failing, and sending a large number of personal guards to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quest with the hope that some would succeed wasn't feasible for current guilds. When a Tier 3 personal guard wished to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quest, they needed a large number of magic cores, and not just any would do. These magic cores had to come from level 100 plus mythic monsters. Unfortunately, level 100 plus mythic monsters didn't even have a 5% drop rate for magic cores, and only demonic creatures would drop them at all. As a result, even the various super guilds could, at most, afford to send one personal guard to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quest. Even if Zero Wing hunted monsters with a Tier 3 night division, there were only so many mythic-ranked demonic creatures in Cold Spring Forest. The fact that Zero Wing had nurtured a single Tier 4 personal guard was a miracle, but having 2 was simply impossible. I might have only one Tier 4 personal guard, but that doesn't mean that I can't increase his growth potential, Feng said before revealing a translucent, multicolored fruit. Everyone in the reception room felt physically and mentally restless the moment Feng retrieved the colorful fruit from his bag. Their instinct screamed at them to devour the fruit. The fruit of life. Who are you? Crimson Star demanded, staring at the colorful fruit in shock. Feng's Tier 4 personal guard had been surprising enough, yet this man also had the incomparably precious fruit of life. This was unbelievable. The fruit of life was legendary throughout God's domain. People had even called it the holy fruit. Not only could the fruit of life resurrect the dead, but it could also help living creatures recover to their peak and elevate their potential. There were even rumors that players could boost their life rating significantly by consuming it. If they spotted a fruit of life, even high-tiered NPCs would do everything in their power to claim it, not to mention players. In Crimson Star's opinion, though, this legendary fruit was just that, a legend. It was beyond the reach of players. The only known way to obtain the fruit of life was to harvest it from the elven race's tree of life. However, elves consider these fruits holy. They would never trade or sell the fruit to outsiders. If players wanted their own fruit of life, they could only obtain one by attacking a location that housed a tree of life. However, the elves' trees of life were so heavily guarded that not even Tier 6 gods could reach them. Moreover, most of the various kingdoms and empires' great and grand wizards had learned from elven great and grand wizards. Anyone that dared attack the elves' main headquarters would only make an enemy of these kingdoms and empires. No one under the heavens would be able to save them. Even Tori stared at the fruit in Feng's hand in astonishment. The fruit of life. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The various superpowers had been desperately searching for the item after learning about it. Based on what they had learned, there was only one way, other than raiding an elven city, to procure a fruit of life. While the elves refused to trade or sell these fruits, they sometimes offered them as gifts to players who had significantly helped their race. Hence, there were quite a few fruits lying around. Only, most of these fruits of life had been given away decades, maybe centuries, ago, so no one knew their current whereabouts. Even with the superpowers' powerful information networks, no one had found the slightest clue leading to these gifted fruits of life, and yet, Feng held one in his palm. "Eat it," Feng said, passing the colorful fruit to Versailles. Versailles did not hesitate, excitedly and fanatically taking the fruit. His changed attitude made the room's mana restless. After a deep, sincere bow of gratitude to Feng, Versailles ate the fruit of life as the players in the reception room watched. Chapter 26:16, Potential Skyrockets, World Creation. Crimson Star's and Wildfighter's eyes went wide as they watched Feng give the fruit of life to his personal guard with no hesitation. What a waste! The fruit of life was an incredibly rare and valuable item, far more valuable than a Tier 4 fine gold guard. That fruit could permanently increase a player's life rating or upgrade a fine gold guard to dark gold rank, drastically increasing the personal guard's chance of reaching Tier 5. Versailles was only a Tier 4 secret silver guard. Even if the fruit of life upgraded him to fine gold rank, and his combat power drastically increased, he wouldn't become much more valuable. Fine gold guards had almost no chance of reaching Tier 5. Meanwhile, players could challenge their Tier 4 promotion quest once they reached level 120, which would significantly decrease a Tier 4 personal guard's value. Using the fruit of life to help a player or personal guard reach Tier 5 would be far more beneficial than using it to boost a Tier 4 NPC's combat power. Not many in God's domain would reach Tier 5. That much was clear after seeing how few players completed their Tier 3 promotion quests. While Crimson Star and Wildfighter mourned the fact that Feng had wasted the fruit, a visible layer of life energy formed around Versailles. Initially, the Tier 4 Great Wizard had been old and decrepit. His aura had been frightening, but it hadn't been able to hide his fading life aura. Now, however, Versailles regained his youthful vigor at a visible rate. Not only was his life aura growing stronger, but he also began to appear younger. After 5 seconds, Versailles had gone from looking like someone in his 70s to someone in his 50s. As soon as the process ended, the mana density in the room skyrocketed. Space started to isolate the room from the outside world, with Versailles as its commander. World creation. How is this possible? Crimson Star's jaw dropped. Instructor Tori could only stare at the Tier 4 personal guard, dumbfounded. Once God's domain's NPCs reached Tier 4, they almost always gained a personal domain. These domains were the reason that Tier 4 NPCs were so powerful. The domains NPCs gained weren't a result of a skill or spell, but naturally formed. They also weren't limited like domain skills. Not only could Tier 4 NPCs easily suppress their enemies with their natural domains, but they could also elevate their own combat power. These domains were also the reason that Tier 4 NPCs could effortlessly take on a large group of Tier 3 NPCs of the same level. If players tried to challenge a Tier 4 NPC without a Tier 4 combatant, it wouldn't matter how many Tier 3 players they had, they'd all die. This was also why Tier 4 NPCs qualified to serve as magistrates in major NPC cities, while Tier 3 NPCs did not. If players tried to attack a major NPC city without strong enough fighters, they'd accomplish nothing, regardless of how many combatants they had. NPCs weren't like monsters. Tier 4 monsters were only powerful due to their basic attributes, while players relied on skills, spells, and numbers to make up the attribute differences. Even Tier 2 players could defeat Tier 4 monsters with a large enough team. NPCs, however, had an overwhelming advantage with their mana control. A Tier 4 NPC could use their mana to suppress every enemy within range. If players couldn't break free from the mana's bindings, they wouldn't even be able to put up a fight. However, Versailles had gone past obtaining a natural domain, now able to use world creation. Versailles had mastered his mana control before, but now, he ruled over it. With his will alone, he could manipulate mana, bending it to his rules as if creating a new world around himself. Normally, however, only Tier 5 NPCs could command world creation. Even Feng was astonished. He had never realized how amazing Versailles was. While the Fruit of Life could increase an NPC's growth potential, it wouldn't immediately alter the NPC's basic attributes or combat standards unless the NPC had some lingering injuries that weakened them. Any Tier 4 NPC with world creation was a true big shot, only one step away from reaching Tier 5. They were far stronger than ordinary Tier 4 NPCs. The difference between a Tier 4 NPC with world creation and one without was like the difference between a Tier 3 player with a fully unlocked mana body and a player that had yet to accomplish the feat. There was at least half a tier between the two. Elated, Feng immediately inspected Versailles' statistics. Versailles, Yifeng's personal guard, gender, male age, 76 loyalty, 93 growth potential, 90 level 120 class, Tier 4 Great Wizard crap. His growth potential is just 1 point away from the Dark Gold rank. When Feng saw Versailles' growth potential, realization dawned on him. Now, Feng was absolutely certain that Versailles' original growth potential hadn't been Secret Silver rank, but Fine Gold rank. Moreover, he should have been a Tier 4 big shot on the cusp of reaching Tier 5. The Fruit of Life simply wasn't capable of providing such a huge growth potential increase. They were talking about a whopping 16 points. Even the Fruit of Life, known as the Holy Fruit, couldn't boost an NPC's growth potential so massively. The only explanation was that Versailles hadn't fully recovered after drinking the Water of Life and had failed to recover to his full growth potential. Feng didn't know what had left Versailles in such a state, but he was overjoyed and ecstatic. He was even happier than when he had obtained a fragmented legendary item. He had already known that Versailles was an amazing Tier 4 NPC, but now, he learned that this personal guard even had world creation. With this, he could accomplish more than ever, including visiting many of the locations he couldn't reach during his previous life. After players reached Tier 3 and fully unlocked their mana bodies, no land in God's domain was beyond their reach. While they could even visit the most dangerous maps, however, returning would be another matter altogether. After all, level 100 plus maps made up the majority of the vast continent of God's domain. The human kingdoms and empires only occupied land suitable for their residence, which only included a small fraction of the main continent. There were far more maps that were too dangerous for humans. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Tier 3 players were still limited to relatively safe locations. They'd only be attempting suicide if they tried to explore the truly dangerous areas on the continent. They might even have an encounter that would force them to restart their account. Now that Feng had a Tier 4 world creation NPC by his side, however, he could visit the game's truly lethal maps. These dangerous locations generally served as the venues for Tier 4 promotion quests and contained many ancient inheritances. When the various superpowers experts had reached Tier 4 and beyond in the past, they had spent much of their time in these areas, rarely returning. They could only continue to grow stronger by exploring these maps. Realizing how much time he had spent gazing at his personal guard stats, Feng quickly suppressed his excitement and returned his attention to Tori and his two companions. May I know if Zero Wing now qualifies to negotiate a partnership with your guild? Feng asked Tori. Chapter 26:17, Secret of the Ancient Secret Land. Even after a long moment, Tori and his comrades couldn't find a proper response to Feng's question. Feng was simply too ruthless. To ensure that he'd be able to enter the ancient secret land, Feng had wasted a fruit of life to upgrade his personal guard to fine gold rank. Not even they would dare behave so lavishly. However, they had to admit that this swordsman was extremely fortunate to upgrade his personal guard to a Tier 4 world creation NPC. With this single NPC, Feng could blast through a basic city's defensive magic array. Versailles could cause a huge scene inside the city, allowing Feng and his team to pass into the ancient secret land unhindered. Instructor Tori, Black Flame must be dreaming. Wildfighter said in the team chat. Even if he can break into the city and enter the ancient secret land, he'll only be able to do so a handful of times, at most. I refuse to believe he can come and go from our city as he pleases forever. Moreover, mythology will have to bear half of the entry slots we lose because of Zero Wing, significantly reducing our losses. When our two guilds gain Tier 4 experts, his personal guard will be useless, and our guild will still have 200 entry slots. The ancient secret land contained an ancient city independent from God's domain's two main continents. Even if players defeated the trial boss and became citizens, they would need to remain within the city for some time to enjoy its benefits. Players wouldn't gain access to all of the city's benefits when they first reached the city. However, while Zero Wing could get into the ancient secret land, the amount of time its players could stay in the city would be limited. Players could only extend their stay with a special tool. 1 week. Even with this special tool, players could only reside in the ancient secret land for a maximum of 7 natural days. If they did not leave on time, they'd starve to death. The special tool in question also had a 10-day cooldown. In other words, Feng would have to break into Violet Sword and Mythology's Guild City repeatedly to continue enjoying the secret land's benefits. Not only were the various superpowers searching for an easier way to unlock their experts' mana bodies, however, but they were also preparing for the Tier 4 promotion quests. This meant that Zero Wing had very little time left to take advantage of the secret land. Crimson Star nodded in agreement with Wildfighter's claim. There was no way their two guilds could form an alliance. After all, Zero Wing couldn't offer enough benefits to warrant 100 entry slots. Tori didn't immediately reply to Wildfighter's proposal. Instead, he closed his eyes and fell deep into thought. After some time, the man's eyes opened, and he looked at Feng, saying, "Guild leader Black Flame, a partnership between our guilds isn't exactly out of the question." Instructor Tori. Both Wildfighter and Crimson Star were surprised to hear Tori's response. Violet Sword didn't need to agree to Feng's demands, and their guild leader and grand elders would never agree to such laughable conditions. "What are your conditions?" Feng calmly asked. Feng admitted that he had demanded quite a bit, but he had no choice. This was all for the sake of helping Zero Wings members reach Tier 4. With the guild's current resources, he could only guarantee that a few select individuals would complete their promotion quests. Everyone else's chances were minute, at best. If Zero Wing couldn't nurture enough Tier 4 experts, it would struggle to defend its current resources and territory. Too many superpowers targeted his guild, and they were only powerless against Zero Wing now due to the Night Division and its guild city's formidable defenses. However, once the era of Tier 4 dawned, destroying guild cities wouldn't just become possible, it'd become common. When God's domain had reached the Tier 4 era in the past, it had been the craziest chapter of the game's history. The various superpowers had fought like madmen, destroying countless guild cities. Many had even been annihilated. This was also one of the reasons that Feng was so desperate to reach Tier 4. Although he could rely on Versailles to force his way into the ancient secret land, that wasn't a long-term plan. Allying with Violet's sword was his best option. He'd only resort to force if the Super Guild refused to work with him. "I only require that you assist us with one thing," Guild leader Black Flame, Tori said. "So long as you complete this task, we will agree to all of your conditions." "What is it?" Tori's statement piqued Feng's curiosity. He hadn't expected this man to agree to his conditions so easily. "It's quite simple. I just need you to clear the ancient secret land's hero trial," Tori declared. "Once you clear it, we'll agree to your demands, but if you fail, we'll ask you to leave. When the time comes, our guilds will rely on their own strength to enter the ancient secret land." The hero trial. Feng was a little confused. As far as he could remember, the ancient secret land's trial only had 2 difficulties, and neither was called hero. The hero trial. "Instructor Tori, that's too risky. We only have one opportunity. We will not get another chance if we fail. How can Zero Wings people possibly complete it?" Wildfighter anxiously complained. The ancient secret land's trial only had 2 difficulties on the surface, normal and elite. However, as a bonus for activating the ancient secret land, they had the opportunity to face an even harder trial, the hero trial. As long as players cleared the normal trial, they'd become official citizens in the ancient city, enjoying the various benefits the city had to offer. However, based on Violet Sword's research, clearing the hero trial would instantly grant the players noble status. There was a huge difference between the benefits a noble had access to and those of an ordinary citizen. While players could improve their rank, rising to noble status would require a ridiculous amount of time and effort. Unfortunately, Violet Sword only had one chance to attempt the hero trial. They had originally intended to wait until the hero trial's time limit was up, which was in roughly 30 days. That way, they'd have the best possible chance of clearing the trial. However, not only had Tori just suggested they face the hero trial sooner than planned, but he also requested Zero Wings members clear it. While Zero Wings members had fully unlocked their mana bodies, their combat standards were far from satisfactory. Asking Zero Wings members to clear the hero trial would be a huge waste. "If you fail the hero trial, I'd like Zero Wing to refrain from targeting the ancient secret land for 10 days. Are you willing to accept this challenge, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Tori asked Feng. As Tori finished his question, realization dawned on Wildfighter and Crimson Star. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. While using the hero trial to gain a 10-day buffer was somewhat extravagant, it would give Violet Sword more than enough time to prepare for the normal trial. Once Violet Sword completed the trial, and its members became ordinary citizens in the ancient city, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to affect the guild's development overmuch, even if they made it into the ancient secret land. In fact, Zero Wing might not be allowed in the city as a result. Of course, Feng had to agree to the challenge first. "Guild Leader Black Flame, do you dare to accept this challenge?" Violet Sword has spent an enormous amount of resources to secure this ancient secret land. We can't simply hand over half of our available slots for nothing. You, at least, need to prove that Zero Wing can earn these slots, Crimson Star prodded, faintly smiling at Feng. Deal. I agree to your conditions, Feng replied after giving the matter some thought. However, I have an additional requirement. If you can agree to it, we will sign the contract immediately. Otherwise, as Instructor Tori has said, we will have to rely on our own strength to get into the secret land. What's this requirement? Wildfighter asked, curious. Chapter 26:18, Ancient Legacy. Earlier, I stated that I want the first pick of the trial boss's loot. That condition still stands, but I'm sure you're aware of how difficult the hero trial is. 100 Zero Wing members won't be enough to clear it, Feng calmly stated. Hence, I need your full cooperation. I repeat, your full cooperation. I will choose the 200 raid team members from among my people. Of course, you can send a few dozen players, as well. Once we clear the trial, we'll each take half of the given entry slots. I'm sure that's a fitting trade-off, don't you think? By the time Feng finished speaking, Wildfighter and Crimson Star were stunned. Neither of them had expected Feng to make such an outrageous demand. They had thought this swordsman would propose a more excessive condition, such as requiring Violet Sword's members to serve as cannon fodder. They had mentally prepared to watch their members die several times. However, they had never dreamed that Feng wouldn't demand an even higher price, but offer to include more of his guild members in the raid. Even Aqua Rose, Long Wushang, and the others near the reception room's door were flabbergasted. Feng's last condition meant Zero Wing would do all the work for Violet Sword. It was insane. That won't be a problem. As long as you clear the hero trial, select any raid members you want. In fact, we won't even impose a penalty if our guild members die in the raid, Tori said. Although he was similarly surprised by Feng's proposal, he nodded in agreement. However, our people will ignore your orders if they think the raid is impossible, and you ask them to throw their lives away. Violet Sword had already prepared for multiple team wipes if it meant clearing the hero trial. Since Feng's condition would reduce the number of casualties their guild suffered, Tori was more than willing to agree. If that's the case, I agree, Feng said, nodding. Give me 3 days. I'll lead my men to the ancient secret land in 3 days. Meanwhile, Silent Wonder will remain here to help you. 3 days should be enough time for you to prepare the necessary tools. 3 days. Wildfighter frowned slightly. He hadn't thought Feng would want to act so soon. He had assumed they'd have around 5 days to prepare. Including the agreed-upon 10-day buffer, Violet Sword might have been able to gather enough experts to complete the elite trial. That won't be a problem. You may enter Violet Light City in 3 days. We will be waiting for you there, Tori said. Following which, Feng and Tori signed a contract. If Zero Wing cleared the hero trial, Violet Sword would surrender 100 entry slots to the ancient secret land. If Zero Wing failed, the guild would be prohibited from setting foot in the secret land for 10 days. With the contract signed, Feng promptly left Holy Flame City. Guild leader, 3 days isn't enough time. We can't even transfer 100 players to the Western continent within 3 days, and why did you offer to bring even more of our people into this raid? Aqua Rose asked from behind Feng on the Thunder Eagle. Exploring secret lands always had a high casualty rate. While a team could reap plenty of benefits, Zero Wing would only receive a fraction of what this secret land had to offer. Violet Sword would gain the most benefit. Zero Wing didn't need to sacrifice so many members just to help this super guild gain access. Long Wushang found Feng's decision a bit odd, as well, but since he wasn't a member of Zero Wing, he was in no position to question the swordsman. If this were an ordinary secret land, I wouldn't have offered to contribute so much manpower, but we're talking about a secret land that has survived since ancient times. Moreover, we're going to challenge this land's trial, Feng said, smiling. What do you think a trial is? Isn't it a test of strength that grants bountiful rewards when cleared? Aqua Rose replied, confused by her guild leader's question. That much was common knowledge in God's domain. You're only half correct, Feng said, shaking his head. Half? Aqua Rose's confusion grew. What do you mean? A trail is also an excellent training opportunity, Feng explained. It is true that God's domain's trails test players' strength, but a larger part of the reason for their existence is to help players grow even stronger. This is especially true with the trials from ancient times. The rewards are only a bonus for clearing these ancient trials. The trial itself is far more valuable. These trials contain complete legacies from ancient times. Even breaking past the mana body's 100% limit could be possible if we can comprehend a fraction of these legacies. Why else would there only be one opportunity to challenge the ancient secret land's hero trial? Before players had reached Tier 4 and began to explore the game's truly dangerous locations in the past, everyone had regarded trials like dungeons, nothing more. However, once players had reached Tier 4 and begun exploring these areas, they had found one ancient trial after another. As these Tier 4 experts continued to clear the ancient trials, they continued to grow stronger. Everyone realized how important God's domain's trials were after this discovery, especially those that had survived intact since ancient times. Every ancient trial was a golden opportunity. Since Violet's sword had offered to abandon the chance to challenge the ancient secret land's hero trial, Feng had to take advantage of this opportunity. He had even almost failed to contain his excitement and expose the hero trial's secrets when Tori had stated the condition. If possible, Feng wanted to monopolize all 200 raid slots, but Violet's sword would need a representative to claim the ancient city's entry slots, so it would have to send a few players, regardless of its desires. Guild leader, are you saying that we can use this trial to unlock more of our members' mana bodies? Excitement flashed in Aqua Rose's eyes. If this were true, they had just hit the jackpot. She had experienced ancient times training systems personally. The best example was the Extraordinary Tower. Her training was many times more efficient in that tower than anywhere else she had been in God's domain. It was also thanks to the Extraordinary Tower that she could fight domain realm experts, despite only having reached the Void Realm. If she and Zero Wing's other members could improve their combat standards and mana control, they'd have a much easier time with their Tier 4 promotion quests. Why would it be that easy? We only have one opportunity to face the trial. Whether you gain anything from it will depend on you, Feng replied, rolling his eyes. Not even 1 in 10,000 Tier 3 experts would cross the mana body's 100% threshold. How could all of Zero Wing's members make a breakthrough after facing a single trial? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. This was just like with the Extraordinary Tower. Despite the tower's exceptional training mechanisms regarding the realms of truth, many Zero Wing core members had yet to reach the truth realm. Even so, this is an excellent opportunity. At least we have a chance to grow stronger. Some among us might even make a breakthrough like Violet, if we're lucky, Aqua Rose said, smiling. Long Wusheng, who sat nearby, was tempted as he eavesdropped on the conversation. He had never realized that ancient trials offered such a benefit either. He had seen the strength one gained when they unlocked more than 100% of their mana body. Violet Cloud hadn't even reached the domain realm, yet she had defeated Sinful Flame. In the end, Long Wusheng couldn't contain himself and asked Feng, Guild Leader Black Flame, may I know if you'd be willing to sell some of the entry slots to Azure? Of course, we will pay a sufficient price. You may state any demands you wish. Chapter 26:19, Unfathomable. Zero Wing. Long Wusheng's request surprised Aqua Rose and the others a little. They had never expected the man to suggest a partnership with Zero Wing. Long Wushang was an extremely prideful man. Even after Zero Wing had put on an outstanding display of strength during Azure's family competition, his attitude toward them and their guild had only improved from indifferent to normal. Rather, he merely saw Zero Wing as an equal now. The Azure Chamber of Commerce rivaled super guilds, after all, and while it might not be a match for Zero Wing and Violet Sword's gift for nurturing talented players, the Chamber's influence, resources, and manpower were far beyond that of Zero Wing. Moreover, Azure's family competition this year had only involved the younger members from the 5 main shareholder families. Not all of Azure's young talents had participated. Most of the Chamber's younger experts weren't even from the 5 main shareholder families, and some of them were even stronger than Xiaoqian. However, they didn't have the necessary qualifications to participate in the family competitions. Since Azure is willing to cooperate, I don't mind selling a few slots, but how many do you want, Elder Long? Feng asked, not surprised in the least by Long Wushang's request. Aqua Rose and the others, on the other hand, didn't realize how important the younger generation was to the various superpowers. To the various superpowers, the younger members were their future. Take the Azure Chamber of Commerce, for example. A large part of the reason for the guild's current achievements was the value it placed on nurturing young talents. In contrast, some first-rate guilds never rose beyond that, despite their many decades of experience, because they didn't value their younger members. Unless first-rate guilds recruited an astonishing genius, they remained first-rate for the rest of their existences. Since Feng had exposed the fact that players could potentially grow stronger through the ancient Secret Lands hero trial, he had expected Long Wushang to instantly consider a partnership with Zero Wing, regardless of the man's pride. Long Wushang's instincts as one of Azure's Grand Elders was also why Feng had fearlessly informed Aqua Rose of the hero trial's peculiarities. If he hadn't wanted anything, he would have had the discussion away from Long Wushang. Allying with Azure was of the utmost importance since Zero Wing didn't have any power on the western continent, aside from the Starlight Fortress. If Zero Wing wanted to secure a stable foothold in the west, it needed to ally itself with the local superpowers. While Divine Tribe was a powerful ally, the guild's commercial abilities couldn't compare to Azure's. Divine Tribe couldn't offer Zero Wing any assistance with intercontinental travel either. Moreover, Zero Wing already had a dialogue with Azure due to Silent Wonder. Partnering with Azure would be a safer and more reliable option. Purchasing 30 or 40 slots would be fantastic, but if that's not possible, we'll be happy with 10, as well. Guild leader Black Flame, Long Wushang hesitantly ventured after giving the matter some thought. The Azure Chamber of Commerce was a massive organization. The guild needed to nurture all of its young talents, including those from the shareholder families and those who weren't. With enough slots, he could help the rest of the guild's younger experts. Of course, if Feng refused, he at least had to purchase enough for the 5 main shareholder families. 40. After giving the matter some thought, Feng said, "That's fine, but you will have to agree to 3 conditions." "That's fine." Long Wushang's eyes lit up. Eagerly, he continued, "Please, state your conditions, guild leader Black Flame. We'll even agree to 4 or 5 demands. 40 entry slots would be more than enough for the 5 main families' young talents, but he'd also be able to include the outside experts. If this negotiation succeeded, the guild's neutral elders and grand elders would definitely side with the Long family. First, I want Azure's help with the matter. I need to transport some of Zero Wing's members to the western continent in 3 days. We'll need 100 or so, Feng said. That won't be a problem. 3 days is more than enough time. When the time comes, just have them gather in the 10 Saints Empire, Long Wushang agreed without hesitation. Intercontinental travel might be difficult for other superpowers, but that was no problem for Azure. Not even transporting 200 players would be a problem. At most, they'd have to spend more magic crystals. For my second condition, I want a medium shipyard and a plot of golden land in the Silvermoon Empire's Ocean Tide City, Feng continued. Trade between the two main continents would rely on naval transportation in the future. Meanwhile, Ocean Tide City was the largest port city in the Silver Moon Empire. As long as Zero Wing had roots in this city, doing business between the two continents would be easy. This won't be a problem either. I'll notify my eldest brother later. You can start conducting business there as soon as the handover procedures are complete, Long Wushang said, not at all surprised by Feng's second condition. Zero Wing had barely any territory in the west. If it wished to acquire the western continent's resources, the quickest way would be establishing itself in the west's port cities. That way, it could travel between the continents more often and transport far more cargo. After all, players could only transport a limited amount of items via teleportation. With contact between the two continents still being so difficult, one could resell merchandise from either area for a high price. However, those prices would fall as more powers gained the ability to travel between the east and west. Zero Wing would need to increase its sales volume to maintain a sizable income. Thus, securing a port city in the west was a must for the guild. My third requirement is the most important. I need Azure's complete Void Realm legacy, Feng earnestly declared, glancing at Long Wushang. Zero Wing still didn't have a complete Void Realm legacy, and because of that, it wasn't as well equipped for nurturing talented players as the various superpowers. If Zero Wing could acquire a complete Void Realm legacy, the guild's strength would reach a whole new level, becoming a true superpower. That, Long Wushang hesitated. The complete Void Realm legacy is one of the guild's core secrets. We've spent decades refining it. I'm afraid I don't have the authority to agree to that condition. While the 40 entry slots were precious, this was only an opportunity. Trading the secrets the guild had relied on to survive for one chance was absurd. Not even the guild's other elders and grand elders would agree to such an unfair demand. I know it's excessive, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You won't get a second chance. Moreover, we're talking about a legacy that has survived since ancient times. I guarantee it will contain secrets regarding the Tier 4 promotion quests, Feng unhurriedly explained. If that reason isn't enough, I can offer an additional benefit. What benefit? Long Wushang asked curiously. Azure's complete Void Realm legacy was one of the guild's most precious secrets. Sharing this secret with another guild would be the equivalent of weakening its foundation. A minor benefit wasn't enough of an incentive. I can help 3 of Azure's experts surpass 100% of their mana body's potential. Of course, the 3 individuals will have to be exceptionally talented. Ordinary experts won't do. What do you think? Feng asked, smiling. You're saying you'll help them grow as powerful as Violet Cloud, transcending tiers? Feng's offer astonished Long Wushang, and for a moment, he doubted the swordsman's claim. Anyone that had watched Violet Cloud's match against Sinful Flame would likely never forget her strength. She was simply too formidable. Violet Cloud's strength was no longer just a result of combat techniques or standards. She had pure power. Even with the same basic attributes as Sinful Flame, she had emerged victorious. If she had even slightly higher basic attributes, her victory would have been even more outstanding. Yet, Feng now informed him that Zero Wing could nurture such monsters. That's right, Feng said, nodding. To prove it, I'll even help these 3 players unlock their mana body's full potential in a day. Are you willing to accept my offer, Elder Long? Wait a minute, please. I need a moment to process this. I'll have to discuss the offer with my guild's grand elders first, as well, Long Wushang said. He could have viewed Feng's offer as nonsense, but now, he couldn't afford to brush it read latest chapters at Wuxia World. If Azure could really have 3 young monsters like Violet Cloud, it wouldn't have to worry about its future. That won't be a problem, Feng said. Take your time, but I will need an answer within 2 days. Please, wait a moment, Guild Leader Black Flame. I will contact my third brother now and push the Grand Elders to make a decision as soon as possible, Long Wushang said, nodding. He then contacted Long Xianglong and appraised him of the situation. When Long Xianglong heard about Shi Feng's offer in Azure's residence, he, too, was astonished. What did you say? Zero Wing can help us nurture 3 monsters on par with Violet Cloud. How is that possible? Chapter 2620, Crazed Azure Chamber of Commerce's residence, meeting room. Normally, it was very difficult to find Azure's Grand Elders gathered in a single location, yet nearly every one of them had convened in the top floor meeting room, and they all looked impatient. Xianglong, why did you call us here so urgently? You know how busy we are right now. All of the various superpowers are frantically searching for ways to unlock their experts' mana bodies. If we fall behind now, we'll suffer later, a woman in exquisite, white mage robes complained. That's right. If this isn't something important, you'll have to pay for our losses, a robust, middle-aged man with crimson eyes and covered in glowing runes agreed, nodding. Despite such rude questioning, Long Xianglong didn't explode in a fit of rage. He tolerated these two not only because they were Grand Elders in Azure, but because their strength was second only to sinful flames, as well. They were even stronger than Long Xianglong, the Long family's most formidable expert. Along with Triumphant Howl, they were Azure's 3 monsters, and each represented Azure's non-family members. Why isn't Triumphant Howl here yet? Long Xianglong asked, glancing at the empty seat beside the two. You know him. Unless the guild is going to war or is at risk of destruction, he doesn't care about anything besides leveling, the crimson-eyed man said. Forget about him. Why did you call for us here? Alright, then. With 80% of the guild's Grand Elders present, we should have enough people to make a decision, Long Xianglong said, sighing. While Azure's 3 monsters were incredibly powerful, they were also free spirits. They hated restrictions and rarely listened to the ruling family's representatives. What exactly has happened, Lunatic Long? You actually used a Grand Elder mobilization order. Has something gone wrong with Violet Sword over Silent Wonder? Duan Hanshan demanded, smirking at Long Xianglong. Duan Hanshan had already learned about Shi Feng taking Silent Wonder to Violet Sword's residence the moment Azure's family competition had ended in hopes of settling the dispute between the Long family and the Super Guild. However, he doubted the issue would be so easily resolved. The Zeus Corporation's reputation was at stake, and if the Long family refused to cooperate, it would set a bad example for the other powers under the corporation's command. Even if Silent Wonder were of little significance to the Zeus Corporation's plans, it wouldn't let the matter rest so easily. Meanwhile, Zero Wing didn't have enough power in the West to convince Violet Sword to budge. If the negotiation didn't go well, Violet Sword might even move against the Long family and Zero Wing directly. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Old Ice Demon. The matter regarding Wonder has already been dealt with, Long Xianglong shot back. As a matter of fact, I've gathered you all here today to discuss good news. This matter might even affect Azure's future. Something that can actually influence Azure's development? Long Wushang left with Zero Wing to visit Violet Sword. Have we secured a partnership with the Super Guild over the ancient secret land? The white-clad woman asked, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. The only thing she could think of that might affect Azure's future was the ability to nurture experts. Based on the information Azure had obtained, Violet Sword had discovered an ancient secret land that included an ancient training ground. If Azure's young experts could use this training ground, they could grow significant. Happy face, you're half correct, Long Xiangong replied, chuckling. Half? Have we not negotiated an alliance with Violet Sword? Duan Hanshan asked, confused. Correct. We're cooperating with Zero Wing, Long Xianglong said, nodding. Black Flame is willing to sell us 40 entry slots into the ancient secret land, but in exchange, Black Flame wants our complete Void Realm legacy. Is Black Flame insane? You're talking about our guild's foundation, yet he wants it for 40 measly slots. Only a fool would agree to such a partnership. Have you really gone mad, lunatic Long? Duan Han said, sneering. What a joke. Azure's Void Realm legacy was the fruit of several decades of hard labor. They'd be crazy to share it with Zero Wing for a few training slots. This data was enough to help an ordinary power become a superpower in just a few short years. In fact, a large part of the reason most guilds didn't become superpowers was that they lacked effective training methods. However, as long as a guild had enough time, money, and this data, it could easily grow into a superpower. This was why the various super first-rate and super guilds rarely sold their research into the realms of refinement. Xianglong, if you've called us here to tell us this, I think it's time the Long family found a new representative, the crimson-eyed man coldly criticized. Everyone in the room gave Long Xianglong frosty looks. The Azure Chamber of Commerce did not belong to one family. It was the result of the 5 main shareholder families and a large number of non-family grand elders' exhausting work. It was unacceptable for any one member to sell the guild's secrets. I know, Long Xianglong said, not surprised by everyone's attitude in the least. He simply smiled back at them and continued, what I'm going to say next is the important part. What could possibly be so important that you felt the need to waste our time? Don't tell me Zero Wing can nurture a group of monsters, the white-clad woman said disdainfully. You've hit the nail right on the head, Belle, Long Xianglong replied, nodding at the white-clad woman named Butterfly Belle. Black Flame has promised that he can help us nurture 3 monsters that can unlock more than 100% of their mana body's potential. He's even promised that he'll help the 3 selected players reach 100% within a day. Cross the 100% threshold? Isn't that what the little girl from Zero Wing accomplished? Duan Han exclaimed. Everyone that had watched the family competition had learned of how frightening Violet Cloud's combat power was. Not even a legendary expert like Sinful Flame had been her match. She was inhuman. Most ordinary powers thought unlocking 100% of the mana body could be accomplished given time, but anyone that had tried knew that the closer they got to 100%, the better their mana body performed. Unlocking 100% of one's mana body should be the maximum. However, Violet Cloud, who had broken past 100%, was definitely an extremely talented genius, and anyone that tried to replicate the feat would only be met with failure. Yet, Zero Wing declared that it could nurture inhuman experts like Violet Cloud. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, I heard the girl talk about it before. It seems she's not unique in Zero Wing. She even mentioned stronger members of the guild, Sinful Flame suddenly spoke up. Based on her expression at the time, I doubt she was lying. Zero Wing should have more monsters that have crossed the 100% threshold. Everyone fell silent after listening to Sinful Flame's interruption. These elders and grand elders were already impressed that Zero Wing had nurtured a monster like Violet Cloud, but she had to be an exception. That fact would be, more or less, acceptable, but they had just been told that Zero Wing had more monsters like the girl. How could they possibly believe this? Regardless of how unbelievable it was, however, Sinful Flame was a reliable source. This is why I've gathered you all here. What is everyone's opinion of this? Do we accept the offer or not? Long Xianglong asked after sweeping his gaze across the crowded reception room. Chapter 26-21, 3 slots. Everyone in the meeting room remained silent, a fanatic light flashing in their eyes after listening to Long Xianglong's declaration. If Black Flame is telling the truth, and he can help 3 of our experts break past the 100% threshold, I think the matter should be negotiable, the crimson-eyed man said. That kind of strength would be extremely helpful during future promotion quests. If we can introduce a few Tier 4 players before the other superpowers, we'll have a head start when raiding mythic field bosses and forbidden lands that have gone untouched. We might even be able to occupy ancient ruins before anyone else has a chance. I concur. While our core secrets are essential, we'll need stronger combatants than we have now if we wish to further Azure's development. If we have a group of Tier 4 experts early on, the other superpowers won't dare target our key resource spots, Butterfly Bell said, nodding. In God's domain, the strong were revered. A strong individual might not benefit a guild when it came to resources, but they were a powerful deterrent for potential enemies, especially if those players were Tier 4 powerhouses. At this stage of the game, no one would dare think of attacking a guild city if it housed a Tier 4 powerhouse. Numbers wouldn't be nearly enough to bridge the gap between a Tier 3 expert strength and that of a Tier 4 player. With 3 Tier 4 experts, specifically experts with extraordinary combat power for their level and tier, Azure would have an effective deterrent. Even without Violet Sword, Azure could safeguard its current resource areas. The chamber might even be able to secure more. On the other hand, keeping a tight hold on the guild's Void Realm legacy would only ensure that Azure's foundations remained steady. It wouldn't help the guild grow. Upon hearing the Crimson-Eyed Man's and Butterfly Bell's words, the independent Grand Elders promptly nodded in agreement. One couldn't make an omelette without breaking eggs. Now that their potential gains were clearly greater than their potential losses, they had no reason to refuse Zero Wing's offer. I have no arguments against accepting Black Flame's offer, but how do we choose which 3 members to send? Duan Hanshan asked Long Xianglong. Interested to hear his answer, the Grand Elders turned toward the Long family's representative. Long Xianglong had summoned them here to discuss this topic, and Silent Wonder was a member of Zero Wing. The Long family was in the best position to negotiate this deal. These 3 training slots were incredibly valuable. If these 3 players broke past their mana body's 100% threshold, they'd rise to the apex of God's domain, even if they were merely Void Realm experts. Whatever faction these experts belonged to would gain quite a bit more authority within the Azure Chamber of Commerce. In fact, the slots distribution might cause a massive authoritarian shift in the guild. I realize what you're all thinking, Long Xianglong said, chuckling as everyone gave him serious looks. Rest assured, the Long family won't try to claim one of the slots for an unworthy candidate. Black Flame has already informed us that no random player will do. The 3 selected individuals must have incredible potential to make a breakthrough. As usual, the 5 families will have priority in selecting 2 players, and if one of their selections isn't a match for the Independence Reserve member, that player will take their place. What does everyone think? Taking the initiative, Butterfly Bell said, in that case, I nominate Boss Flame. We all know his strength and potential. I'm sure everyone can imagine how helpful he'd be to the guild if Boss Flame grows even stronger. As for the younger generation, Solitary Frost is unmatched, and we don't have anyone who can surpass Silk Moon's talent. What are your thoughts? The independent Grand Elders silently nodded their agreement to the suggestion. Normally, such opportunities were reserved for the younger generation, but Sinful Flame was Azure's strongest expert. If he could increase his strength, not only would he become a better deterrent for Azure, but he could also solidify the independent Grand Elder's authority. They didn't mind giving up a training slot for this. Duan Hanshan said nothing to oppose the idea. Rather, he was strongly in favor of the suggestion. Earlier, he had worried that the Long family would unfairly try to claim one of the 3 slots. That would leave Solitary Frost competing for the remaining slot reserved for the 5 families. While the young player had almost no chance of losing, nobody could say for certain that the independent faction of the guild didn't have something hidden up their sleeves. Now that Solitary Frost had been selected for one of the 3 slots, however, he had no issues with the arrangement. I'm afraid Silk Moon won't do. We still haven't been able to reach her, Long Xianglong said, shaking his head. Although Black Flame has given us a 2-day time limit, we should make our decision as soon as possible, just in case. I suggest we give the 3rd slot to Yan Xiaoqian. She's almost as talented as Silk Moon. What does everyone think? Everyone in the room stared at Long Xianglong, astonished. Even Duan Hanshan's jaw almost dropped. These training slots were invaluable, yet Long Xianglong wanted to give all 3 away. Moreover, he had just suggested the Duan family claim one. The Long family and Duan family had a ceaseless feud. Now, however, Long Xianglong had just suggested one of his rival's younger members take the 3rd slot. It was unbelievable. Inwardly, Long Xianglong could only smile bitterly as he watched shock and confusion sweep through the room. He did not wish to give this slot away either, but unfortunately, with Silk Moon absent, the Long family's only other suitable candidate would be Long Xianglong himself. Due to his rocky relationship with Zero Wing, however, he definitely couldn't go. His pride wouldn't let him. While he could have suggested they send Burning Owl, trying to convince the other Grand Elders of the boy's potential would be difficult. Azure had quite a few stronger players that were Burning Owl's age, after all. Since the Long family was going to lose its slot no matter what, he might as well do the Duan family a favor. In any case, the Long family still had Silent Wonder, and because of her, it would have plenty of chances to benefit off of Zero Wing. Moreover, sending Xiaoqian instead of Burning Owl would allow Azure to fulfill Feng's requirements and make training easier. Her potential had already been acknowledged as only second to Solitary Frost's. Lunatic Long, we have no problems with this arrangement if you don't, Butterfly Bell calmly said. None of the other Grand Elders objected to Long Xianglong's proposal. Xiaoqian was quite talented and only half a step away from the domain realm. She was undoubtedly the best candidate after Silk Moon. That settles it, then. I'll contact Black Flame after this, Long Xianglong announced, concluding the meeting. He then turned to Duan Hanshan and continued, Old Ice Demon, please prepare Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian. Once we sign the contract with Zero Wing, send them to the Starlight Fortress. It will be taken care of. Once the contract has been signed, I'll take them there myself, Duan Hanshan said, nodding. Following which, everyone proceeded to discuss who they would send to Violet Sword's ancient secret land. As soon as they reached a conclusion, the Grand Elders were dismissed, leaving to prepare for the raid. An hour after the meeting had ended, Long Wushang represented the Azure Chamber of Commerce in signing a cooperative contract with Feng. In no time at all, not only had Feng gained the rights to one of Ocean Tide City's medium shipyards and golden lands, but he had also received a small warehouse in the city as a gift. Meanwhile, in Azure City's teleportation hole. Are we really going to train with Zero Wing, Uncle Hanshan? Xiaoqian asked Duan Hanshan, who wore a serious expression. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to rejoin Violet Sword's training if we do. Instructor Tori might just give up on us. Although she and Solitary Frost were members of the Azure Chamber of Commerce, and where they trained that was none of Violet Sword's business, these two were considered Tori's disciples. Training with Zero Wing would be a slap in the face to Tori as if they were declaring that Zero Wing's training was more valuable. While Violet Sword's training is amazingly effective, this is a unique opportunity. Do you think securing these slots was easy? I doubt you'll get a chance like this in the future. Moreover, only Zero Wing can provide this kind of training right now, Duan Hanshan informed her coldly. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, Uncle Hanshan, I agree with Xiaoqian. It is only a matter of time before we unlock our mana body's full potential, but opportunities to improve our combat standards and techniques are difficult to come by. We went to great lengths to earn Instructor Tori's guidance. If he finds out that we left to train with Zero Wing, I doubt he'll agree to train us anymore, Solitary Frost said. While he admitted that Zero Wing was quite capable when it came to helping players unlock their mana body's potential, passing up a chance to improve their combat standards and techniques for a chance to unlock their mana bodies a few days sooner was a waste. The only reason he had lost to Silent Wonder, in his opinion, was that he had yet to unlock his mana body fully. If he had, defeating her would have been a piece of cake. With enough time, anyone could unlock their mana body's full potential. Hence, he firmly believed that improving his combat standards and techniques was the true path to power. You're only going to Zero Wing to unlock your mana body. You're not there to learn techniques. It doesn't clash with Instructor Tori's training. I'm sure he won't have an issue with this, Duan Hanshan replied. It's getting late. We should hurry to the Starlight Fortress. We shouldn't make Zero Wing wait too long. With that said, Duan Hanshan led Solitary Frost, Xiaoqian, and a few dozen Azure members through the teleportation array and to the closest NPC town to the Starlight Fortress. Chapter 26-22, Changes to the Starlight Fortress. Star Valley, Starlight Fortress. A long line of players, including tens of thousands, waited to enter the magnificent, ancient fortress. There were also quite a few Tier 3 players among them, creating a spectacular, stunning scene for first-time visitors. Azure's 40-man team stood at the front of the line, gazing at the Starlight Fortress in curiosity. There are so many Tier 3 experts here, one of Azure's Tier 3 players exclaimed, glancing at the line of players behind him. Tier 3 players were still incredibly rare, and even the various major powers considered their Tier 3 experts mainstays in the guild. However, Tier 3 experts were a common sight in the Starlight Fortress. Almost 1 out of every 10 players was a Tier 3 expert. It was amazing. I've heard that quite a few experts have come to the Starlight Fortress for the Demon God's legacy, but aren't there a little too many here? A level 110, Tier 3 male Guardian Knight, another Azure member, commented. He could sense that many of the Tier 3 experts he saw were Refinement Realm experts. Some had even reached the Flowing Water Realm as he had. The mana here feels different, too. It's very calming, and it somehow feels complete. Standing here, it's easier to sense mana than elsewhere, a level 109, Tier 3 female elementalist said. If I could rest and train here, my mana control would improve far quicker than training in the outside world. While Azure's young talents chatted amongst themselves, Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian stared at the fortress, just as surprised by its mana as everyone else. So, this is 3 Supreme Elements mana. It really is extraordinary, Xiaoqian muttered as she sensed the flow of mana around her. At the same time, realization also dawned. It's no wonder why so many of Zero Wing's members have fully unlocked their mana bodies. If they live in such an environment, their mana control will only grow stronger with time. They'll also have a much easier time unlocking their mana body's potential. The Starlight Fortress's mana, which contained the 3 supreme elements, was no longer a secret to the various superpowers. Only, none of the superpowers had bothered to expose this secret to the public. Naturally, independent players with keen senses had kept their mouths shut, as well, since they wanted to take full advantage of the fortress's benefits. After all, the Starlight Fortress could only house a limited number of player residents. This environment is only a close match for that of ancient times. Solitary Frost wondered, shocked as he bathed in the fortress's mana. He hadn't thought the fortress's environment, which supposedly rivaled that of ancient times, was overly important. It was only close, not the real deal. How could any location in God's domain still have the same environment as before the Great Destruction? In his opinion, the past had only had so many more powerhouses than the present because of how many complete legacies had been available during ancient times. There was no way it could have been because of some ancient environment. Of course, the environment during ancient times had been incredibly mana-dense, but all of the various superpowers had their own special training grounds with high mana density. Some of those training grounds even had mana that was far denser than during ancient times. After reaching the Starlight Fortress and experiencing its mana firsthand, however, Solitary Frost realized how sorely mistaken he had been. Even as a melee player, he could feel his mana affinity growing. Although his affinity didn't increase much, only 10% to 20% at most, this had already significantly improved his mana control. At his standards, as long as he found a good place to train within the Starlight Fortress, he'd likely unlock his mana body's full potential within just 10 days. It was no wonder how Zero Wing had nurtured so many experts with fully unlocked mana bodies. The Starlight Fortress's environment even astounded Duan Han. Damn it. This isn't what I was told. According to the Intelligence Department's report, the mana here should only help players with sharp perception of mana unlock their mana bodies, not ordinary Tier 3 experts. When Duan Han glanced back at the players waiting to enter the fortress, he couldn't help the urge to pummel Azure's Intelligence Department. Duan Han didn't realize that Azure's intelligence reports had been, for the most part, accurate regarding the fortress's environment when it had first opened, but as time had passed, and the Starlight Fortress's magic array had continued to absorb more of the three supreme elements' mana from its surroundings, the fortress's mana had steadily improved. Now, even Tier 3 experts who barely noticed mana could reap immense benefits from the Starlight Fortress's environment. As Azure's members fell into a heated discussion over the fortress's mana, a crimson-eyed, blonde woman in silver light armor and carrying a runic greatsword emerged from the fortress. The players in line fell silent the moment they noticed this woman. She was none other than Phythalia, the Starlight Fortress's manager. Phythalia had taken care of many Tier 3 experts in teams that had tried to cause trouble outside of the Starlight Fortress. Just 2 days ago, she had single-handedly annihilated a Superpower's 100-man, Tier 3 team. After her terrifying display of strength, some players, who had still considered causing trouble, abandoned the notion. Phythalia's inhuman strength was a direct result of unlocking her mana body's full potential, and now, not even ordinary domain realm experts could be her match. Greetings. You must from the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Guild leader Black Flame is currently preoccupied, so I will lead you to the Fortress Lord's mansion, Phythalia gently announced. How is this possible? Solitary Frost's eyes twitched when he saw Phythalia approach to welcome their group. He and Phythalia were old acquaintances. He had constantly tried to challenge her, and they had clashed several dozen times. Unfortunately, he had lost every match. He had hoped to challenge Phythalia again after his training with Violet Sword. However, he had never dreamed that she'd be responsible for helping Zero Wing welcome them to the Starlight Fortress. This was the commander of Divine Tribe's Divine Hymn Legion they were talking about. Commander Phythalia, I didn't expect to find you here. I thought you'd have gone to the Demon God's shrine like every other expert, Duan Han said, similarly surprised to see Phythalia. The Demon God's shrine in Star Valley had become a main training ground for domain realm experts due to the few special secret lands that were connected to the shrine. Not only could players acquire treasures in these secret lands, but they could also use the areas to grow stronger. Of course, only domain realm experts and incredibly strong peak experts could take advantage of these benefits. Due to the powerful monsters and traps within the secret lands, even ordinary peak experts would meet a swift end if they tried to explore them. Moreover, entering the Demon God's shrine wasn't an easy task. One would need a lot of manpower to secure enough entry passes, and to make matters worse, each pass was a single-use item. Generally, only superpowers near Star Valley chose to send their experts to the Demon God's shrine. However, Phythalia was different. Divine Tribe had the only temporary residence within the Starlight Fortress. Entering the Demon God's shrine should be a piece of cake for her. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. While the Demon God's shrine is useful, training in the Fortress Lord's mansion's battlefield is far better. It's a pity that the battlefield can only accommodate a limited number of people, or I'd use it constantly, Phythalia said, a bitter smile forming as she shook her head. At the same time, she flashed Azure's members an envious look. Due to the recent partnership between Azure and Zero Wing, Feng had decided to allow these young talents to train in the Fortress Lord's mansion's large battlefield for free for a few days. There's a better place than the Demon God's shrine. The news astonished Solitary Frost. For experts of his and Phythalia's caliber, growing stronger by training was incredibly difficult. The fact that the Demon God's shrine could help domain realm experts was amazing. If not for the problem of distance and manpower, Azure's domain realm experts would have long since made their way to the shrine. And yet, Phythalia insisted that training in the Starlight Fortress's Fortress Lord's mana was even more effective than training in the Demon God's Shrine. How could he possibly believe such an outlandish claim? Let's pause our conversation for a moment. Our time is limited. We should head to the mansion immediately, Phythalia said, ignoring the confused looks Azure's members gave her and leading these players straight to the Fortress Lord's mansion. Chapter 26-23, Zero Wing's True Foundation. Starlight Fortress, Fortress Lord's Mansion. As the heart of the Starlight Fortress, the mana within the Fortress Lord's mansion had changed significantly. From the outside, it looked as if the mansion and its surroundings were encased in a layer of crystals, and the breathtaking sight attracted every passerby's attention. Amazing! The mana here is at least 50% denser than in the outside world. It's no wonder why you deem this to be an excellent training ground, Commander Phythalia, Duan Han praised as he marveled at the glittering castle before him. The Starlight Fortress's mana density had already been extraordinary. It had been so high that it had even rivaled, possibly surpassed, the various superpowers' special training grounds. However, the Fortress Lord's mansion had even denser mana. One would be hard-pressed to find another location on the Western continent with such dense mana. If players could train in such rich, special mana, their efficiency would skyrocket. Even domain realm experts like Duan Han could likely benefit from an environment with such abundant mana. However, Phythalia merely chuckled in response. Without comment, she led Azure's group into the heavily guarded Fortress Lord's mansion. When they stepped into the mansion grounds, Duan Han and his entourage from Azure were utterly stupefied. Aside from the multitude of Zero Wings experts, over 50 personal guards stood guard around the courtyard. Even the weakest of these NPCs was a secret silver guard, and there were as many as 8 fine gold guards present. These NPCs could even annihilate a 1,000-man team of Tier 3 experts. Once their surprise subsided, Azure's members realized how refreshed and light they felt, as if newer, better bodies had replaced their old ones. What's going on? Why do I feel like I have so much more physical control? Solitary Frost exclaimed as he sensed the changes. Dense mana shouldn't have such an effect. It's not just our physical control. I can feel my mana control significantly improving, as well, Xiaoqian said in the team chat. It's no wonder why Guild Leader Black Flame is so confident that he can help us fully unlock our mana bodies quickly and cross the 100% threshold. They had experienced plenty of mana-rich environments before, including places with denser mana than the Fortress Lord's mansion, yet none of those places had affected them in this way. They hadn't moved past the mansion's front courtyard, yet Xiaoqian sensed a tremendous increase to her combat power. If she could train here for a while, she was confident that she'd reach the domain realm in no time. Her mana control would reach a whole new level, as well. Sensing the changes, Duan Han turned to Phythalia and asked, Commander Phythalia, didn't our agreement with Guild Leader Black Flame only entail 3 training slots? Has there been some mistake? According to Azure's agreement with Feng, Azure would receive 40 entry slots into Violet Sword's ancient secret land. As a bonus, Zero Wing would also help 3 of Azure's members unlock their mana body's full potential and break past the 100% threshold. Aside from Sinful Flame, Solitary Frost, and Xiaoqian, Azure's members had only come to the Starlight Fortress to prepare for the trip to the ancient secret land and undergo some simple training beforehand. However, Phythalia had led their entire team to this sacred training ground. There must have been some misunderstanding. There's no mistake. All of you will train here for the next few days. As for the 3 slots, those trainees will go somewhere else. Unfortunately, I don't qualify to go with them, Phythalia said, chuckling. The Fortress Lord's mansion was a one-of-a-kind training environment, so it wasn't unexpected that Duan Han would misunderstand. If possible, Divine Tribe would negotiate for a long-term alliance with Zero Wing to train in the Fortress Lord's mansion, but it had a limited number of combat rooms. To ensure its own members could continue their development, Zero Wing could only afford to lease a few of these rooms. The only reason that Zero Wing was willing to splurge and lend 40 combat rooms to Azure's members was the high price the chamber had paid. What? The 3 candidates won't be trained here. Duan Han was a little shocked. He still had his doubts that Feng could help Sinful Flame, Solitary Frost, and Xiaoqian unlock their mana body's full potential in a single day, much less help them cross the 100% threshold. However, after witnessing the Fortress Lord's mansion, Duan Han wondered if the feat were actually possible. After all, this environment drastically improved players' physical and mana control. Azure certainly had nothing like this. Not even Violet's sword had such a wondrous training environment. However, Vithalia had just clearly stated that this precious area wasn't the 3 candidates' trade carrot going somewhere even better. How could Duan Han possibly accept such a concept as truth? Even Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian wondered if the commander were playing some trick, using this as an opportunity to boost Zero Wing's reputation. After giving the matter some thought, however, they quickly dismissed these assumptions. Vithalia had no reason to lie to them. Not only was she the commander of Divine Tribe's second strongest trump card legion, but she was also a famous expert in the West. Why would she lie about such a trivial matter? You're finally here. Our guild leader has been waiting for you for quite some time. The 3 people selected for training, please follow me. Everyone else, please wait outside. While Azure's members were dazed, a man wearing Zero Wing's guild emblem approached from the castle. However, neither Duan Han nor his team had noticed his presence. It felt as if this man didn't actually exist. Enchanting. How is he so strong? Aren't his combat techniques basically a match for those 3 monsters? Duan Han gave the man before him a suspicious look. According to the report he received on Zero Wing, Enchanting was only an ordinary domain realm expert, yet he had obviously made considerable progress in the domain realm. Enchanting was now entirely capable of standing toe-to-toe with Butterfly Belle and her comrades. Uncle Han, should we go? Xiaoqian asked. Go on. Make sure you listen to Elder Flame later, understand? Duan Han said, nodding. He had only seen Zero Wing as a guild with no foundation, relying entirely on its guild leader for its success. In fact, most superpowers assumed Zero Wing's overall combat power was only on par with ordinary superpowers. However, when it came to other aspects, such as nurturing talented players, Zero Wing couldn't even compare. The guild would need a miracle to become an ordinary superpower in the future. However, Duan Han realized how wrong he and the various superpowers had been after entering Starlight Fortress's Fortress Lord's mansion. Understood. Xiaoqian and Solitary Frost replied, standing at attention. Please, lead the way. Sinful Flame turned to Enchanting once Duan Han had finished instructing the 2 youngsters. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, follow me, Enchanting responded with a nod. Enchanting then led Sinful Flame's 3 into the mansion's lobby and to the Legacy Room, which was located in the heart of the mansion. 2 level 122, tier 3, fine gold guards stood before the Legacy Room. Not even Sinful Flame would dare make a rash move before these 2 personal guards. When the doors parted, Sinful Flame and the 2 young experts noticed a man standing in the Legacy Room. He was manipulating the room's magic array, and all of the elemental mana within flowed around him. As the man continued his work, the mana around him grew astonishingly dense, eventually condensing into a white mist. Elemental control. Mana mist. How is this possible? Xiaoqian stared with wide eyes, shocked, at the man within the room. Chapter 26-24, Astonishing Legacy Room. The term elemental control was foreign to ordinary players and most expert players. Normally, players would only understand what elemental control was after they had reached tier 3 and started attempting to unlock their mana bodies. To achieve elemental control was to exert precision control over every type of mana. To accomplish that, one had to understand the properties of the different types of mana in existence. At the very least, one had to grasp the principles behind driving the four major elements. At this stage of the game, however, let alone gaining precision control over the various types of mana, the superpowers were still clueless about the operating principles of the four major elements. Hence, even Domain Realm magical class players were incapable of elemental control. Yet, to Xiaoqian's surprise, the man standing inside the legacy room was controlling the ambient mana within the room as if it were a part of his own body and was even using it to strengthen the room's magic array. This was an ability all magical class players in God's domain sought. However, what truly surprised her was the identity of this man. Black Flame. After all, melee classes were inherently less attuned to mana than magical classes. In addition, melee players used mana much less frequently in battle than magical class players, so they should be less familiar with mana than magical class players. Yet, despite being a Tier 3 Sword King, Feng had actually achieved elemental control. "You're here," Feng said and promptly accelerated the operation of the legacy room's magic array. He then continued, "The room's magic array is nearly fully operational. The three of you will be learning how to unlock your mana bodies here. In a while, each of you will have 5 minutes to experience what it feels like to have a fully unlocked mana body. What you need to do during this time is memorize the feeling of how the mana inside your body flows. Afterward, you will have to think of ways to replicate this feeling. Remember, each of you has only one opportunity. Experience a fully unlocked mana body for 5 minutes. Xiaoqian was surprised at Feng's words. Although the experience lasted only 5 short minutes, if she knew what her fully unlocked mana body would feel like, she would have a much easier time unlocking it afterward. Moreover, she wouldn't have to worry about going astray and taking a long detour. She could simply head straight to her goal. So, this is the secret behind Zero Wing strength. Solitary Frost similarly gazed at Feng in astonishment. Currently, the various superpowers of God's domain were already struggling to find a location that could help players improve their mana control. Zero Wing, however, could allow players to experience how it felt to have a fully unlocked mana body for 5 minutes. The guild was standing on a completely different playing field from the various superpowers. It's no wonder Zero Wing has so many experts with fully unlocked mana bodies. If the other superpowers were to find out about this, they'd most likely die of envy. Sinful Flame took a closer look at the legacy room upon hearing Feng's explanation. While players could fully unlock their mana bodies given enough time, the sooner a player did so, the sooner they could venture into locations that remained forbidden to ordinary Tier 3 players and obtain opportunities there. They would also have more time for other things. After all, exploring the mana body took up a lot of time and energy. Hence, shortening this exploratory period was also something the various superpowers were currently working on. After fully activating the legacy room's magic array, Feng turned his gaze to Sinful Flame and the others and asked, "Alright, who's first?" "I'll go first. Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian will enter after me," Sinful Flame said. Both Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian nodded in agreement, neither of them dissatisfied by Sinful Flame's decision, as they understood that the first person to experience the legacy room would benefit the least. After all, none of them knew what it felt like to possess a fully unlocked mana body, so they didn't know what they should do to maximize the benefits from the legacy room. By going in later, they would have Sinful Flame's opinions and suggestions for getting a better experience. "Very well. Elder Flame, please," Feng said as he walked out of the legacy room and gestured for Sinful Flame to enter. Once Sinful Flame entered the legacy room, its doors promptly shut. Silence then fell over the antechamber. Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian could not help growing nervous and curious as they eyed the closed doors. Even now, they remained dubious of being able to fully unlock their mana bodies within a day. After all, the further one unlocked one's mana body, the more difficult additional progress became. This wasn't a feat that could be accomplished just by briefly experiencing having a fully unlocked mana body. Trial and error required a lot of time. Meanwhile, as Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian were entertaining such thoughts, 5 minutes flew by. In the next moment, the doors to the legacy room slowly opened, and dense mana poured out the doorway. Both Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian were stunned when they saw Sinful Flame walk out. They could tell that the dense mana coming from the room actually belonged to Sinful Flame. Moreover, the aura Sinful Flame radiated was suffocatingly strong. Elder Flame, did you fully unlock your mana body? Xiaoqian exclaimed in disbelief. She knew that, previously, Sinful Flame had unlocked his mana body's potential to only a little over 80%, so reaching 100% should still take him quite some time. Now, just 5 minutes after entering the legacy room, he had already fully unlocked his mana body. How could she believe this? At this moment, let alone Xiaoqian, even Feng was surprised by this situation. Originally, he had intended to use the remaining 3 slots to the legacy room on Zero Wings experts that had good potential. However, in order to obtain Azure's trust and its Void Realm legacy, he had no choice but to give them to Azure. Even so, Azure's 3 candidates should still emerge from the legacy room a little way off from fully unlocking their mana bodies. After all, unlike Fire Dance and the others, Sinful Flames 3 did not get to experience the trial inside the Legacy Gate and gain a significant amount of knowledge relating to the mana body. Hence, Feng had been prepared to give them 3 of the ancient potions he had obtained from Poison City. Coupled with the effects of the Fortress Lord's Mansion's combat rooms, those should make it possible for Azure's 3 candidates to fully unlock their mana bodies within 1 day. Feng never thought that Sinful Flame's talent would be this high. Sinful Flame had actually succeeded in fully unlocking his mana body after just 1 trip into the legacy room. His talents were terrifying. During the brief moment Feng was in shock, Sinful Flame turned to look at Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian and advised, once you two are inside, don't use the methods you previously used to operate your mana body to experience your fully unlocked mana body. Instead, just focus on sensing how the mana inside your mana body flows. There are many mistakes in the methods we researched. If you insist on using your previous notions to experience your fully unlocked mana body, you'll have a difficult time gaining any improvements. Moreover, while inside, I sensed that reaching 100% potential isn't the end for the mana body, but a new beginning. Even though I have fully unlocked my mana body now, I can feel that it is still inferior to the mana body I had inside the room. However, my talents are limited, so I only managed this much for now. Just like Guild Leader Black Flame said, give everything you have into memorizing the sensations you feel while inside the room and don't think of anything unnecessary. Only by doing so will you be able to gain a greater harvest. You might even cross the 100% threshold through this opportunity. Upon hearing Sinful Flame's words, Xiaoqian, who stood to one side, nodded his head thoughtfully. As for Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian, they glanced reflexively at Feng in embarrassment. Previously, they hadn't placed much importance on Feng's words, treating them as mere chatter. They had failed to realize that Feng was actually giving them pointers. In reality, even Feng was startled by Sinful Flame's words. After all, he hadn't been giving any serious advice before, just stating the basic method for utilizing the legacy room. Of course, Feng did not show his surprise on his face, simply nodded silently at Sinful Flame's words. Following which, Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian also entered the legacy room one after another. Time flowed like running water, and 3 days went by quickly. In an ancient forest in the faraway Silvermoon Empire, Violet Light City stood on a mountaintop, overlooking the entire forest. The city teemed with mythologies and Violet Sword's members. Instructor Tori and the others from Violet Sword had arrived quite some time ago and were currently standing above the city's front gate. Instructor Tori, everyone's ready. Now, we're just waiting for Zero Wings members, Crimson Star reported as she approached Tori. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, I heard that Mythology partnered with several superpowers. Their raid team attempted the elite trial yesterday. The 200-man raid team consisted entirely of bona fide Void Realm experts, some of whom even have fully unlocked mana bodies. However, I heard that even a fully unlocked mana body was of limited help inside the trial. In the end, Mythology's raid team failed to defeat the trial boss. Although Zero Wing has a lot of experts with fully unlocked mana bodies, they hardly have any Void Realm experts in the guild. I wonder if they can even reach the Hero Trials trial boss. Wildfighter said, smirking. I'm afraid that's going to be difficult. I really don't know what Black Flame was thinking back then to suggest filling the majority of the raid team with Zero Wings members. If he finds out about Mythology's failure, he'll most likely die of regret, Crimson Star said, smiling. Once they team wipe a few times, I bet he'll come asking us for reinforcements. The Ancient Secret Lands Elite Trial already reduced the advantages of a fully unlocked mana body by a large margin. If not for Mythology's raid members having extremely high combat standards, they wouldn't even have reached the Elite Trial's trial boss, much less get the chance to fight it. If even the Elite Trial placed such a heavy suppression on the mana body, the suppression in the Hero Trial would naturally be much greater. In that case, the chances of Zero Wings' raid team, which barely had any peak experts in it, meeting the Hero Trial's trial boss were practically zero. While Wildfighter and Crimson Star were conversing, a steel behemoth and several gigantic flying mounts approached Violet Light City, their arrival causing a commotion throughout Violet Light City. Chapter 26-25, Foolish Azure, they're finally here. When Wildfighter saw the approaching Crimson Dragon flying ship and flying mounts, he revealed a faint smile on his face as he commented, "What a grand entrance. It's a pity that they don't know just how much suppression the Ancient Secret Lands trial places on the mana bodies of players. In the end, they'll just be wasting their time and energy. Too bad we have to waste our chance to challenge the Hero Trial as well," Crimson Star said, sighing. Although Violet Sword had managed to produce the necessary tools for prolonging players' survival inside the Ancient Secret Land ahead of schedule, thanks to Silent Wonder's help, and caught up to Mythology's production speed, Violet Sword had also lost an opportunity to surpass Mythology. Based on their understanding of the Ancient Secret Land's Elite Trial, they were bound to conquer it if given another 10 days or so. However, the privileges players would obtain from the Elite Trial were far inferior to those of the Hero Trial. This matter is no longer relevant. Although we will be losing our opportunity to challenge the Hero Trial, Mythology won't necessarily be able to clear it either. In the end, our guilds will end up even, Tori said calmly. Looking at the Crimson Dragon flying ship slowly descending from the sky, he continued, "Rather than us, Zero Wing will be the one in great trouble if it fails to conquer the Hero Trial." That's right. Zero Wing has most likely made the worst possible decision this time, Wildfighter said, nodding in agreement with Tori's words. Zero Wing had dispatched over 100 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies to challenge the Ancient Secret Land this time. While this would indeed increase Zero Wing's reputation, it would also attract plenty of hidden dangers to the guild. In the current God's domain, the competition between the various superpowers was intensifying. If a guild capable of threatening the livelihoods of the superpowers were to appear, the fate of this guild would go without saying. After today, quite a few superpowers would probably join hands to exterminate this rising threat. Of course, if Zero Wing overcame the Hero Trial, then it would have a much easier time dealing with those future problems. Conversely, failure would mean a nightmare for the guild. According to the report we received, Zero Wing has come to an agreement with Azure. In exchange for borrowing Azure's strength, Zero Wing has agreed to nurture some of Azure's young talents. If, on top of Azure's help, Zero Wing asks us to send in a large number of peak experts, Zero Wing might actually have a fighting chance of defeating the trial boss, Crimson Star said. The only question now is whether Zero Wing will make this request or not. Azure's leaders have gone insane. While Zero Wing's top combatants are indeed exceedingly strong, how could Zero Wing possibly be a match for Violet's sword and nurturing talents? Because of this matter, many in the guild's upper echelon are very dissatisfied with Azure, Wildfighter said in exasperation. The guild leader also declared that we are to stop nurturing Azure's young talents from now on. With this, Azure has basically severed Solitary Frost's and Yan Xiaoqian's futures. Tori revealed an ugly expression at the mention of this matter. As for Crimson Star, she shook her head and sighed when she thought about the futures of those two talents. Setting aside Azure's other members, Solitary Frost and Yan Xiaoqian were people capable of catching Tori's eye. They had the potential to become legendary figures in Azure. This was just like the commander of Violet Sword's strongest trump card Legion. Back then, the commander had similarly caught Tori's eye. Now, he had already become a legendary figure in Violet Sword, his strength rivaling even the 5 great super guild's old monsters. Such experts could bring prosperity to an entire guild. Moreover, Solitary Frost and Yan Xiaoqian's youth meant they could guarantee stability for Azure for the next 2 or 3 decades. Now, however, Azure had personally severed the futures of these two people. During the time Wildfighter and the others were conversing with each other, the Crimson Dragon flying ship and the flying mounts landed before Violet Light City's main gate. A short moment later, cloaked players could be seen alighting from the Crimson Dragon flying ship and flying mounts. These players had used their black cloaks to conceal only their statistics. They did not bother covering up their appearances and guild emblems, so it was very easy to discern their identities. It seems Azure is taking its partnership with Zero Wing quite seriously. It actually sent Sinful Flame along on this expedition, Crimson Star exclaimed when she saw Sinful Flame jumping off one of the flying mounts. Sinful Flame was well known throughout the Western continent. His combat standards and combat power were extraordinary, and even in Violet Sword, one would be hard-pressed to find an expert who could match him. Normally, legendary figures like Sinful Flame would have a high degree of freedom in their guilds. Only when the guild encountered truly troublesome matters would they take action. Sure enough, Solitary Frost has come as well. If he finds out that Floating Light gained an opportunity to receive special training in the ancient secret land because of Azure's actions, he'll most likely die of envy, Wildfighter sighed when he noticed Solitary Frost among the Azure members present. Aside from the trial challenges, the ancient secret land also housed a few special locations offering incredible training environments. Only, the price to enter these special locations was stupendous. Originally, out of respect for the Zeus Corporation and instructor Tori, Violet Sword had been hesitant to assign the last 2 entry slots it held. However, due to Azure's recent actions, Violet Sword's upper echelon decided to grant one of the slots to one of its young talents, Floating Light. In terms of talent, Floating Light was inferior to Solitary Frost. However, because he had received Tori's personal guidance while training inside the ancient secret land special environment, his combat standards had undergone a qualitative transformation. Now, he could partially integrate bronze combat techniques with his Tier 3 skills. Had Solitary Frost, who possessed superior talents, received the same training as well, his combat power would similarly skyrocket. At that time, Wildfighter might no longer be able to hold back when fighting him. Unfortunately, Solitary Frost missed out on this opportunity. Instructor Tori, how is the preparation of the special tools coming along? Feng asked as he arrived before Tori. They're all ready, Tori assured. Glancing at the group of nearly 200 players standing behind Feng, he asked, how many people do you wish us to send, Guild Leader Black Flame? What do you think of 30? Feng replied. After all was said and done, this was a partnership between Zero Wing and Violet Sword. Hence, after giving the matter some thought, he decided to have Violet Sword send 30 players to join the raid team, a number that was neither too high nor too low. With this, when the raid succeeded, Violet Sword wouldn't seem completely unrelated. The Super Guild should also have no problem dispatching this number of peak experts. 30. That's fine with us, Tori said while stroking his white beard. He then turned to Wildfighter and Crimson Star and said, afterward, you two will personally lead the team and provide your full support to Guild Leader Black Flame. Understood. Wildfighter and Crimson Star responded simultaneously. However, when Violet Sword's experts heard Tori commanding Wildfighter and Crimson Star to participate in the raid, they were baffled. In their opinion, it was already a big deal for Tori to have Vice Commander Floating Light, a Domain Realm expert, take part in the raid. They never thought that he would have two of the guild's prestigious instructors participate as well. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Anybody capable of becoming an instructor in Violet Sword was part of the core upper echelon of the guild. Rarely would these individuals lead a guild expedition. And if they did, the mission would normally be critical. Now, however, Tori was actually sending not one, but two instructors to participate in the raid. If word of this matter spread, it would definitely cause a sensation in the guild. Alright, make the necessary preparations according to our previous arrangements, Wildfighter commanded as he looked at the team of experts standing behind him. At Wildfighter's command, 28 of the Peak and Apex experts present promptly went into action. Guild Leader Black Flame, please follow me. We still need to walk quite a distance to reach the secret land's entrance, Crimson Star said calmly as she approached Feng. Once we arrive there, I believe all the necessary items should be ready. Alright, I'll be troubling you, then, Feng said, nodding. He then had everyone on his team follow Crimson Star into Violet Light City. Chapter 26-26, Ancient Mana. The sight of Crimson Star guiding Zero Wing's team through Violet Light City triggered discussions among the players residing in the city. Who are those people? Violet Sword's Crimson Star is actually guiding them. It's not just Crimson Star. I heard that Violet Sword's instructor Tori personally welcomed those people at the front gate just now. Amazing. Could those people be big shots of some super guild? Mythology's members grew curious when they saw Feng's group. Violet Sword's members, on the other hand, found this situation astonishing. Crimson Star was one of Violet Sword's Grand Elders. Even when the guild leader of an ordinary superpower visited Violet Sword, she would appear only to give a brief greeting, at most. She definitely wouldn't take the initiative to guide them. Meanwhile, standing on the walls protecting the ancient castle in the heart of Violet Light City, a team of 30-plus players was quietly observing Feng's group. Every member of this team was a Tier 3 expert at level 113 or above. Zero Wing's members are finally here, an assassin youth with two short swords said coldly as he eyed Feng with killing intent. Sandstorm, you'd better not do anything rash. They are currently Violet Sword's guests, a tall woman carrying a warhammer and a sturdy shield, standing beside the youth, warned. Relax. I know that much, Sandstorm assured as he concealed his killing intent. However, our agreement with Violet Sword is limited to the city. Once they enter the secret land, they'll be fair game. At that time, we'll get our revenge for the humiliation we suffered at the Starlight Fortress. I'm going to teach Zero Wing how foolish it is to offend our vice commander. That's for sure, the tall woman said, nodding. Although the vice commander's orders were to investigate first what Zero Wing and Violet Sword are up to inside the secret land before taking action against them, I'm sure she won't say anything about it if we just take care of Zero Wing as soon as they enter the secret land. After all, the demon god has clearly specified that if we manage to kill Black Flame even once, we'll receive a large number of contribution points and be able to train in the battlefields inside the demon god's shrine. If we bring him to the demon god, we can even receive the demon god's legacy directly. Previously, Black Flame only managed to win against us because of his fully unlocked mana body. However, he won't be as lucky this time, Sandstorm said, a smirk appearing on his face. This time, he'll learn what true despair feels like. The demon god's shrine was an extraordinary training ground, which was something every superpower on the Western continent knew. However, most superpowers were still unaware that the demon god's shrine contained some legacies related to unlocking the mana body, which one could obtain only by completing one of the 10 great quests offered in the shrine. Mythology was one of the few superpowers that had managed to complete one of the 10 great quests and obtain a mana body legacy. As a result, Sandstorm and a few other members in Mythology had already fully unlocked their mana bodies. With the support of the Super Guild's Special Advanced Battle Array, their combat power had now reached a completely different level. Just their team of 30-plus players were more than capable of defeating the entirety of Netherworld Empire's Hell Legion. During the time Sandstorm and the other members of Mythology were discussing how to attack Zero Wings Group, Feng and the others had arrived before the ancient Secret Land's entrance, which was inside the central castle. The entrance to the Secret Land was a spatial tear leading to the otherworld where the ancient city stood. Normally, spatial tears were incredibly unstable. However, a magic array had been laid to stabilize the spatial tear, so instability was not a problem. Unfortunately, due to the ravages of time, the magic array was no longer as powerful as it was before. Now, it could grant the teleportation mark, which held the spatial coordinates of the ancient Secret Land, to only a maximum of 400 players that entered the spatial tear. These teleportation marks would be replenished only after the players that held these marks had left the Secret Land. So, this is an ancient Secret Land. When Feng arrived before the spatial tear and sensed the mana flowing from it, he was astonished. In the past, he had only heard and seen pictures of Violet Sword's ancient Secret Land. He had never experienced it. Now, just brushing against the excess mana flowing from the ancient Secret Land filled him with energy. If even the effects of the excess mana were already so potent, Feng found it difficult to imagine how standing inside the ancient Secret Land itself would feel like. For a moment, he wished he could stay inside the ancient Secret Land forever. Guild leader Black Flame, here is your alchemy array, Crimson Star said as she handed a black cylinder to Feng. Make sure to use it before you enter. It will help you fend off the overly strong mana inside and prevent you from exploding from mana overload. At the same time, it will allow you to regulate the flow of your mana effectively so that you won't die from energy exhaustion. Thanks. Feng nodded and accepted the black cylinder from Crimson Star. He then activated the magic array on the device. A special rune appeared on his body, followed by a faint layer of light wrapped around him. Although the ancient Secret Land was an excellent location for training, for current players, it was both a curse and a blessing. Incredibly dense mana filled the ancient Secret Land. The ambient mana in the Secret Land was so dense that players would have their mana's volume and flow rate forcibly increased to a point where they would lose control over their own mana. As a result, their energy consumption rate would increase drastically, which led to death by starvation within half an hour of entering the ancient Secret Land. If players wished to survive inside the ancient Secret Land for longer periods, they had to rely on alchemy arrays to regulate their mana. Even so, players could remain inside the ancient Secret Land for only 7 days. The alchemy array used was a consumable. Hence, a Violet Sword was desperately trying to increase the production speed and volume of this alchemy array. Otherwise, even if they held the ancient Secret Land, they could only stare at it. After Feng and his group were all ready, Crimson Star led them into the spatial tear and disappeared from the castle. Everyone was immediately teleported to a dense forest. All around them were ancient trees towering over 100 meters. Translucent crystals adorned these trees, giving the trees and the forest a mesmerizing beauty. The mana inside the forest was also so dense that it had condensed into white mist. However, despite the white mist, everyone's vision remained unaffected. During the time everyone was enjoying the scenery around them, a roar suddenly came from a distance and echoed throughout the forest. Upon turning toward the origin of the roar, everyone quickly noticed a 200-meter-tall, one-horned bear fighting an equally tall, six-eyed ape. Every one of the two beasts' actions shook the entire forest and deformed the terrain around the monsters. Damn it! Why are two region chiefs fighting each other? Crimson Star frowned as she watched the battle of the two giant behemoths. The ancient secret land was an incredibly dangerous place. Not only were there plenty of monsters here, but each region in the secret land would have a powerful boss ruling over it. Violet Sword and Mythology had labeled these bosses region chiefs. The weakest among these region chiefs was already a level 120 mythic monster with combat standards at the Trial Tower's 6th floor. In addition, all monsters found within the ancient secret land had incredibly powerful bodies. Even an ordinary level 120 mythic monster here could rival a level 120 mythic ranked archaic species found in the outside world. Normally, both Violet Swords and Mythology's members would do their best to avoid these region chiefs when visiting the ancient secret land. The reason for this wasn't just the high casualty rate incidental to challenging these region chiefs. There was also the fact that fights with these region chiefs would attract the attention of nearby monsters. Players that fought a region chief would end up having to fight a continuously increasing number of monsters and eventually suffer annihilation. Two region chiefs appearing in this location could be considered to be the worst-case scenario. In the outside world, there were indeed instances where players could take advantage of monsters fighting each other. However, the monsters inside the ancient secret land were incredibly smart. So long as they sensed the presence of players, they would promptly stop fighting each other and cooperate to kill the intruding players first before resuming their fight. They wouldn't give players any opportunities to take advantage of it all. Why is our luck so horrid? We actually came across two region chiefs having a territorial battle. Sandstorm, who was currently hidden on a tree some distance away from Feng's group, complained in frustration when he saw the two fighting behemoths straying closer to his team's position. Alright, forget about Zero Wing for now. We need to leave this place quickly. We'll be doomed if those two region chiefs discover us, the tall, female guardian knight standing beside Sandstorm said. I know. Sandstorm said, gritting his teeth as he shot a glare at the distant Feng. As Sandstorm's group was preparing to leave the area, Crimson Star also had everyone on the team prepare for a hasty retreat. Guild leader Black Flame, we need to leave this area fast. We'll be in trouble if we stay here any longer, Crimson Star said hurriedly as she looked at Feng, who was still quietly observing the two battling region chiefs. Shouldn't that way be the shortest path to the ancient city? Feng asked as he pointed toward the two behemoths. If we circle around them, wouldn't we need to waste half a day? That is, indeed, the shortest path to the ancient city, but if we get caught by those two region chiefs, instead of wasting half a day, all of us will end up dying here. Crimson Star snapped in exasperation when she heard that Feng was actually still planning to take this route to the ancient city. However, she also understood Feng's thoughts. They could stay inside the ancient secret land for only 7 days. If they wasted half a day on a detour, they would be under much greater pressure when raiding the hero trial. After all, with how many monsters there were inside the trial, they would need 5 or 6 days just to reach the trial boss. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Moreover, the two region chiefs were mythic bosses. In the outside world, coming across two mythic bosses would be akin to hitting the jackpot. However, they were currently inside the ancient secret land, facing monsters far stronger than those in the outside world. Challenging two mythic bosses simultaneously would simply be suicide. Otherwise, a Violet Sword wouldn't have to be so careful when exploring the ancient secret land. Guild leader Black Flame, let's leave. If we don't go now, we'll enter the perception range of those two region chiefs, Wildfighter advised urgently. Our main goal is to clear the trial. We don't need to fight those two region chiefs. I guess you're right. We don't need to fight those two, Feng said, nodding. He then turned to look at Crimson Star and Wildfighter and added, I'll lure them away. Use this opportunity to sneak past them. After saying so, Feng dashed straight for the two behemoths. Chapter 26-27, Feng soared upon seeing Feng charging toward the two distant behemoths, Crimson Star and Wildfighter turned pale. He's insane. Crimson Star cursed when she saw that Feng had already gotten over 100 yards away. Immediately, she turned to the rest of the team and ordered, "Everyone, retreat together with floating light. Do not stop for anything. Retreat to Violet Light City. Wildfighter, hold the rear with me." "Got it." Wildfighter responded and unsheathed his weapon, a solemn expression appearing on his face. In this situation, Violet Sword's members could not help growing nervous. As for Sandstorm and the other members of Mythology spectating from a distance, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw Feng's actions. That crazy black flame. He's actually charging to the two region chiefs. Sandstorm cursed. Then, he commanded hastily, "Hurry. Retreat quickly." As soon as Sandstorm finished speaking, Mythology's members, who had been preparing to retreat from the area already, picked up their pace with serious expressions. Black Flame truly is insane. He's actually planning to drag everyone down with him. Did Violet Sword's people not warn him about the region chiefs here? The tall, female guardian knight grumbled, similarly cursing at Feng as she jumped down from the tree she had been standing on. The region chiefs of the ancient secret land were considerably stronger than mythic monsters found in the outside world. In terms of strength and speed, they were at least 30% better. Trying to take on just one of these region chiefs with a 200-man, Tier 3 team was already an incredibly difficult task, incurring plenty of casualties. When coupled with the endless stream of other monsters that would continuously join in on the battle, any team that tried to challenge a region chief was doomed. However, what made the ancient secret land's region chiefs truly difficult to deal with wasn't their physical prowess but their massive perception range. When these region chiefs fought players, they could manipulate all the mana within a 5,000-yard radius, relying on this mana to detect all movements within range. One could say that, so long as there were players within a region chief's passive perception range of 500 yards or players fighting a region chief, then all players within a 5,000-yard radius of the region chief would become its targets. If players failed to kill the aggravated region chief, then they wouldn't be able to shake off its pursuit. This was also the reason why Mythology and Violet Sword had labeled the mythic bosses in the ancient secret land region chiefs. Normally, teams that accidentally came across a region chief were still fine. The majority of the team's members had a chance to escape with their lives. However, only annihilation awaited teams that came across two region chiefs simultaneously. Even before the female guardian knight finished speaking, Mythology's members had already turned tail and run. However, after everyone had taken just a few strides, the mana around them suddenly stirred. At the same time, they felt as if a pair of eyes were looking down on them. Obviously, the two region chiefs had already locked on to their life auras. Damn it! Everyone, split up and retreat. Every survivor counts. Sandstorm yelled. When he looked at Feng's distant figure, he felt himself going crazy. For a moment, he even suspected that Feng had deliberately provoked the two region chiefs. Meanwhile, when Crimson Star and the others saw the two region chiefs suddenly stop fighting and rapidly head in their direction, their complexions darkened. If they could not put a 5,000-yard distance between themselves and the two bosses, they had no hope of escaping the battle at all. A 5,000-yard distance. Even Tier 3 experts like themselves would still take quite some time to cover 5,000 yards. To make matters worse, tools were ineffective inside the ancient secret land, so they couldn't teleport away or accelerate their retreat from the battlefield. Crazy bastard. He's going to get us all killed. Floating Light, who was already retreating, cursed when he felt the two region chiefs locking on to his life aura. Although players wouldn't lose an entire level from dying inside the ancient secret land, the amount of EXP lost was still not a trivial matter. After all, at their level, just leveling up once took a lot of time. Hence, even a small percentage of their EXP equaled 1 or 2 days' worth of hard work. As Floating Light was leading the retreat of Violet Sword's members, he suddenly noticed something. Zero Wings and Azure's members were actually still standing in their original positions. It was as if they had not heard Crimson Star's orders at all. What are they doing? Are they planning to die with Black Flame? Floating Light was baffled as he looked at Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian. Setting the others aside, it was incredibly strange for Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian to defy Crimson Star. After all, the two of them were geniuses that had trained under Crimson Star during their sojourn at Violet Sword. The two of them knew very clearly how powerful and capable Crimson Star was. Crimson Star's calling for a retreat showed just how dangerous their current situation was, yet Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian had actually disobeyed her command and remained where they were. Moreover, they wore indescribably calm expressions, their reactions making it seem as if nothing was happening. Vice Commander, let's quickly retreat. This is Zero Wing and Azure's matter. Instructor Crimson Star and Instructor Wildfighter won't be able to hold off those two region chiefs for very long, a retreating Tier 3 assassin urged hurriedly when he noticed Floating Light pause. I guess you're right, Floating Light said, nodding before resuming his retreat. At the same time, he could not help glancing at Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian with pity. Originally, with Solitary Frost's and Xiaoqian's talents, they should have been able to shine brightly in God's domain. However, their futures were now ruined because they belonged to a guild like the Azure Chamber of Commerce and followed an unreliable team leader like Feng. However, Floating Light had just taken a few steps forward when the deafening roar of a bear came from behind him and echoed throughout the forest, causing it to tremble. Immediately afterward, a beam of mana shot past the area beside Floating Light's group, leaving behind a massive trench on the ground it passed through. Seen from afar, the ground looked like pudding that a spoon had scraped. The fight started. Floating Light's complexion further darkened as he took in the massive trench a short distance away. This was the power of the ancient Secret Land's mythic monsters. Any random attack of theirs could transform the terrain around them. Let alone one person, even a 100-man, Tier 3 expert team would be cannon fodder in front of these region chiefs. If one really wished to take on a region chief, they would need a 200-man team of Tier 3 peak experts at the very minimum. Moreover, the team would need 2 or 3 domain realm MTs working together to tank the region chief. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stop the boss's attacks adequately. In fact, even a single mistake might result in a team wipe. After Floating Light's group ran for another 50 yards or so, a lightning bolt suddenly shot past them some distance away, followed by the ear-splitting crack of thunder. As the thunder faded, the sky above them darkened abruptly. In the next moment, the 200-meter-tall, six-eyed gorilla went flying overhead and crashed heavily into the ground a few hundred yards ahead of them, the ground shattering at the impact. As for the giant gorilla, it stumbled quite a bit as it landed and very nearly lost its footing. After stabilizing itself, the gorilla glared into the distance before releasing a deafening roar. It then charged forward, completely ignoring Floating Light and the other members of Violet Sword, who stood only a short distance away from it. What is going on? Floating Light was confounded by this situation. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Violet Sword's other peak experts similarly could not help rubbing their eyes, thinking that they were hallucinating. However, no matter how much they rubbed, the several massive craters the six-eyed gorilla's feet left behind did not disappear. Before Floating Light and the others could react to this unexpected development, though, another deafening boom and the snapping of trees entered their ears. However, these sounds came from quite a distance away. There should still be some separation between the origin of these sounds and the six-eyed gorilla that had just charged past them. Floating Light and the others turned around reflexively, looking for the origin of these sounds. They spotted a cloaked man wielding 2 long swords standing atop a tree. Meanwhile, some distance away from this swordsman was a gigantic bear that had just steadied itself, glaring hatefully at him. The six-eyed gorilla was also stalking toward this man, seemingly searching for an opportunity to strike at him. However, Floating Light and the others could also see a hint of fear in the one-horned bear's and six-eyed gorilla's eyes. It was clear that the two region chiefs were afraid of the tiny human on the tree. Chapter 26-28, Suppressing the region chiefs. Floating Light and the other members of Violet Light gaped in shock at the man standing atop the gigantic tree that was over 100 meters tall. Just how high is his strength? Those were two level 120+ region chiefs. Either of those region chiefs could wipe out a 200-man, Tier 3 team of peak experts. Facing both region chiefs, even a team of such caliber was sure to get annihilated. At this moment, however, Feng had single-handedly suppressed and even repelled the two region chiefs. This was simply unbelievable. Is this why they didn't retreat before? When Floating Light looked at the two region chiefs warily eyeing Feng and thought back to the fact that Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian had not moved even after Crimson Star gave the command to retreat, realization immediately dawned upon him. With such a monstrous team leader, there was indeed no need to retreat. At this moment, Floating Light and the other retreating members of Violet Sword weren't the only ones shocked by this situation. Crimson Star and Wild Fighter, who were planning to hold the rear, as well as the frantically retreating members of Mythology, nearly had their eyes fall out of their sockets when this incredible scene played out before them. What did he do during this period? How did he raise his strength attribute to such an extent? Sandstorm's heart roiled with shock as he stared at Feng. During the fight at the Starlight Fortress, the strength Feng displayed was just close to reaching the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, he had relied on his fully unlocked mana body to do so. However, just how long had passed since that fight? In Sandstorm's opinion, even if Feng were incredibly lucky and obtained one or two pieces of epic equipment or gained some special encounters, he would be fortunate to match the strength of Tier 4 mythic monsters of the same level. At this moment, however, Feng's strength had actually grown to a level where he could overwhelm even the region chiefs of the ancient secret land. However, before anyone could snap out of their stupor, the two region chiefs took action once more. Firstly, the one-horned bear let loose an angry roar before slamming its front paws into the ground and shattering it. A twofold magic array then formed beneath Feng's feet, covering a 300-yard radius. Immediately afterward, thick, stone walls emerged, bordering the magic array and enveloping Feng completely. Tier 4 spell, Earth's Embrace. As the one-horned bear was taking action, the six-eyed gorilla leaped into the sky above Feng. The gorilla then summoned a crimson magic array with a 400-yard radius above the swordsman. Tier 4 spell, Fire Dragon's Descent. In the next moment, a fire dragon larger than the six-eyed gorilla and made entirely out of flames emerged from the magic array. It spread its wings as it descended toward Feng. Those two region chiefs actually know how to coordinate their spells. Crap. That's cheating. Shouldn't mythic bosses be upright and use spells in turns? Everyone was stunned when they saw the two region chiefs' coordinated assault. Coordinating skills and spells was an extremely common thing for players. However, this was the first time they had seen monsters, particularly Tier 4 bosses, do so. Hence, everyone could not help despairing at the sight. For Tier 3 players like themselves, just one Tier 4 spell was already plenty difficult to deal with. If not handled appropriately, the result would very likely be an instant team wipe. If they had to go up against two coordinated Tier 4 spells, even Tier 3 MTs with their life-saving skills activated would be killed instantly, unless they had invulnerability skills or spells. It's really over this time. Crimson Star shook her head and sighed when she saw the two coordinated Tier 4 spells. If it were her, she could defend against one Tier 4 spell using a Tier 3 curse. However, even she would be powerless against two Tier 4 AoE spells. This didn't mean that she had just one Tier 3 curse in her arsenal of spells. In fact, she had several. Currently, however, it was simply impossible for her, and most likely all magical class players in God's domain, to double cast 2 tier 3 curses. Ha ha ha. So what if you have amazing strength? Let's see how you deal with this. Sandstorm burst out in laughter when he saw the 2 region chiefs' coordinated assault on Feng. The swordsman's strength had indeed exceeded his expectations. In fact, he felt powerless when he witnessed Feng's fearsome display, and it was definitely impossible for them to exact revenge on him this time. However, being able to see the 2 region chiefs killing Feng now wasn't a bad outcome either. After all, he knew that, because of the demon god's curse, the swordsman would suffer triple the death penalty every time he died. Although they were currently inside the ancient secret land where the death penalty was not as stringent as that in the outside world, a triple death penalty would still deal Feng a heavy blow. However, while everyone was looking at the gigantic fire dragon descending toward Feng, the swordsman surprisingly maintained his composure. Moreover, aside from Feng, the spectating members of Zero Wing and Azure also remained indescribably calm in this situation. Finally, a chance. Solitary Frost muttered as he watched Feng closely, his eyes glittering with joy and excitement. At this moment, aside from Solitary Frost, everyone else from the Azure Chamber of Commerce also had excited expressions. What's wrong with them? Floating Light was perplexed as he looked at Solitary Frost and the others. Feng was about to die here, yet Solitary Frost and the others were actually feeling excited about it. Come. While Floating Light was fraught with confusion, Feng made his move. In the next moment, Feng sheathed Killing Ray and held the abyssal blade with both hands. He then jumped up from the treetop, propelling himself straight toward the descending fire dragon. He's going to resist the attack head-on. Floating Light could not help but disapprove of Feng's decision when he saw the swordsman heading for the fire dragon. A Tier 4 spell could exhibit much greater power than a mythic monster could with its physical body. This was especially true in the ancient secret lands environment. Due to the abundant mana here, skills and spells would exhibit much greater power than they normally could in the outside world. A Tier 4 spell cast by a mythic monster could instantly kill a Tier 3 metric tons who had a life-saving skill activated. Just as Feng was about to collide with the fire dragon, he suddenly raised the abyssal blade overhead and swung it at the fire dragon. Shatter! The phantom of a gigantic greatsword suddenly appeared in the sky, creating a pitch-black wall there as it slashed toward the descending fire dragon. First Sword, Light Shadow. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. In the next moment, the pitch-black wall not only bisected the fire dragon but also continued extending toward the six-eyed gorilla hovering over 100 yards above the fire dragon. Upon seeing the approach of the pitch-black wall, the six-eyed gorilla panicked and instinctively tried to flee the area. However, the pitch-black wall extended far too rapidly. Even though the six-eyed gorilla flew as fast as it could, it still failed to outmaneuver the pitch-black wall and ended up getting one of its arms cut off. The six-eyed gorilla let loose an agonized shriek that echoed throughout the forest at the grievous injury. Shortly afterward, an arm the size of a mountain fell into the forest below. A massive crater formed around the arm from the force of the impact. As for the six-eyed gorilla, it plummeted to the ground and tumbled helplessly for some distance. Due to the loss of its arm, the gorilla's combat power also decreased significantly. Chapter 26-29, Ancient Secret Lands Power. How is this possible? That's a mythic monster we're talking about. How could a Tier 3 player like him break through its defensive threshold? Crimson Star and Wildfighter could not believe their eyes as they watched the tumbling six-eyed gorilla. Not only had Feng shattered a Tier 4 spell with a single move, but he had even used the same move to injure the six-eyed gorilla severely. On paper, the gorilla had only lost around 500,000 HP from the attack, which was nothing compared to its 2 billion HP, but in reality, his attack had caused far more damage than that. There were two general types of attacks in God's domain. The first type reduced the HP of the target, while the other weakened the target's defenses. In the case of the former, if the target's HP fell to 0, then they would die. In the case of the latter, if the target had its defenses destroyed, then its physical body would suffer damage, which would, in turn, reduce the target's combat power, as well as the difficulty of killing said target. Only, it was incredibly difficult for players to execute attacks capable of destroying a monster's defenses, particularly those of high-ranking monsters, as the stronger a monster was, the higher its defensive threshold would be. Normally, players couldn't destroy the defenses of a monster of the same tier, much less those of a higher tier. The best players could do against higher-tiered monsters was cause minor injuries and continuously stack these minor injuries to reduce the monster's combat power. Against the six-eyed gorilla, only an attack carrying power at the peak Tier 4 standard had a chance of overwhelming its defensive threshold. However, despite being a Tier 3 player, Feng had actually managed this feat without resorting to external tools. This was inconceivable. Meanwhile, when Sandstorm and the other members of Mythology saw this scene, they, too, gaped in shock. Can he still be considered a player? There were no words to describe the shock Sandstorm felt as he gazed at Feng right now. In the eyes of ordinary players, having the ability to surpass a monster's defensive threshold only meant that they could reduce the combat power of the target monster. However, for peak experts and apex experts, who frequently fought high-tiered monsters, having such an ability held an entirely different meaning. For peak experts and apex experts, having such an ability meant that they could solo kill monsters. The monsters in God's domain were born with high HP and defense, particularly HP. Even if players could inflict over 1,000,000 damage with their attacks, this amount of damage was nothing for high-tiered monsters like mythic monsters. Such damage wouldn't overcome the monster's battle recovery. An army of players was necessary to kill high-tiered monsters. Hence, in God's domain, it was common knowledge that even if a player's raw power surpassed that of high-tiered monsters, solo killing these monsters would still be impossible, especially Grand Lords or higher-ranked monsters. This held true even for current Tier 3 players. However, there was one method that players could use to defeat such high-tiered monsters, executing attacks surpassing the target monster's defensive threshold. Attacks that surpassed a monster's defensive threshold could inflict severe injuries on the monster's physical body. Moreover, after injuring a monster up to a certain point, aside from reducing the monster's combat power, players could also force monsters into a weakened state, which would drastically reduce their defense and maximum HP. If players managed to corner a monster to the point where it entered a heavily weakened state, they could even impose the HP loss debuff on the target monster and thoroughly nullify the monster's battle recovery. If a monster lost its battle recovery, which was also its strongest ability, solo killing it would no longer be impossible. With sufficient stamina and concentration, players could slowly but surely grind the monster to death. Now that Feng was capable of surpassing the six-eyed gorilla's defensive threshold, this meant that Feng could solo kill it. Meanwhile, a player having the ability to solo kill a Tier 4 mythic monster was simply unheard of in God's domain. At this moment, however, let alone the spectating players, even Feng himself found this situation astonishing. Why did Light Shadow's destructive power increase by so much? Feng was confused as he looked at the six-eyed gorilla's severed arm. Judging by the damage to its HP, my attack's raw power should still be far from the peak Tier 4 standard. Light Shadow should be just slightly stronger than a Tier 4 spell, yet the actual destruction it caused is no different from that of a peak Tier 4 attack. Could this be due to the ancient Secret Lands environment? Meanwhile, as Feng was analyzing the situation, the one-horned bear rushed toward him. The bear's gigantic frame made it seem as if a small mountain was charging at him. In fact, there was even the vague image of a mountain overlapping with the one-horned bear's figure. Tier 4 skill, Crumbling Mountain. The AoE of the one-horned bear's attack covered a 50-yard radius. Feng responded by raising the abyssal blade above his head once more. Light Shadow. When using Light Shadow this time, however, Feng placed the majority of his focus on perceiving the mana around himself. He wanted to see just what was enabling his mana technique to exhibit such immense power. When Feng started swinging the abyssal blade, another pitch-black wall formed on the battlefield, shattered the Phantom Mountain, and subsequently landed on the one-horned bear's left shoulder. Roar! When the pitch-black wall cut into the one-horned bear's shoulder, the bear let loose an agonized howl. Its HP also instantly fell by more than 620,000. Although Feng's attack this time did not sever the one-horned bear's left arm, it prevented the bear from freely moving its injured arm. Now, the bear could rely on only its 2 legs and 1 arm to stabilize itself. After suffering this grievous injury, the one-horned bear continuously growled at Feng angrily. However, fear was also clear in the bear's eyes. Upon seeing this scene, Floating Light and those of Violet's sword who were retreating were dumbfounded once more. How is this possible? That move just now wasn't a skill. Floating Light felt as if his worldview had been refreshed when he saw the one-horned bear daunted by Feng. In Floating Light's opinion, the attack Feng used to injure the six-eyed gorilla heavily should be a special skill. Otherwise, there was no way the attack could be so powerful. However, only 2 or 3 seconds after Feng retaliated against the six-eyed gorilla, the swordsman was using the same move against the one-horned bear. There was no way such a powerful skill could have such a brief cooldown. The only explanation for this situation was that Feng wasn't using a skill or spell, but a special technique instead. By simply relying on a special technique, Feng was actually capable of heavily injuring mythic monsters. Moreover, these mythic monsters were even the ancient Secret Lands region chiefs. Nobody would believe Floating Light if he told this tale to others. After repelling the one-horned bear, Feng himself was stunned as well. So, this is the reason why the ancient Secret Land can help players reach Tier 4. Feng thought as he looked at the closing spatial tear before him. In God's domain, the greatest difference separating Tier 3 and Tier 4 players wasn't the difference in physique, but the degree of control they had over mana and their application of it. To be precise, it was the degree of control over and application of ambient mana. Controlling and utilizing ambient mana might be something players had started doing since the start of the game, but the standard at which Tier 0 players did it was only at the most basic level. Their efficiency in utilizing mana was extremely low. Hence, players needed to rely on the mana of their fully unlocked mana bodies to guide and utilize the ambient mana for their own use. To put it simply, players had to rely on their own mana bodies to integrate and convert ambient mana into their own mana. By doing so, one would be able to maximize the power they could exhibit with their mana. However, integrating ambient mana was a challenge. Without guidelines or legacies in the outside world to teach players how to accomplish this, players could only rely on themselves to learn how to do so. However, while carefully observing the second light shadow he executed, Feng noticed something peculiar about the mana around him. The ancient Secret Land's ambient mana had actually taken the initiative to integrate itself with his mana. This development had drastically increased the amount of ambient mana he could manipulate and, in turn, boosted the power of light shadow significantly. However, as he wasn't actively executing this mana integration, his mana usage efficiency was still very low. The additional ambient mana he managed to manipulate had increased only light shadow's destructive power, not the mana technique's strength. This was akin to putting an edge on a weapon. While he might have increased the weapon's destructive power, the weapon itself remained unchanged. Even so, this was an incredibly precious situation. After all, there was almost no information available in the outside world that could help players achieve mana integration. Now that the mana here was actively integrating itself with his mana, he could gain some hints on how to do so and increase his learning efficiency. Following which, Feng stopped dwelling on this matter. Instead, he executed Light Shadow 2 more times to chop off 1 leg each from the one-horned bear and six-eyed gorilla. The mobility of these 2 region chiefs has already been greatly reduced. Let's go. Feng said as he turned to Crimson Star and Wildfighter, who were still in a daze. After saying so, Feng promptly ran toward the ancient city, ignoring the two region chiefs. He got through, just like that. Crimson Star and Wildfighter were at a loss for words when they goggled at the two region chiefs, which were warily watching Feng leave without making a move. They were currently inside the extremely dangerous ancient secret land, and their opponents were even two region chiefs, and yet. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. However, Crimson Star and Wildfighter did not linger over this topic for long. They quickly instructed everyone else on the team to ignore the two region chiefs and follow Feng. Now that the two region chiefs had each lost a leg, their mobility was greatly impeded compared to before. It would be almost impossible for them to catch up with Tier 3 players running at full speed. The team could easily escape the two region chiefs' perception range before they fully recovered. Team leader, are we still chasing them? A Tier 3 ranger from mythology asked Sandstorm when he saw Feng's team leaving. Of course, we are. Sandstorm said as he glared at the Tier 3 ranger. Gritting his teeth, he said, I admit that Black Flame's combat power is at inhuman levels, but he is only one person. Even if we can't kill Black Flame, I refuse to believe that we can't handle the other players on his team. So long as we get rid of everyone else, Black Flame's plans here will be ruined. After saying so, Sandstorm started chasing Feng's team, together with the other 30+ members of mythology. Chapter 2630, Tier 4 Divine Will. While the ancient secret land might be known as a secret land, it was several times larger than a large-scale map in the outside world, essentially a miniature world. Even though Feng and the others were Tier 3 players, since they were prohibited from using mounts, they ended up running for more than half a day to reach a majestic city in the middle of a canyon. The city in question had several layers of magic barriers as defense. Through the translucent barriers, one could see multiple magic towers and buildings several hundred meters tall. There were even floating buildings that could not be found in any of the kingdoms and empires on the main continent. This city was far more developed than even the capitals of kingdoms and empires. Feng was shocked when he laid eyes on this majestic ancient city for the first time. Even while standing several thousand yards away from the city, he could already feel a frightening pressure constantly bearing down on his body, making his body indescribably heavy. If Tier 2 players were subjected to this pressure, they wouldn't be able to approach the city at all. Be careful of those statues erected behind the city walls. Although there are magic arrays suppressing the power of those statues, if you look at them for too long, you'll fall into a mentally weakened state, Crimson Star warned the curious crowd behind her. If that happens, you'll need 4 or 5 days to recover. Let alone challenging the trial, you might not even have enough time to make it out of the secret land. Those statues will cause players to fall into a mentally weakened state. Upon hearing Crimson Star's words, Feng could not help taking a closer look at the stone statues enveloped by magic arrays. As soon as he did so, he felt a frightening spiritual pressure invading his mind. At the same time, the figure of an ancient being appeared briefly before his mind's eye. Feng's heart palpitated from this mental pressure. Fortunately, his mind was able to resist it, if just barely. Tier 4 Divine Will. Feng was somewhat surprised at the mental pressure the statues were exuding. No wonder Violet's sword was able to produce so many Tier 4 experts back then. At this point, ancient gods had long since withdrawn from the main continent of God's domain. Now, it was incredibly difficult to meet even demigods there. However, before disappearing, many ancient gods had left behind legacies in dangerous locations. Meanwhile, these legacy locations generally possess divine will. On the surface, the divine wills in these legacy locations function to inflict powerful mental pressure on trespassers and deter casual approach or observation of the legacy locations. However, divine will also had a very useful function for players, the tempering of concentration. In God's domain, players' stamina and concentration were considered hidden attributes and were incredibly difficult to raise. This was especially true for the concentration attribute. Aside from tier promotions, there were no clear methods that players could use to raise their concentration. Originally, concentration was an attribute few players paid attention to, as they would generally run out of stamina before they would concentration. However, as more and more players started learning combat techniques, everyone finally understood the importance of concentration. With stronger concentration, not only could players afford to execute many more combat techniques, but they could also reduce the stamina and concentration consumption of combat techniques. Most importantly, powerful combat techniques required sufficiently high concentration. Unfortunately, there weren't many known methods that players could use to reliably increase their concentration. Generally, players could only rely on raising their tiers or improving their brain activity to do so. However, as more and more experts came into contact with ancient locations and divine will, they had discovered an astonishing matter: divine will could actually be used to raise the maximum limit of players' concentration. Although the improvements were small, players would eventually receive an impressive boost to their concentration over time. However, divine will wasn't something that easily found. Moreover, divine will couldn't improve a player's concentration in perpetuity. The improvements players could receive from the divine will would differ depending on its strength. If players already possessed very powerful concentration, certain divine wills might not even be effective on them. Meanwhile, the statues erected within the ancient city contained divine will capable of tempering players' concentration up to the Tier 4 standard, hence, Feng had referred to it as Tier 4 divine will. If a Tier 3 player could elevate their concentration to the Tier 4 standard, it would be of tremendous help when challenging the Tier 4 promotion quest. With stronger concentration, players could better control their body, strength, and mana. They would be able to exhibit much greater potential than they used to. However, due to the magic arrays enveloping those statues, the divine will the statues emitted was heavily suppressed. While this weakened divine will might be effective on ordinary Tier 3 players, it would be almost no help to Tier 3 peak experts. Tier 3 peak experts that tried to temper themselves using this divine will would only exhaust their concentration to no avail. Guild leader Black Flame, ahead of us is the entrance to the trial grounds, Crimson Star said as she pointed at a gigantic gate nearby. As we are challenging the hero trial, we have only one opportunity. If we team wipe inside, we won't be able to enter the trial grounds anymore. However, so long as we have even one person alive, even if everyone else on the team dies, we can still enter the trial grounds after getting automatically resurrected outside. Only, the resurrection period within the ancient secret land is very long, 1 full day, so everyone needs to be careful while inside. It might be fine if they were challenging the normal trial, but they had only one opportunity to challenge the hero trial. If the players on their team kept dying, they definitely wouldn't be able to clear the hero trial before the effects of their alchemy arrays ran out. Hence, when challenging the hero trial, controlling the casualty rate was crucial. This was also the reason why she wanted to avoid the region chiefs. Had their team gotten annihilated by the 2 region chiefs back then, they would have had to wait 1 full day before they could head to the trial grounds. I understand, Feng said, nodding. Since Feng already understood her intentions, Crimson Star did not say anything more. After all, experts of Feng's caliber generally needed only small reminders to know what they should do. Following which, Crimson Star, Wildfighter, and several other Violet Sword members approached the 10-meter-tall teleportation gate. Each of them then took out an ink-black crystal from their bags and started chanting an incantation. As soon as these dozen or so players started chanting, the divine runes engraved on the teleportation gate lit up and drew the ambient mana toward the teleportation gate. While Crimson Star and the others were activating the hero trial, Sandstorm and Mythology's other members were quietly observing the situation from behind a pile of shattered rocks 500 yards away. The hero trial, the female guardian knight standing beside Sandstorm exclaimed in surprise when she identified the divine runes lighting up on the teleportation gate. Violet Sword actually plans to challenge the hero trial now. Are they insane? She had experienced the ancient city's trials herself. While she didn't know what the hero trial was like, she knew that even the elite trial was not something current players could hope to conquer. If not for their previous raid team having plenty of advanced battle arrays, they wouldn't have made it to the trial boss's feet. As for the more difficult hero trial, that was something even the current mythology didn't dare dream of challenging. The hero trial. When Sandstorm saw Crimson Star's group activating the hero trial, a wide smile bloomed on his face. Good. Wonderful. Although I don't know what gave Violet Swords and Zero Wings people the courage to challenge the hero trial, this is our chance. Since Crimson Star and Wildfighter are personally activating the hero trial, they can't stop midway without wasting their one chance. This is the perfect time for us to take action. But dealing with Black Flame won't be easy, the female Guardian Knight argued worriedly as she eyed Feng, who was standing beside the teleportation gate. With him around, it'll be difficult for us to gain any advantage. Relax. The Vice Commander prepared a trump card for our operation this time, Sandstorm said, grinning. He then took out several gleaming gemstones from his bag. These are Tier 3 magic devouring gemstones, which the Vice Commander obtained from the Demon God's Shrine. If we equip them on level 100 dark gold weapons or above, we can sacrifice the weapon and the gemstone to gain Tier 4 power for a short period. This item isn't subject to any restrictions inside the ancient secret land. The Vice Commander gave me 5 of these as a precaution. So long as we 5 team leaders use this gemstone, we'll have 5 Tier 4 combatants on our side. Including the HP and defense we'll gain from the advanced battle array, we should be able to pin down Black Flame with just 3 people. The remaining 2 team leaders will lead the rest to slaughter Violet Swords and Zero Wings members. All their efforts will go down the drain. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, if you had such treasures on you, why didn't you take them out earlier? The female Guardian Knight grumbled as she rolled her eyes at Sandstorm. Previously, the task their Vice Commander gave them was for them to spoil Violet Sword's plan, as well as kill Feng if possible. With the magic devouring gemstones, while they might not be capable of killing Feng, spoiling Violet Sword's plan would be child's play. After all, players that died in the ancient secret land needed to wait 1 full day to get resurrected. If they could kill a significant number of Violet Swords and Zero Wings members, the 2 guilds would waste 1 day of the alchemy array's operational time, which would, in turn, drastically reduce the 2 guilds' odds of clearing the hero trial. And if they could interrupt the activation of the teleportation gate, they would thoroughly shatter Violet Sword's plan of raiding the hero trial. Alright, 1 for each of you, Sandstorm said as he distributed the magic-devouring gemstones to the 4 other team leaders on the team. He then looked toward Feng and said, "It's time we let Black Flame know how foolish it is to offend mythology." Chapter 2631, Yen Xiaoqian taking action. As Crimson Star and the others chanted their incantation, a spatial tunnel gradually opened in the teleportation gate. The moment the spatial tunnel appeared, everyone present felt an ancient aura spilling out from it as if a dragon from the abyss had just awakened. An unprecedented pressure bore down on their bodies. So, this is the hero trial. Feng was inwardly astonished when he felt the pressure on his body. The strength of this aura practically rivals that of a demigod. Even Tier 3 experts will most likely have difficulty exhibiting combat power at the Tier 2 standard while inside. While the pressure and aura subjected players to was not fatal, it would affect their combat power. At this moment, the aura leaking out of the spatial passage was so powerful that it made even Feng feel very uncomfortable. If other Tier 3 players were to fight while subjected to this aura, their combat power would definitely suffer. There are still 40 seconds left until the teleportation gate is fully activated. A mana shockwave will occur when that happens. Floating Light, start constructing a barrier. Crimson Star said through the team chat when she saw the spatial passage stabilizing. Understood. Upon hearing Crimson Star's command, Floating Light promptly ordered Violet Sword's Tier 3 magical classes to construct a Tier 3 defensive barrier. While a mana shockwave wouldn't cause direct damage, players that got hit by one would have their control over and perception of mana weaken significantly for a certain period. Players might even lose the ability to use skills and spells during this time. On Violet Sword's first attempt at the normal trial, the raid team dispatched had failed to take this mana shockwave into account. As a result, the raid team had suffered from a runaway mana state for one whole day. However, as Violet Sword's members were constructing the defensive barrier, a low shout came from a distance. A chance! Everyone, attack! Interrupt the teleportation gate's activation. Sandstorm commanded when he saw Floating Light and the magical class players of Violet Sword constructing a magic barrier. Immediately, several figures charged toward Crimson Star's group with flying speeds. The Silver Light Legion. Crimson Star immediately recognized Sandstorm's group when she saw them, her complexion darkening slightly. Sandstorm. Is mythology trying to break the agreement? If their team had come across Sandstorm's group under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have paid mythology's members any attention at all. However, Violet Sword's peak experts were currently occupied with activating the teleportation gate and defending against the resulting mana shockwave. They barely had any manpower available to repulse Sandstorm's group. Meanwhile, Sandstorm's team consisted of Void Realm experts or better. If these people attacked now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, Sandstorm and the others had their advanced battle arrays activated, which boosted their basic attributes far beyond those of ordinary Tier 3 players. Agreement. Sandstorm laughed at Crimson Star's words. I don't recall mythology making any agreements with Violet Sword regarding what happens inside the ancient secret land. Besides, if you have to blame someone, blame yourselves for not knowing what's good for you. Since you dare to partner with Zero Wing, then die with it. Sandstorm's team accelerated. Damn it. They're actually taking action. Crimson Star turned to Floating Light and said, Light, coordinate with Guild Leader Black Flame's group and buy us time. If the teleportation gate's activation is interrupted, we'll lose our chance to challenge the hero trial. Understood. Floating Light nodded in response. He then faced Sandstorm's team with a solemn expression. Although their side had an absolute advantage in numbers and they even had the help of a monster like Feng, the number of combat-ready peak experts they had was far from comparable. Not to mention, Sandstorm and a few other individuals on his team had an advanced battle array, which granted them a huge increase in basic attributes. If they allowed Sandstorm's team to break through and interrupt Crimson Star's group, then all their preparations for the hero trial would be for naught. You need to be careful. I don't know why, but Sandstorm and his fellow team leaders are actually giving off a pressure like a mythic monsters. Do not clash with them directly, no matter what. Wildfighter reminded, a serious expression similarly appearing on his face. All you need to do is buy time. So long as you can hold them back for 40 seconds or so, we'll be free and can deal with them together. At this time, however, Feng suddenly said, that won't be necessary. Just leave these people to us. Focus on activating the teleportation gate and defending against what comes after. Guild Leader Black Flame, we do not doubt your strength, but we really cannot take this risk. The members of Mythology's Silver Light Legion are all supported by a battle array. Their peak experts can hold their own against Domain Realm experts. Not to mention, Sandstorm and his fellow team leaders are at the half-step Domain Realm, at the very least. The few of them also possess some kind of strange strength. They aren't a force that an ordinary team of peak experts can hope to handle, Crimson Star advised hurriedly when she saw Feng dissuading them from taking part in the battle. Although Floating Light's group only has a few members, every one of them is a peak expert. They can be of some help to you. She was confident that Feng would emerge victorious in a fight with Sandstorm's group. However, their problem right now wasn't whether they could defeat Sandstorm's group but whether they could prevent Sandstorm's group from interrupting the teleportation gate's activation. After all was said and done, Feng was only one person. Since Sandstorm's team had 30 players, how many could Feng possibly hold back by himself? Wildfighter also nodded in agreement with Crimson Star's words. He felt that Feng was being perverse about keeping up appearances. Don't misunderstand. We are fully capable of stopping this level of combat power. If you still feel uneasy, I won't object to you joining the battle, Feng said, chuckling at the anxious expressions on Crimson Star's and Wildfighter's faces. Although Feng did not speak that loudly, everyone present was a Tier 3 expert with extraordinary senses. Hence, even Sandstorm's group, which was still several hundred yards away, heard him clearly. Stop us. Sandstorm laughed at Feng's words, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. Let's see how you'll stop us, then. You guys, take action. As soon as Sandstorm finished speaking, 6 level 113 and higher assassins suddenly appeared within 50 yards of Crimson Star's group. The masked man at the head of the assassins radiated an aura rivaling that of mythic monsters. This lead assassin moved so quickly that he appeared within 30 yards of Crimson Star in just the blink of an eye. The assassin then unsheathed his daggers and sent several dozen arcs of light tearing through space toward Crimson Star and the dozen or so other players activating the teleportation gate. What? Some of them actually snuck over already. Floating Light's complexion paled upon seeing these 6 assassins. It was simply impossible for them to stop such a sudden and widespread attack. Even Feng would most likely be able to stop only a portion of these attacks. After all, Crimson Star and the others activating the teleportation gate stood a distance from each other. It was impossible for a melee player like Feng to cover all that ground simultaneously. Just when the several dozen arcs of light were about to land on Crimson Star and the others, however, ice walls started appearing out of thin air one after another, separating Crimson Star's group from the light arcs. Meanwhile, when these powerful light arcs, which were capable of tearing apart even space itself, landed on the ice walls, it was as if they had crashed into an impenetrable wall. Not only did the ice wall stop the advance of these light arcs, but they even deflected the attacks to a certain extent. In the end, not even one of the several dozen light arcs managed to land on their target. Impossible. My attack actually got deflected by a bunch of Tier 2 ice walls. The eyes of the level 114, Tier 4 assassin in the lead nearly fell out of their sockets when he saw this scene. Currently, thanks to the magic devouring gemstone, his Tier 3 skill already carried power at the Tier 4 standard, something a few measly Tier 2 ice walls couldn't hope to deflect. In fact, the Tier 2 ice walls shouldn't even be capable of affecting his attack at all. However, the impossible had actually happened. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, who took action? Sandstorm was likewise stunned by this scene. He then turned to Crimson Star and wondered, could it be her? At this moment, Sandstorm truly could not think of any elementalist, aside from Crimson Star, who could use Tier 2 ice walls to deflect Tier 4 attacks. On the other hand, Crimson Star was currently activating the teleportation gate. Logically, she shouldn't have any leeway to do anything else. Crimson Star herself was astonished by this situation. However, compared to a melee player like Sandstorm, she, as an elementalist, was much more sensitive to mana. Hence, she was able to trace the origin of the ice walls immediately. Xiaoqian. When Crimson Star turned to look at the origin of the ice walls, however, she was stunned when her gaze landed on Xiaoqian. Currently, ice-type mana swirled around Xiaoqian, a testament to the activation of an ice-type spell. Since when was she this strong? Chapter 2632, Silence Battlefield. Upon seeing Xiaoqian take action, Violet Sword's members fell silent. Xiaoqian had attracted a lot of attention when she participated in the training for young talents in Violet Sword. One of the reasons for this was that she was only half a step away from entering the domain realm. The other reason was Instructor Tori's willingness to teach her. Hence, most of Violet Sword's upper echelon and peak experts had done their research on her and knew what kind of strength she possessed. However, the current Xiaoqian was like a completely different person from the one they knew. She had single-handedly stopped the attack of a peak expert whose basic attributes were at the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, this Tier 3 assassin expert was also clearly only half a step away from the domain realm. Of the Violet Sword members present, even domain realm experts like Crimson Star and Wildfighter might not be able to stop the assassin's attacks completely, yet Xiaoqian had. Naturally, this surprised Violet Sword's members. Her mana body is fully unlocked. Wildfighter, who stood relatively close to Xiaoqian, revealed astonishment on his face when he sensed intense mana fluctuations from her. Her mana body was only at a little more than 50% potential 3 days ago. What did Zero Wing do? Upon hearing Wildfighter's words, realization dawned upon the other Violet Sword members present, and every one of them stared at Xiaoqian in even greater astonishment. This was especially true for Floating Light, who had trained under instructor Tori together with her. How is this possible? This is the mana body we are talking about. How can she fully unlock it in just 3 days? Floating Light's eyes widened in shock as he gaped at Xiaoqian. For a moment, he felt as if he was looking at a stranger. When it came to talent in combat, he was superior to Xiaoqian. In addition, after he had trained in the ancient Secret Land Special Training Ground, his combat power was now recognized as almost equal to Solitary Frost's. In theory, he should be far superior to Xiaoqian. Now, however, it turned out that Xiaoqian's combat power actually surpassed his by a large margin. However, before Violet Sword's members could react to this unexpected development, Mythology's lead assassin made another move. This time, though, he dashed forward at great speed instead of launching a ranged attack. In no time at all, the lead assassin arrived within 10 yards of Crimson Star's group, this situation causing the expressions of Crimson Star and the others to darken. The assassin class wasn't known for its ranged attacks, the class truly shone in close combat. This was especially true for the explosive power the class could exhibit at melee range. Moreover, with the agility of the assassin class, trying to pin one down using ranged spells was extremely difficult, all the more an assassin with Tier 4 basic attributes. That little girl's defensive measures might be brilliant, but at this distance, I want to see how she'll stop my attacks, the lead assassin said as he got within 5 yards of Wildfighter. Tier 3 skill, Absolute Shadow Assault. Immediately, the assassin's body split into multiple shadows to assail Wildfighter, these shadows causing the surrounding space to crack as they approached the berserker. These shadows were so powerful that even Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors would die instantly if struck, let alone a berserker like Wildfighter. It's over. Upon seeing the rapidly approaching shadows, Wildfighter involuntarily shut his eyes. As he was currently activating the teleportation gate, he couldn't afford to defend against the attack at all, doing so would cancel the process. Moreover, even if he weren't occupied with the gate's activation, he still wouldn't be able to get away unscathed from such a powerful attack. After all, not only did these shadows carry power at the Tier 4 standard, but they were also strengthened by a basic combat technique. Just as the several shadows were about to devour Wildfighter, however, a figure suddenly descended from above and transformed into 4 identical copies of himself, which then struck at the assaulting shadows. Feng! 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 The clangor of weapons repeatedly echoed throughout the area before the teleportation gate. Multiple cracks extending up to 30 yards away appeared on the ground. The frightening shockwaves resulting from the clashes almost toppled the nearby peak experts. When the dust settled, a male youth wielding a great sword appeared, standing quietly before the lead assassin from Mythology. Since the youth's HP bar remained full, it was obvious that he had successfully fended off the lead assassin's attack. Solitary Frost. Wildfighter could not help doubting his eyes when he saw the youth shielding him. Even in his peak state, Wildfighter doubted he could perfectly defend against the lead assassin's attack. However, not only did Solitary Frost remain unscathed after repelling the lead assassin's attack, but the youth had also kept Wildfighter from coming to harm. The combat power Solitary Frost had just displayed was completely different from what Wildfighter remembered. He fully unlocked his mana body as well. When Crimson Star saw that Solitary Frost was similarly exuding a frightening amount of mana from his body, astonishment and confusion appeared in her eyes. In the case of Xiaoqian, Crimson Star still found it understandable for the girl to unlock her mana body to 100% potential in just 3 short days. After all, Xiaoqian was a magical class player. She boasted far better mana control than melee experts like Solitary Frost. She had much better odds of unlocking the mana body. Now, however, Solitary Frost had actually fully unlocked his mana body too. Since when did unlocking the mana body become so easy? While Crimson Star stewed in shock and confusion, Mythology's assassin leader, whose attacks got thwarted twice in a row, was extremely depressed. First, it was Xiaoqian. Now, it was Solitary Frost. He was clearly just one step away from foiling Violet Sword's plans, yet he got blocked time and again. Sandstorm, my side is in trouble. The kid I'm up against has already fully unlocked his mana body. His combat standard is also very high. He's not the slightest bit weaker than Wildfighter. If he focuses on deflecting my attacks, I don't think I can do anything to the casters within a short period. If Black Flame joins in on the fight, I'm afraid I won't even be able to escape, the lead assassin reported to Sandstorm through the team chat. Since the ambush has failed, retreat and regroup with us first. We'll focus on killing off as many of Zero Wings and Azure's members as possible, Sandstorm ordered, gritting his teeth when he saw Feng holding off the remaining 5 members of the assassin party. After saying so, Sandstorm hastened his footsteps. Previously, the main group of Mythology's team had deliberately exposed themselves to hold the attention of Feng and the other Zero Wing members with fully unlocked mana bodies so that the assassin party would succeed in its ambush. However, Azure turned out to have monsters with fully unlocked mana bodies as well. This unexpected development had thrown a wrench into Sandstorm's original plans. Everyone, charge. No need to hold back anymore. We'll get rid of them together with the assassin party. Sandstorm shouted as he pointed at Zero Wings members. Upon seeing Sandstorm's team rushing toward Zero Wings and Azure's members, Crimson Star and Wildfighter could not help growing anxious. Guild leader Black Flame, we must not let that Tier 3 assassin regroup with Sandstorm's group. Team leaders like him can enter a battle array with each other. If we let him regroup with the main team, those team leaders will become even stronger. Crimson Star warned when she saw Mythology's assassin leader retreating at flying speeds. Relax. Even if they regroup, they have no chance of victory, Feng assured her, smiling. Even after seeing Mythology's assassin party retreating, he showed no intention of giving chase. But, Crimson Star fell speechless when she saw Feng's nonchalant attitude toward Mythology. She knew that Zero Wing had sent over 100 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies this time. These experts undoubtedly possessed astonishing combat power. However, the 30-plus members of Mythology's Silver Light Legion were no pushovers either. With the assistance of a battle array, even those that hadn't fully unlocked their mana bodies could still exhibit combat power rivaling that of experts with fully unlocked mana bodies. In addition, every one of Mythology's members present was a bona fide peak expert or better. If the two sides clashed with each other, Zero Wing definitely wouldn't have an easy time. Good. Flowing Shadows party is almost back. Everyone, get ready. It's time we let Zero Wing and Azure know the power of Mythology. Sandstorm said to the 3 other team leaders when he saw the assassin party within 100 yards of the main team. Leave it to us. Once we activate our battle array, even Black Flame shouldn't think of making short work of us, the female Guardian Knight standing beside Sandstorm said, nodding. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. However, Just as Mythology's assassin party was about to rejoin Sandstorm's group, Feng glanced at Aqua Rose, who stood beside him. In response, Aqua Rose nodded and said calmly, "Everyone, no need to continue hiding. Let these people know our true power." As soon as Aqua Rose finished speaking, Zero Wings members promptly removed their black cloaks. A tsunami of mana immediately flooded the area outside the ancient city. A powerful aura also swept across everyone on the battlefield, stopping Mythology's members in their tracks. And upon seeing the statistics of Zero Wings members, Mythology's members could not help being dumbfounded. Currently, every Zero Wing member before them not only possessed a fully unlocked mana body but was also at level 117 or level 118. Zero Wings melee players were especially eye-catching as every one of them actually boasted dark gold set equipment. Chapter 2633, Monsters, those levels. How is this possible? Are they monsters? At this moment, let alone Mythology's members, even Violet Sword's members were stunned to see the levels of Zero Wings members. Currently, even the peak experts of the various superpowers had reached only level 113 or level 114. However, even the lowest leveled Zero Wing member present was at level 117, far ahead of the superpowers' peak experts. Team leader Sandstorm, all of them have fully unlocked their mana bodies. Moreover, their equipment standards are quite high, especially for those melee players. I'm afraid we'll need a lot of time and resources to kill them. If Violet Sword's side manages to free up some manpower in the meantime, we'll be in danger, a Tier 3 Berserker from Mythology warned Sandstorm as he looked at the 100+ Zero Wing members before them. Although the team leaders on their team had all fully unlocked their mana bodies, no one else on the team had. They only had the assistance of a battle array. However, even if they possessed superior basic attributes to Zero Wings members, they definitely wouldn't be superior by much, judging by the equipment standard of Zero Wings members. If it came down to a fight, they wouldn't have much of an advantage even in a one-on-one fight. Not to mention, their team only had 30-odd members, whereas Zero Wings' side had more than 100 players. Overall, they were at a complete disadvantage. Damn it! You guys retreat. Sandstorm ordered, his complexion darkening as he gazed at Zero Wings members. He then turned to the female guardian knight beside him and said, "Feather, you and the other team leaders continue fighting. We'll kill as many as we can. Retreat as soon as Crimson Star's group finishes activating the teleportation gate." "Got it," replied the female guardian knight named White Feather, unopposed to Sandstorm's decision. Team leaders like herself and Sandstorm currently possessed power at the Tier 4 standard. With the assistance of the battle array, their basic attributes were far superior to those of Zero Wings members. Out of the Zero Wing members present, only Feng could actually put them in a bind. However, if the 5 of them split up and took action independently, they could slaughter quite a few of Zero Wings members. Moreover, they had already used the precious magic devouring gemstones for the operation. If they still failed to produce any results, they would definitely be punished. Obedient to Sandstorm's command, everyone from Mythology, aside from the 5 team leaders, promptly turned around and fled. However, as soon as Mythology's members took flight, a clear and crisp voice entered everyone's ears. "Don't even think of getting away so easily." In the next moment, a magic array rapidly spread out from beneath Xiaoqian's feet, summoning a barrier of flames. Covering a 500-yard radius around Xiaoqian, the barrier trapped all of Mythology's members within it. "Bastard!" Sandstorm bellowed in rage when he saw the barrier of flames rise. He immediately charged straight at Xiaoqian, his movement speed astonishing Violet Sword's members. Sandstorm was at least twice as fast as the assassin leader that attacked Crimson Star's group earlier. In the blink of an eye, he appeared over 50 yards from his original location. "Everyone, be careful. He's already capable of perfectly integrating advanced footwork into his movement skill. Do not clash with him directly." Wildfighter warned, a grim expression appearing on his face at Sandstorm's astonishing speed. Among the various types of combat techniques available, the most difficult type to integrate with skills and spells was footwork. Integrating footwork with a movement skill was especially challenging. Even in Violet Sword, only a few individuals were capable of this. Anyone who achieved this integration could freely weave their way through an army of tens of thousands. Not to mention, Sandstorm's basic attributes were currently at the Tier 4 standard. With the combination of his speed and strength, he was basically unstoppable. In just 3 seconds, Sandstorm penetrated Zero Wing's defensive line and arrived behind Xiaoqian. He then executed a downward slash at the Elementalist's back using the silver short sword he wielded. "Die, you hindrance!" Sandstorm bellowed. Immediately, mana gathered around his short sword and coalesced into a great sword that left a dark void in its wake. Just when the great sword was about to land on Xiaoqian, however, a lithe figure suddenly appeared beside the Elementalist and sent a sword-like cutting at the great sword. Boom! A loud explosion shook the battlefield, and the space surrounding the point of collision shattered into oblivion. The resulting shockwave sent all the players within a 10-yard radius of the explosion's epicenter flying. Impossible! She blocked it. White Feather, who was watching from a distance, doubted her eyes when she saw Gentle Snow stopping Sandstorm's attack. Although Sandstorm was an assassin, he had been drastically strengthened by the magic-devouring gemstone and the advanced battle array. His current strength far exceeded that of ordinary mythic monsters of the same level. With the boost in power his Tier 3 skill provided, his attack should be capable of repulsing even bona fide mythic monsters. However, despite being merely a Tier 3 player, Gentle Snow had actually managed to receive the attack without losing any ground. A special skill. Sandstorm muttered. Although he was similarly surprised that Gentle Snow stopped his attack, he quickly realized the reason why she was able to do so. "I don't know what skill you used to stop my attack, but since it is a skill and not a combat technique, you'll only be able to stop me once. I refuse to believe you can continue stopping me." After saying so, Sandstorm readied himself to launch another attack. However, as if Gentle Snow had long anticipated this, she intercepted him, executing 4 attacks with her great sword. Will of Light. 4 extreme slashes. Boom! 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 Sandstorm quickly responded to Gentle Snow's intervention, rapidly brandishing his short sword to defend against the 4 slashes. Every attack he blocked sent him stumbling 1 step back. "Are you done using your skill yet?" Although Sandstorm was forced to retreat by 4 steps, he still maintained a calm expression. He then smirked and said, "If you're done, it's my turn now." However, just as Sandstorm finished speaking, Gentle Snow raised Glorious Will above her head. At the same time, her body started releasing a sacred glow that suppressed even the space around her. "Disappear!" Gentle Snow shouted as she swung Glorious Will down at Sandstorm. A boundless light devoured Sandstorm. Myth of Light. With just 1 attack, Gentle Snow obliterated everything before her within 100 yards. Even space itself shattered. As for Sandstorm, he went flying over 100 yards away, his HP falling below 50% and his body covered in injuries. When he hit the ground, the impact created a huge crater. Upon seeing this scene, everyone present was astonished. Violet Swords and Mythology's members, in particular, could not help gaping in shock. Just how many cards does Zero Wing have hidden? Crimson Star wondered aloud as she stared at Gentle Snow. First, it was Feng. Now, it was Gentle Snow. Gentle Snow was clearly only at the Void Realm standard. In terms of basic attributes, she had to be quite inferior to Sandstorm. Moreover, Sandstorm had also fully unlocked his mana body already. The only advantage she had was her level of 118. No matter how Crimson Star looked at it, Gentle Snow shouldn't be a match for Sandstorm. In the end, however, Gentle Snow had used only a few moves to topple Sandstorm. The power of her final attack, in particular, practically rivaled that of the attack Feng used to deal with the two region chiefs. Feather, what should we do? Sandstorm is already heavily injured. There's still Sinful Flame on Azure's side. With just the four of us, I'm afraid we'll have difficulty accomplishing anything, the Tier 3 Elementalist standing beside White Feather asked when he saw Sandstorm struggling even to stand up right now. With the situation as it was, they wouldn't gain anything from continuing this fight. Out of the 5 team leaders taking part in this operation, Sandstorm was the strongest while White Feather came second. Now that Sandstorm was heavily injured and occupied in battle, it was up to White Feather to take charge. We retreat. Zero Wing's strength exceeds our expectations. We need to report this matter to the Vice Commander as soon as possible. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, but what about the fire barrier? The Tier 3 Elementalist asked as he looked at the barrier of flame surrounding them. If I use my trump card, I should be able to shatter it. Once it's gone, have everyone retreat at full speed. White Feather instructed. All right. I'll have them scatter and run, the Tier 3 Elementalist said, nodding. Following which, White Feather shattered Zhao Yueru's barrier of flames with a single move. She and Mythology's other members then scattered and fled. As for Zero Wing's members, they persistently hunted down Mythology's members. In the end, they killed not only 20+ of Mythology's peak experts but also Sandstorm and 2 other team leaders, inflicting severe losses on Mythology's Silverlight Legion. Word of this battle also quickly spread throughout Violet Light City, shaking all those who heard it. Chapter 2634, Fame spreads across the western continent. The Silverlight Legion was Mythology's strongest trump card legion. It might not have many members, but every member had astonishing combat power. Moreover, the peak experts of the Legion all possessed the assistance of a battle array. All this time, the Silverlight Legion had been in existence the various superpowers dreaded. Meanwhile, although Violet Light City was a guild city jointly established by Violet Sword and Mythology, as many superpowers were partners with these super guilds, there were plenty of members of other superpowers present in the city. Word of Sandstorm's team suffering a tragic defeat triggered heated debates among the various superpowers members resting within Violet Light City. Some could not help doubting the validity of this information. In their opinion, Mythology's Silverlight Legion was basically an invincible existence. At this stage of the game, no matter how strong a team of players became, it would, at best, be the Silverlight Legion's equal. The utter rout brooded about was definitely impossible for the Silverlight Legion. How could a pseudo-superpower like Zero Wing have a team capable of defeating the Silverlight Legion? While the various superpowers operating in Violet Light City were looking into this matter, White Feather and the other survivors of Sandstorm's team were currently standing inside a meeting room in Mythology's residence and reporting about it to the white-haired youth before them. White Feather and the others gazed at this white-haired youth with reverence in their eyes. This was because this white-haired youth was none other than the Silverlight Legion's vice commander, Prosciutto, nicknamed the Silver Ghost. You're saying Zero Wing has over 100 members with fully unlocked mana bodies? The Silver Ghost asked calmly as he looked at White Feather. Emisham. In addition, according to our investigations, before Azure's Solitary Frost and Yen Xiaoqian underwent Zero Wing's special training, both of them were still quite some distance away from fully unlocking their mana bodies. Now, however, both of them have already done so, and they now rival Crimson Star and Wildfighter in combat power, White Feather replied seriously while nodding. It seems Zero Wing has quite a lot of secrets, Prosciutto commented as he entered deep thought. Vice Commander, they activated the teleportation gate not long ago. Why don't I organize another team and wait for them to come out? Previously, we lost mainly because we were outnumbered. If we have more people in the team, Zero Wing won't have much of an advantage over us, White Feather suggested. Now that news of the Silver Light Legion's defeat had spread, they would definitely become a laughingstock among the superpowers if they could not take care of Zero Wing in short order. That won't be necessary, Prosciutto said. Chuckling, he continued, since Zero Wing wants to become famous, we'll fulfill their wish. Notify the ones below and have them publicize this information. I believe plenty of superpowers and major corporations will be interested in Zero Wing's secret for unlocking the mana body. Vice Commander, although the other superpowers will definitely be interested in this secret, if we don't make a move ourselves, I'm afraid no superpower will be willing to take action against Zero Wing. In the end, everyone will simply sit back and watch Zero Wing develop, White Feather said worriedly. Relax. Soon, we'll be done with the task the demon god assigned us. At that time, the kingdoms and empires on the continent will no longer serve as a protective shield for the various powers. Meanwhile, with how much resources Zero Wing is occupying, it will become the common target of the superpowers. We won't need to make a move at all, Prosciutto said, smiling. That quest is almost complete. White Feather's eyes glowed with excitement when she heard Prosciutto's words. There were 2 crucial quests available in the demon god's shrine, and the completion of either of them could kick up a storm throughout the western continent. Mythology had chosen to challenge one of those quests. Originally, though, she thought that they would need a lot more time to complete it. If they really completed that quest, then even if Zero Wing cleared the ancient Secret Lands hero trial, it would be meaningless. The only outcome awaiting Zero Wing would be destruction. Alright, go make the necessary preparations to publicize Zero Wing's information. Also, send someone to the Eastern Continent to notify Vice Guild leader Cold Shadow about the quest's progress. She should know how to deal with Zero Wing, Prosciutto commanded. Understood. White Feather replied before leaving the meeting room. News of Zero Wing having over 100 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies spread across the entire western continent, instantly garnering great fame for Zero Wing. At the same time, though, the western continent's powers also grew jealous of Zero Wing and started coveting its secrets. The guild immediately became the focal point of the western continent as the various powers began investigating it. As Zero Wing's fame was spreading across the western continent, Crimson Star was leading Feng and the others into the hero trial. After everyone walked through the teleportation gate and arrived inside the trial grounds, they immediately fell silent. An indescribably solemn expression also appeared on their faces. The reason for this was the intense gravity in the trial grounds. The moment they entered, it felt as if several hundred kilograms had been added to their bodies. Now, let alone fighting, even walking normally was a challenge. In addition, the tunnel they were currently standing in was incomparably dark, which hampered their vision greatly. In fact, aside from their sense of sight, the rest of their 5 senses were also significantly blunted. Now, they felt as if the standard of their 5 senses wasn't even on par with the 5 senses of Tier 1 players. The worst part of it all was the tens of thousands of humanoid monsters ahead of them. Aside from being fully geared in armor, these humanoid monsters also held long swords and carried longbows on their backs. Looking at this scene, everyone could not help feeling that they had just entered an ancient battlefield. Trial Warrior, Dark Creature, Great Lord, Level 120 HP 100 000/100 000 Trial Elite, Dark Creature, Grand Lord, Level 121 HP 430 000/430 000. However, before everyone could digest the information before them, the sound of system notifications entered their ears. System, you have discovered the hero trial space. System, hero trial activated. You have 5 natural days to complete the trial. You will be awarded based on the trial's completion rate. 5 days. How can we possibly get through so many monsters in just 5 days? Floating Light suspected that the system was toying with them when he stared at the endless trial warriors and trial elites before him. The monsters in this trial space were ordinary monsters, which normally wouldn't pose much of a threat to the experts on their team. However, that was in the outside world. Inside the trial space, their physical bodies and 5 senses were heavily suppressed. Even a domain realm expert like himself could barely exhibit 30% of his normal combat power under such a suppression. At this moment, he would have great trouble fighting the trial warriors in a one-on-one situation, let alone the trial elites. Meanwhile, there was only one path in this trial space, so there was no way they could avoid the trial warriors and trial elites entirely. The only way to get to the trial boss was to kill these monsters and gradually carve out a path. Meanwhile, when Crimson Star and Wild Fighter, who had started growing optimistic of success after witnessing Zero Wing's strength, saw this scene, they were likewise stunned. Not only are the monsters here numerous, but they are also positioned very close together. Even if we lure just one of them, I'm afraid we'll end up luring several thousand. In addition, all of these monsters are capable of ranged attacks. Let alone fighting, even dodging their attacks would be a problem. Wildfighter frowned at the trial warriors and trial elites that filled the tunnel before him. Although he had long known that the hero trial would be difficult, he never thought that it would be this difficult. With their bodies so heavily suppressed, if they tried fighting several thousand of these monsters simultaneously, they would definitely be honeycombed in no time. Look closer, the weapons of those monsters are enchanted with the penetrating effect. Not to mention other melee players, even MTs won't be able to tank more than a handful of those monsters. The slightest mistake would mean death. Although I have some spells that can stop a portion of the ranged attacks, there are simply too many monsters. The help I can provide will be negligible, Crimson Star said, a bitter smile forming on her face as she pointed at the trial elite's weapons. Our only option is to have our ranged players kite the monsters and whittle away their numbers. However, if we do that, killing all these monsters in just 5 days will be utterly impossible. Upon hearing Crimson Star's words, Duan Hanshan and the other experts from the Azure Chamber of Commerce also nodded in agreement. Any melee expert that hadn't reached the Void Realm would get slaughtered if they tried going up against more than a handful of these trial monsters by themselves. However, their team simply had too few peak experts. They couldn't form a front line capable of effectively holding off the trial monsters. Their only option was to have the ranged players kite the monsters and have the melee players repel any monsters that got too close for comfort. However, while this strategy was very safe, the efficiency was abysmal. Vice Commander Crimson, you say can block a portion of the ranged attacks? Feng asked after giving the matter some thought. Yes. I can block roughly 20% to 30% of the ranged attacks. However, there are simply too many monsters here. Against the attacks of several thousand monsters, even if I manage to block 30%, it will do little to no good for those dodging the attacks, Crimson Star said, nodding. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, if you can block that much, then there shouldn't be any problem, Feng said after making some mental calculations. Afterward, my side will stand at the front and attract the monsters' attacks. Everyone else just has to attack with everything you've got. We should be able to get to the trial boss within the stipulated time. You'll attract the attacks. Crimson Star was stunned by Feng's words. She simply couldn't understand why Feng didn't consider this a problem. These were the simultaneous attacks of several thousand monsters they were talking about. Moreover, some of these monsters even had weapons with enhanced penetrative effects. Not to mention, in this horrible environment, even peak experts would have difficulty evading the attacks of the trial monsters, let alone Zero Wing's members, who were mainly at the refinement realm standard. However, before Crimson Star and the others could react to Feng's proposal, the swordsman had already commanded Zero Wing's 100+ experts to take action. And these Zero Wing members immediately charged at the nearby trial warriors and trial elites without the slightest bit of hesitation. Chapter 2635, A Stroll Through the Backyard. Upon seeing Zero Wings members dash straight toward the nearest group of trial monsters, Violet Swords and Azure's members gaped in shock. They were going up against several thousand monsters here. Moreover, even the weakest of these monsters was a level 120 Great Lord, yet Feng didn't even bother to discuss positioning and individual assignments before having Zero Wings members charge straight into battle. This was the first time Violet Swords and Azure's members had seen such leadership. To make matters worse, every one of Zero Wings members actually obeyed Feng's command. This is just too reckless. Wildfighter could not help feeling anxious when he saw Feng proceeding with utter disregard for their opinions. There are several thousand monsters. Even if they have fully unlocked mana bodies and can take some hits, if they can't dodge attacks, they'll still end up dead. He admitted that Zero Wings members were very high-leveled. In addition, every one of them also had a fully unlocked mana body. Zero Wings members definitely had a greater advantage when going up against the trial monsters than Violet Sword's peak experts did. However, the system was clearly trying to test players' combat standards in this tunnel. Levels and fully unlocked mana bodies were only secondary. Currently, they were already tight for time because the trial duration was only 5 days instead of the expected 7 days. If they died here and lost a day's worth of progress, they definitely wouldn't be able to complete the trial. We have no choice but to go along with them, Crimson Star sighed when she saw Zero Wings members getting close to the nearest group of trial monsters. I'll activate my magic array in a moment. Everyone else, focus fire on the trial elites. So long as we reduce the number of penetrating attacks we have to deal with, we can stop the remaining trial monsters much more easily. Sinful Flame and the other members of Azure nodded in agreement with Crimson Star's plan before charging toward the nearest trial elite. They intended to get rid of a few trial elites as soon as the battle between both sides started, so that they could lessen the pressure on Zero Wings members and minimize casualties. The instant Zero Wings members entered the trial monsters' perception range, the trial warriors and trial elites promptly sprang into action like veterans of the battlefield. In no time at all, 400 trial warriors spread out into a square formation around the main army. They then stabbed the iron shields they carried into the ground, creating an iron wall that protected the several thousand other trial monsters within their formation. As for the trial monsters inside the square formation, they unslung their bows, split up into several divisions, and fired arrows at Zero Wings members in intervals. This scene stunned Violet Swords and Azure's members momentarily. They had seen monsters attacking as an orderly group before, but this was definitely their first time seeing monsters attacking in such a well-trained fashion. In fact, the coordination of these trial monsters rivaled that of NPCs. Volleys of arrows rained down on Zero Wings members, each volley consisting of more than 1,000 arrows. Moreover, the intervals between the volleys were incredibly short. The arrows in each volley were also well spaced, leaving no room for Zero Wings members to exploit. It's over. Even peak experts will have difficulty dodging and blocking all those arrows. With the combat standards of Zero Wings members, several volleys would be enough to annihilate them. Wildfighter's complexion darkened significantly when he saw the spate of arrows bombarding Zero Wings members. Against such a coordinated and accurate assault, let alone Zero Wings members, even a group of peak experts wouldn't survive for very long. Although the attack pattern was very monotonous, the arrows flew incredibly fast. In addition, they came in torrents. There was a limit to the number of actions and reactions a person could make within a certain period. Over this limit, even domain realm experts would be rendered powerless and could only watch as they got killed. Although these arrows didn't carry a lot of power, they still weren't attacks players like themselves could afford to receive casually. At this moment, every one of Zero Wings members would have to go up against at least 10 arrows simultaneously, with some unlucky ones having to go up against as many as 20. After factoring in the speed of the arrows, these numbers had already exceeded the limits of even Tier 3 peak experts. Only domain realm experts would be able to accurately determine the trajectories of these arrows and react to them in time. Just when the first volley of arrows was about to land on Zero Wings members, a voice appeared in the team chat. Vice Commander Crimson, activate your defensive magic array. Feng ordered unhurriedly as he looked at the descending arrows. Got it. Upon hearing Feng's command, Crimson Star snapped out of her daze and waved her staff, completing the activation of the magic array she had prepared beforehand. A silver barrier bloomed from the center of Zero Wings formation, instantly expanding to cover a 200-yard radius and enveloping all of Zero Wings members within it. Tier 3 Curse, Aerial Defense. Aerial Defense was a curse that had a certain probability of invalidating the flying tools within its range. It was similarly effective against arrows. In the next moment, more than 20% of the first arrow volley clattered to the ground. Now, only about 900 arrows continued flying toward Zero Wings members. Even so, Violet Swords and Azure's members still wore grim expressions on their faces. Although the number of arrows had been reduced to around 900, the number of attacks each of Zero Wings members had to face still exceeded the limit of peak experts, let alone refinement realm experts. As Violet Swords and Azure's members were shaking their heads and sighing, Zero Wings members started maneuvering around the arrows, dodging them effortlessly as if they had long since known the trajectories of these arrows. From afar, it seemed as if Zero Wings members were dancing in a rain of arrows. When the first volley of arrows ended, not a single Zero Wing member had suffered a direct hit. While some Zero Wing members had lost roughly a quarter of their HP, that was merely a result of them defending against the Trial Elite's penetrating arrows. The HP they lost was also instantly replenished by the healers on the team. How is that possible? Floating Light's eyes bulged when he saw this scene. Against that volley of arrows, even he wouldn't have such an easy time blocking and defending. However, Zero Wings members had dealt with the volley of arrows as if they were just strolling through their backyard. At this moment, let alone Floating Light, even Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian, who had trained with Zero Wings members for the past few days, were astonished by this scene. Despite the majority of Zero Wings members being only at the refinement realm, they had easily dealt with an attack that even peak experts would find troublesome. This was simply unbelievable. They can actually block and dodge that kind of attack so easily. Just what kind of training do they normally undergo? Xiaoqian's heart roiled with confusion as she looked at Zero Wings refinement realm experts. What Xiaoqian and the others did not know was that Zero Wings core members had long since familiarized themselves with attacks like the Trial Monster's arrow attacks. After all, they faced much worse when they were training at the Extraordinary Tower's first floor. In fact, in the opinions of Zero Wings members, blocking and dodging the Trial Monster's arrow attacks would still be a cakewalk even without Crimson Star support. After enduring several volleys of arrows, Feng noticed that all of the agitated Trial Monsters had shifted their attention to Zero Wings members. He then ordered through the team chat, "We've stabilized the aggro. Everyone, start attacking." Upon hearing Feng's command, Violet Swords and Azure's members snapped out of their daze and started launching attacks at the Trial Monsters, together with Zero Wings members. Because Zero Wings members were holding aggro, everyone else could attack freely without having to worry about getting attacked themselves. As a result, the Trial Monsters fell rapidly, one after another. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Meanwhile, everyone discovered that these Trial Monsters granted a surprisingly large amount of EXP, basically 3 times higher than normal. At this discovery, Violet Swords and Azure's members grew ecstatic. The only disappointing thing about these Trial Monsters was that they did not drop any loot. After the team grinded the Trial Monsters for more than half a day, something strange occurred. One of the Trial Elites killed suddenly burst into flames and transformed into a dilapidated, crystal steel that hovered quietly in the air. The steel radiated frightening mana fluctuations that sent many of the Tier 3 experts present stumbling back. An ancient legacy steel. When Feng saw this worn steel, his eyes widened in shock, and he could not help wondering whether he was hallucinating. Chapter 2636, Beginning of chaos. Feng aside, the sudden appearance of the crystal steel surprised everyone else present and piqued their curiosity. They never thought that the trial monsters, which had not dropped a single item until now, would actually drop a steal. What an amazing steal! It's causing the ambient mana density to skyrocket just by hovering there. Even the surrounding space has become heavier. Crimson Star exclaimed when she registered the changes the crystal steel brought to its environs. If a Tier 2 player were here, they wouldn't even be able to approach it. In regard to this situation, though, Violet Sword's members could not help a little disappointment. Even a fool could tell that the crystal steel was extraordinary. However, according to the agreement between Zero Wing and Violet Sword, aside from the trial boss's loot, every other discovery made and loot found in the trial would belong to Zero Wing. Hence, they could only look at the steel. What is this steel? Not only can it not be appraised, but you can't even touch it. It's as if this steel doesn't exist in this space, Aqua Rose said with a gloomy expression on her face as she stood before the steel. Could it be a holographic projection? This crystal steel was incredibly precious. Even if they couldn't appraise it and discover its uses, they could still set it up inside a room to increase the room's mana density. This room could then be used as a training facility for players. However, if this treasure was merely a hologram, then it can't even serve as a decoration. This isn't a hologram. It's just that we can't touch it, Feng said, smiling. Guild leader, you're still in the mood for jokes. If we can't touch it, then we can only look at this steel and nothing more, Aqua Rose said anxiously when she saw Feng's nonchalant attitude toward the situation. In God's domain, the prerequisite for players to store an item in their bag space was for them to come into physical contact with the target item. If they couldn't touch the steel, how were they supposed to take it away? Looking at it is indeed our only option, Feng said, nodding while smiling. This steel isn't an item that can be taken away. The only thing we can take away is the information recorded on it. The existence of ancient legacy steels was still foreign to the current players of God's domain because these steels appeared only in ancient ruins or secret lands. In the past, the discovery of an ancient legacy steel would always trigger a storm of bloodshed. This was because ancient legacy steels recorded the lost technology of ancient civilization. Any guild that managed to get their hands on this technology could undergo a qualitative transformation. In Feng's previous life, a total of 5 ancient legacy steels had appeared in God's domain. During the 10 years God's domain had been in operation, only 5 ancient legacy steels had appeared. One could easily imagine the value of those steels. This was also the reason why Feng was so excited to see the ancient legacy steel appear in the hero trial. Take away the information recorded. Aqua Rose was confused by Feng's words. No matter how she looked at the steel, she simply couldn't imagine how he was going to take away the information on it. Currently, they couldn't touch the steel at all. And even after using the master-ranked appraisal, she still couldn't extract any information from the steel. Just how were they supposed to take the recorded information? You can't extract the information recorded on the steel using normal methods. Not only is the information recorded massive, but it is also extremely complex. If you wish to extract the recorded information, you have to record the magic arrays carved on the steel, Feng explained. Record the magic arrays on it. Aqua Rose gaped in shock as she looked at the worn steel. There were roughly 40 magic arrays engraved on the crystal steel, and even the simplest one was an advanced magic array. Recording them all was simply a joke. They could spend only 5 days inside the trial space. Meanwhile, it took around half a day to learn one advanced magic array. What more magic arrays above the advanced rank? Relax. This task might be difficult for others, but it isn't particularly difficult for me. All I need is some time, Feng said confidently. During this period, you'll lead the team and continue taking care of the trial monsters. Learning the magic arrays recorded on the ancient legacy steel would indeed be arduous for an advanced magician. However, he had long been an intermediate master magician. 2 or 3 days would be more than enough for him to learn and record these magic arrays. I understand. Aqua Rose nodded before taking charge of the team to continue clearing out the trial monsters in their way. As for Feng, he sat quietly before the ancient legacy steel, confusing Violet Sword's members. However, they did not put too much thought into the matter. After all, the steel belonged to Zero Wing. How Zero Wing dealt with it was up to the guild's discretion. Meanwhile, Feng started analyzing the layers of magic arrays engraved on the steel. Learning a magic array was considerably easier than decoding one. The troublesome part was having to memorize a lot of things. However, Feng's brain capacity now surpassed that of ordinary people. Learning and recording the magic arrays was a piece of cake for him. In less than an hour, Feng had already memorized one advanced magic array and started on the second one. In the meantime, Aqua Rose and the others kept clearing out trial monsters and advancing down the tunnel. However, the deeper into the tunnel they went, the more densely packed the trial monsters became. Eventually, the number of monsters the team faced each time had grown so high that even Zero Wing's members started feeling taxed. As a result, the team's speed of advance slowed. Fortunately, fighting inside this trial ground was akin to taking part in an intense training session. Everyone's combat standard increased as they fought the trial monsters. Moreover, the EXP everyone obtained was incredibly generous. In just 2 short days, everyone had gained a little more than a level. Aqua Rose and the other members of Zero Wing had already reached level 119, whereas Violet Swords and Azure's members were now at level 114. Crimson Star and Wildfighter were just 30% away from level 115. The leveling speed here astonished Crimson Star and the others. As everyone's motivation was increasing, a series of system announcements suddenly entered their ears. God's Domain System Announcement. Some players have triggered the new expansion pack, Demon Gods Chaos. God's Domain System Announcement. The new expansion pack, Demon Gods Chaos, will activate in 1 natural day. At that time, all non-NPC towns and cities will no longer receive the protection of NPC kingdoms and empires. Everyone inside the trial space gasped when they heard the system announcement. On the surface, this new expansion pack might not seem like it would affect players in any way, but everyone present understood that it would usher in a new era in God's domain. Currently, aside from level 100+ maps, all guild towns and cities established in maps below level 100 came under the aegis of NPC kingdoms and empires. If these guild towns and cities suddenly lost this protection, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, most guild towns and guild cities relied on the NPCs they employed from the various NPC kingdoms and empires to maintain security. Without this layer of security, players could take action inside guild towns and cities much more freely. The chaos that would befall the various guild towns and cities at that time would go without saying. Aside from maintaining security, defending against siege attacks would also become much more difficult. In other words, the activation of the Demon Gods Chaos expansion pack would thoroughly change the structure of God's domain. Without the threat of NPCs, many powers would most likely make a move against their rivals. Outside the ancient secret land, chaos had already ensued. Good. Wonderful. Let's see how those local powers are going to continue protecting their resource spots without those troublesome NPC guards. I don't know who activated this expansion pack, but those people have really given us dark powers a shot in the arm. Now that those NPCs are gone, no one can stop us now. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU. The powers that were secretly developing themselves in the various kingdoms and empires started growing excited and restless. As for the superpowers, they promptly held meetings to draft countermeasures for the expansion pack's activation. Meanwhile, as the entire God's domain was in chaos, Feng slowly stood up from in front of the ancient legacy steel inside the ancient secret land. Finally, success. Feng smiled when he saw the steel before him gradually fading out of existence. He then started drawing the magic arrays he memorized, which released a frightening aura that shook even the surrounding space. Chapter 2637, Astonishing Memory Crystal. The commotion caused by the ancient legacy steel was huge. Even Crimson Star and the others, who were resting over 3,000 yards away, sensed the unusual mana fluctuation from the steel. Did something happen over there? This mana fluctuation rivals what Tier 5 NPCs cause when using Tier 5 spells, Crimson Star exclaimed as she turned toward the mana fluctuation's origin, horror coloring her eyes. Isn't that guild leader Black Flame's current location? Did something happen to him? Wildfighter similarly revealed a serious expression on his face when he felt the intense mana fluctuation. Tier 5 NPCs were existences that stood at the apex of God's domain. The Tier 5 spells used by these NPCs could wreak great devastation. Before such spells, Tier 3 players like themselves wouldn't even be able to put up the slightest bit of resistance. Everyone present would be instantly killed. Meanwhile, all sorts of dangers filled this trial space. The trial monsters weren't the only threat here. There were also plenty of traps and dangerous events that occurred at random. An ambush by a Tier 5 spell was well within the range of possibilities. If something really happened to Feng, then it would deal a huge blow to the entire team. After all, their team revolved around Feng. Even though the experts on the team understood that Aqua Rose was the person leading them all this time, if he disappeared, many of those experts would most likely question her leadership. In this situation, Aqua Rose had to contact Feng immediately. Guild leader, is everything alright on your side? Aqua Rose asked worriedly. Currently, nobody was more anxious than she was about this sudden mana fluctuation. She knew that Feng was under the demon god's curse, which tripled his death penalty. Meanwhile, players inside the trial space could only wait to get automatically resurrected. Hence, if an ordinary player needed 1 day to get automatically resurrected, then Feng would need 3 days. If he died right now, then their odds of clearing the hero trial would become even slimmer. Relax, everything's fine. I just unlocked the information recorded on the steel, Feng said, smiling when he saw the anxious look on Aqua Rose's face. Unlocking the information actually caused such a huge commotion. Aqua Rose was stunned when she heard Feng's words. This was definitely the strongest mana fluctuation she had experienced in God's domain. If this mana fluctuation were due to a spell, she wouldn't be surprised if it destroyed an entire NPC city. However, Feng was telling her that this frightening mana fluctuation was merely a consequence of unlocking the recorded information on the steel. This was simply unbelievable. This is information left behind by an ancient god. It is naturally extraordinary. However, I still need some time to complete the unlocking process. For now, continue clearing the trial monsters on your side. I'll meet up with you once I'm done, Feng explained and chuckled. In reality, the mana fluctuation had surprised even Feng. From what he knew about ancient legacy steels, the strength of the mana fluctuation when the recorded information was unlocked was an indicator of the recorded information's value. Generally, though, the mana fluctuations that occurred extended only 1,000 or 2,000 yards. Now, however, the mana fluctuation from this ancient legacy steel reached Aqua Rose's location, roughly 3,000 yards away. It rivaled the ancient legacy steel found in the ancient god's tomb, a level 150+ ancient secret land. However, the ancient god's tomb's minimum entry requirement was Tier 4. Alright, I'll notify the others, Aqua Rose answered. After giving the matter some thought, she found Feng's words reasonable. Since the information recorded on the steel was something left behind by an ancient god, it naturally wouldn't be something ordinary. She then turned to the rest of the team and said, "Everyone, please rest assured. Nothing has happened to the guild leader." The guild leader said that this mana fluctuation is merely a consequence of him unlocking the information recorded on the steel. He says that he is not in any danger and that we should continue clearing out the remaining trial monsters. He will rejoin us shortly. Aqua Rose's words kindled a sense of admiration towards Feng in everyone in the team. They hadn't thought that Feng would actually be able to obtain something from the steel. After a brief discussion, they promptly resumed clearing out the trial monsters in their path. In the meantime, Feng was staring intently at the gradually forming crystal hovering before him. When extracting information from ancient legacy steels, once players successfully learned the magic arrays recorded on a steel and drew them, the drawn magic arrays would gather mana from the surroundings to create a memory crystal. This was one of the more common methods ancient gods used to pass down their legacies. After all, compared to books, memory crystals were much better at withstanding the ravages of time. So long as the memory crystal was intact, there wouldn't be any need to worry about parts of the information getting lost. 3 hours. 6 hours. 9 hours. After the magic arrays gathered mana for 15 consecutive hours, a memory crystal the size of 4 adult fists took shape before Feng. This memory crystal was at least triple the size of ordinary memory crystals. Amazing! Just what is recorded in it? Feng gazed at the memory crystal before him in astonishment. The memory crystals that Eliade had given him already contained a ton of information. If not for his brain capacity being sufficiently high, he would have lost consciousness when accepting all that information. The memory crystal before him, however, was 3 times larger than the ones the heavenly blue saint had given him. The amount of information contained within this unusually large memory crystal was definitely several dozen times more. Feng could not even begin to imagine what kind of information awaited him. After observing the memory crystal for a brief moment, Feng then tapped his finger on it to access its recorded information. He was really eager to find out what it contained. However, as soon as he did so, he was stunned. System: this memory crystal is extremely unstable and can remain in existence for only 2 natural days before disappearing. System: warning. You have discovered a large memory crystal. Because of insufficient concentration, you are unable to read the information completely. If you persist in reading the information, there is a very large chance you will enter a deep coma. Do you still wish to read the information? I can't read it even as a Tier 3 player. The system notifications took Feng aback. Just what is recorded inside? This was definitely the first time he had come across such a situation. In fact, he had never heard of something like this happening before. It seems I toiled for nothing. Sure enough, the information recorded on an ancient legacy steel really isn't easy to obtain. Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at the memory crystal in his hands. Having insufficient concentration wasn't a problem that could be solved quickly. Items capable of raising one's concentration were extremely rare in God's domain. The concentration he could receive from raising his levels and improving his equipment was also negligible at best. If he couldn't process the recorded information with the concentration of a Tier 3 player, then he would have to wait until he had completed his Tier 4 promotion. As for forcefully trying to read the recorded information, this was absolutely out of the question. Ostensibly, there was only a very large chance for him to enter a deep coma. In reality, if he did try to read the information, then he was guaranteed to fall into a coma. The time he would lose from being in a coma was one thing. What he truly feared was the irreparable brain damage. If that happened, he would have a much more difficult time with future tier promotions, something he definitely didn't want. Even if the information recorded in this memory crystal was incredibly valuable, he still wouldn't trade his future for it. After all, compared to the information left behind by an ancient god, reaching Tier 5 and Tier 6 was much more important. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Wait. There's another method I can use to read this memory crystal. Just as Feng was about to store the memory crystal, he received a sudden inspiration. Divine Will. If I can polish myself using the Tier 4 Divine Will, I can push my concentration from the peak of Tier 3 to the Tier 4 standard. So long as my concentration reaches the Tier 4 standard, I shouldn't have any problems reading the information recorded in this. The more Feng thought about it, the more he found his plan to be feasible. Anyone else would still have difficulties pushing their concentration to the Tier 4 standard within 2 short days, even if they could train themselves using the Tier 4 Divine Will. However, it was a different story for him. Thanks to his advanced bloodline, his concentration standard had long since reached the peak of Tier 3, just a step shy of the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, he was very familiar with training using the Divine Will. Given one day, he had an excellent chance of pushing his concentration to the Tier 4 standard. No sooner had Feng stored the memory crystal than Aqua Rose called him and announced, "Guild leader, we discovered the trial boss." Chapter 2638, Ancient Lich, Black Dragon Soul. Aqua Rose and the others wore grim expressions on their faces as they looked at a towering, dilapidated altar some distance away in the middle of the tunnel. The reason for their reactions was that the altar's surroundings were filled with trial warriors and trial elites, these monsters numbering around 3,000, in addition to the trial boss. Moreover, the 4 corners of the altar each had a mana tower. Not only did the mana tower suppress all hostile forces within their range, but they also prevented players from using any skills and spells. This is just cheating. Not only are there so many monsters around the boss, but there are actually 4 mana towers as well. With this, let alone a 200-man team, even a 2,000-man team can't do anything. Floating Light cursed despite himself as he looked at the 4 mana towers. Mana towers were strategic-level defensive constructions and not just any ordinary constructions, but top-tier advanced constructions. They were also things that players on the Western continent were extremely familiar with. After all, every one of the Western continent's NPC cities possessed these defensive constructions. The Mana Tower was also a large part of the reason why the Western continent's NPC cities could develop steadily despite having to face the constant threat of the demonic creature armies. Originally, the trial boss and its underlings already had an absolute advantage. Now, these monsters even boasted the protection of 4 mana towers. How were players like themselves supposed to clear this trial? Sure enough, it is still too early for us to come here. Crimson Star could not help a bitter smile as she considered the resting Lich sitting atop the altar. Zorok, Ancient Lich, Superior Mythic, Level 122 HP 3, 700, 000/3, 700, 000. While Zorok's HP of 3.7 billion wasn't particularly high for an Ancient Lich, this amount was more than enough to instill despair into players. Very few magically oriented monsters existed in God's domain. However, compared to physically oriented monsters of the same level and rank, magically oriented monsters were around 30% to 40% more difficult to handle. This was akin to the difference between physical class NPCs and magical class NPCs. Magical class NPCs were more adept at executing long-range, AoE attacks and could wreak much greater destruction than physical class NPCs could. Meanwhile, Ancient Liches were monsters that possessed magical talent surpassing even that of elves. In the hands of an Ancient Lich, spells were no different from toys. It could play around with magic however it wanted to. Previously, Violet Sword had come across a level 87, mythic-ranked Ancient Lich out in the fields. In order to defeat it, the guild had dispatched a 5,000-man legion filled with level 90+ experts, who had taken turns attacking the boss in teams of 1,000. In the end, they had slain the Ancient Lich, but at the cost of nearly 4,000 experts. Now, not only was the Ancient Lich before them level 122, but it was even a superior mythic-ranked monster. If they came across this Ancient Lich in the outside world, they would have most likely turned tail and fled already. To make matters worse, there were thousands of trial monsters and 4 mana towers supporting the Ancient Lich. With this, even a 10,000-man legion filled with expert players of the same level wouldn't be able to raid it. At this moment, let alone Violet Swords and Azure's members, even Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing members frowned upon seeing Zorok. After all, the raid difficulty of this trial boss was simply stratospheric. In fact, in their opinion, Zorok was no longer a boss that players could challenge at Tier 3. Only a Tier 4 team would have any hope of raiding it. Guild Leader Black Flame, the boss's raid difficulty is too high. Even if we throw all our lives away and use all our trump cards, I'm afraid we still won't be able to pose a threat to the boss. Do you still wish to continue fighting? Wildfighter asked as he turned to Feng, who had just rejoined the team. At the same time, though, he could not help but sigh in disappointment. They had gone through great lengths to reach the trial boss. If there were a chance of success, he would want to try raiding the trial boss as well. However, no matter how he looked at the situation, he simply couldn't see any hope whatsoever. After all, if they wished to raid the ancient Lich, they would need to destroy the 4 mana towers first. Otherwise, they would be no different from live targets for the ancient Lich, unable to put up any resistance at all. However, destroying the 4 mana towers was easier said than done. After all, they would have to go up against the trial boss and several thousand trial monsters when attacking the mana towers. To make matters worse, the mana towers possessed incredibly strong defensive capabilities. Attacks below the Tier 4 standard wouldn't even scratch the towers. However, with the 4 mana towers suppressing all hostile forces within the vicinity, they wouldn't be able to use any skills or spells against the towers. In other words, they would have to use normal attacks against these mana towers while also having weakened basic attributes. In such a situation, how many players on the team could execute attacks reaching the Tier 4 standard? If they had to rely on only a handful of players to destroy the 4 mana towers, it was unlikely that they could destroy even 1 mana tower before they team wiped. Not to mention, the mana towers would also periodically launch large-scale destruction spells. Just one of these spells would be more than enough to annihilate their team. Facing the simultaneous attacks of 4 mana towers was an absolute nightmare. Guild Leader Black Flame, if you're reluctant to give up, I can suggest to the guild to alter our agreement to clearing the elite trial instead of the hero trial. Only, the slots you will receive at that time will be significantly reduced. What do you think? Crimson Star suggested. Wildfighter did not show any disagreement with Crimson Star's proposal. The strength Zero Wing had displayed during the trial truly exceeded their imaginations. For Violet Sword, being able to form a partnership with Zero Wing was definitely a good thing. Crimson Star really reacted quickly. Duan Han smiled faintly when he overheard Crimson Star's suggestion. However, he wasn't particularly surprised. Zero Wing's potential was already clear for all to see. If nothing untoward happened, it would definitely grow into a superpower in the future. The guild would be especially powerful due to its ability to nurture players. If Violet Sword's young talents could receive Zero Wing's training as well, Violet Sword might even have a chance to become one of the 5 great super guilds. After seeing Crimson Star's actions, Duan Han also felt the need to have the Azure Chamber of Commerce further deepen its relationship with Zero Wing. However, as soon as Crimson Star finished speaking, Feng shook his head. If the problem is with the slots, I can try to negotiate with the others in the guild, Guild Leader Black Flame, Wildfighter said when he saw Feng shaking his head. No, you misunderstand me, Vice Commander Wildfighter. I don't have any problem with your proposal. Only, I still wish to challenge the boss. After all, it wasn't easy getting up to this point. It is such a waste to give up without even trying, Feng said. Setting aside the status they would gain in the ancient city after clearing the hero trial, just the ancient legacy steel's recorded information alone made raiding the trial boss imperative. After all, the chances of coming across an ancient legacy steel in God's domain were abysmally low, not to mention one that required such a large memory crystal. If he could get his hands on the recorded information, it would most likely be the greatest harvest from this hero trial. Hence, he naturally couldn't give up without a fight. But those mana towers, Crimson Star countered worriedly when she saw that Feng still wished to attempt the raid. What if we can destroy those mana towers within a short time? Feng asked after giving the matter some thought. Destroy those towers within a short time. Feng's words threw Crimson Star for a loop. Skeptical, she asked, is that possible? The odds are roughly even, Feng said after making some mental calculations. Upon hearing Feng's words, everyone present stared at him in astonishment. For a moment, they thought that Feng was joking with them. These were 4 mana towers they were talking about. Destroying one without using any skills or spells would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. How could they destroy all 4 of them within a short time? If you really have an even chance of success, then we can give your plan a try, Crimson Star said as she turned to study the distant altar. Wildfighter nodded in agreement. The most troublesome part about this entire raid was the 4 mana towers. If it was possible to destroy the 4 mana towers quickly, then an attempt was indeed justified. Since everyone agrees, that makes things simple, Feng said, smiling when he saw that Crimson Star and Wildfighter were willing to try raiding the trial boss. Afterward, I'll personally destroy the 4 mana towers. During this period, I hope that you can keep the trial monsters busy. You'll destroy the 4 mana towers yourself? Crimson Star gaped at Feng in disbelief. Although Feng's attacks indeed carried power at the Tier 4 standard, the amount of time it would take him to destroy the mana towers on his own was no laughing matter. That's right. I'll destroy them, Feng replied seriously while nodding. Alright, then. Since you wish to try, then let's try it, Guild Leader Black Flame. Crimson Star sighed helplessly when she saw that he was serious. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. At this point, she no longer held any hope of him succeeding. However, she didn't mind letting the Violet Sword members present die once to consolidate Violet Sword's partnership with Zero Wing. After all, aside from the long resurrection time, the death penalty players suffered in the ancient secret land was very low. Following which, everyone present readied themselves for battle and positioned themselves right outside the Mana Tower's suppression radius. Once they were given the command, they would immediately charge into the battlefield and attract the trial monster's attention. Guild Leader Black Flame, everything's ready. You may start any time. Crimson Star reported to Feng after seeing that everyone was in position. Good. I'll start now. After saying so, Feng unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and activated Black Dragon's Soul. Chapter 2639, Black Dragon King's Might. When Feng unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and activated Black Dragon's Soul, the Abyssal Blade immediately transformed into a cloud of black mist, which then enveloped Feng completely before expanding to cover a 60-yard radius around him. Before anyone could react to this strange development, a deafening dragon roar came from the cloud. In the next moment, a 30-meter-tall black dragon leaped out of the black mist, releasing a powerful aura that washed over the crowd. A dragon. Crimson Star and Wildfighter could not help doubting their eyes when they saw the incredibly realistic black dragon before them. The dragon race was one of the apex races in God's domain. Dragons were also a symbol of strength and destruction. Whenever one appeared on the continent of God's domain, turmoil would follow. Now, however, Feng had actually transformed himself into a dragon. Moreover, in terms of appearance or life rating, he was exactly the same as a true dragon. The only unfortunate matter was that the dragon that Feng had transformed into was only Tier 3. Even so, this was still an astounding ability. After all, a dragon's attributes were far superior to those of existences of the same tier. However, while the Violet Sword and Azure members were astonished by this matter, they were, after all, core experts of their respective guilds and quickly snapped out of their daze. Upon receiving Aqua Rose's command, they promptly charged toward the altar, together with Zero Wing's members. As soon as everyone entered the range of the Mana Towers, the altar's trial monsters detected them. Before they could even get within 300 yards of the altar, the trial monsters had already moved into position, with 500 trial monsters standing resolutely at the bottom of the altar staircase. The remaining trial monsters positioned themselves on the various steps of the staircase and readied their bows. So long as the intruding players were within their attack range, they would immediately loose their arrows. The 4 mana towers surrounding the altar also started launching magic beams at the team. Boom! 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 Immediately, 4 light pillars emerged within the trial tunnel and vaporized everything within range. Fortunately, all the members on the team had spread out. In addition, the mana tower's cannons did not possess a very large AoE. As a result, aside from some unlucky players that had bad positioning, everyone else managed to slip out of the beam attack's AoE in time. Even so, the team had still lost over a dozen players just from that first round of attacks. Upon seeing this, the surviving members of the team gulped nervously, grim expressions settling on their faces. They hadn't even started fighting, yet they had already lost over a dozen members. At this rate, they would most likely get annihilated before they could even kill a trial monster. However, just as a heavy atmosphere descended on the team, a black figure suddenly flew overhead and arrived within 100 yards of a mana tower in the blink of an eye. Seeing this figure, everyone relaxed slightly and breathed out a sigh of relief. Only, when Feng arrived within 100 yards of the first mana tower, the ancient Lich seated at the top of the altar suddenly opened its eyes, the blood-red glow in its hollow eye sockets locking onto him immediately. The Lich then extended its hand at the black dragon and started chanting an incantation. Less than a second later, a twofold magic array appeared beneath the Lich's feet. Speed casting. Crimson Star's complexion darkened when she saw Zorok's spellcasting. Zorok originally already possessed incredibly high HP for an ancient Lich. Now, it was even capable of executing speed casting. Moreover, its speed casting was exceptionally fast. A tier 4 spell, which usually required 4 or 5 seconds to cast, got completed in less than a second. The Lich's casting speed was simply unbelievable. The instant the twofold magic array took shape, several hundred ice blades formed around Zorok. The ice blades then tore space as they shot straight at Feng. Tier 4 spell, Frost Dance. Not only did every one of these ice blades carry power surpassing that of Tier 4 mythic monsters, but they also froze their surroundings completely. As the several hundred ice blades flew toward Feng, they transformed their surroundings into a world of frost. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but grow anxious. Dodging Zorok's attack was virtually impossible. If Feng got stuck dealing with the ancient Lich's attacks, then he wouldn't even be able to close in on the mana towers. Just when the several hundred ice blades were about to devour Feng, he suddenly extended a claw and swiped at the empty space before him. The phantom of a gigantic claw instantly appeared in midair. Holy Annihilation Mana Technique, Light Shadow. In the next moment, the gigantic claw tore through the frozen world and transformed the space before Feng into a pitch-black void. The several hundred ice blades disappeared completely as if they had never appeared to begin with. He blocked it, so, this is Guild Leader Black Flame's true strength. Everyone present was stupefied when they saw the pitch-black void that had formed before the black dragon. Those were several hundred ice blades. Every one of those ice blades carried power surpassing that of ordinary mythic monsters. Going up against the ancient Lich's attack would be akin to going up against the simultaneous attacks of several hundred mythic monsters, yet Feng had actually nullified all those ice blades with just a single blow. However, before everyone could snap out of their daze, Feng flapped his wings and arrived before the nearest mana tower. He then sent a claw smashing into the 60-meter-tall tower. Boom! Along with a thundering explosion, the magic barrier protecting the mana tower shattered. The mana tower itself had also started trembling violently, its original durability of 5,000 instantly decreasing by over 200 points. Crimson Star and the others, who were still charging toward the altar, nearly had their eyes fall out of their sockets when they saw this. The Mana Tower's defensive capability was at the Tier 4 standard. In other words, non-Tier 4 attacks wouldn't harm the Mana Tower at all. Even if a Tier 3 attack managed to cause damage, it would, at most, reduce the tower's durability by the standard 20 points. Now, however, Feng had reduced the Mana Tower's durability by over 200 points with just one attack. The power he demonstrated was simply astonishing. At this moment, let alone Crimson Star and the others, even Feng himself was surprised by this situation. Transforming into a Black Dragon King actually elevated my strength to such an extent. When Feng saw that the torn space before him was not showing any signs of recovery, he determined that the power of his attack had indeed reached the advanced Tier 4 standard. Before he had transformed into a Black Dragon King, his basic attributes allowed him to exhibit power at only the basic Tier 4 standard. However, in God's domain, further elevating one's power after reaching the Tier 4 standard was incredibly difficult. Only by being capable of exhibiting power at the advanced Tier 4 standard would one be able to just barely reach the standard of superior mythics. In other words, even without using any techniques, he could currently contend against the weakest of superior mythics. Despite this astonishing discovery, Feng quickly recovered his senses and resumed attacking the Mana Tower before him. -224. -219. -222. As Feng's claws landed on the Mana Tower one after another, the tower's durability rapidly decreased. In no time at all, the Mana Tower had already lost 1/5 of its total durability, the speed of its deterioration making Crimson Star and the others' blood boil. At this time, though, both the Mana Towers and the Ancient Lich launched counterattacks at Feng. Immediately, the 4 Mana Towers fired their magic cannons at Feng, while the Ancient Lich used its domain and over a dozen magic blades to restrict and attack him. Every one of the attacks sent at Feng carried the power of a superior mythic. Not daring to be careless, Feng continued using Light Shadow to defend himself before resuming his bombardment of the Mana Tower before him. However, Light Shadow placed an enormous burden on Feng's concentration. Even after he transformed into a Black Dragon King and gained a much superior physique, the amount of concentration he consumed when executing Light Shadow hardly decreased. By the time Feng had destroyed the second Mana Tower, he no longer dared to use Light Shadow to defend against the Mana Towers and Ancient Lich's attacks, opting to use Sword's Orbit instead. However, the boost in power Sword's Orbit provided was inferior to that from Light Shadow. As a result, Feng continuously lost HP as he defended himself. Approaching and attacking the Mana Towers also became much more difficult. By the time Feng destroyed the third Mana Tower, his HP had already fallen to 64%. At this point, Zorok's attacks became even more frenzied. And when Feng started attacking the fourth Mana Tower, the Ancient Lich also started double speed casting and dishing out Tier 4 spells like they were nothing. When Feng's HP fell to 24%, the fourth and last Mana Tower's durability zeroed out. At the same time, the suppression on the space surrounding the altar disappeared, and everyone was free to use skills and spells again. Zorok grew thoroughly enraged upon seeing the fourth Mana Tower's destruction. Damnable dragon! Die! Zorok bellowed as it glared at Feng. The world around Feng immediately dimmed as a gigantic, threefold magic array appeared above his head. A Tier 4 curse. Feng's complexion darkened when he saw the threefold magic array. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. As he stared at it in shock, flames of annihilation suddenly descended from the threefold magic array, covering a 500-yard radius and enveloping the entire altar. Tier 4 Curse, Annihilation Lotus. The faces of Crimson Star and the others sank at this sight. Shatter. Not daring to hold back, Feng immediately widened his mouth and used his strongest move, Dragon Breath. Chapter 2640, Suppressing the Ancient Lich. Dragon Breath. The dragon race's trademark move allowed dragons to gather all their power into a single point and propel it. The resulting attack would carry power far beyond what dragons could normally exhibit. Dragon breath was also one of the main reasons why dragons were labeled invincible among those of the same tier. A Tier 5 dragon breath could even destroy entire cities. The destructive power a dragon breath carried was even greater than a taboo skill or curse of the same tier. After Feng executed dragon breath, a scorching white beam shot at the massive pillar of flames descending from the sky. Boom! 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 When the two attacks collided, space around the point of collision shattered and transformed into a pitch-black void. The powerful shockwaves from the impact were palpable even over 1,000 yards away. When the clash ended, everyone was stupefied by the outcome. What? He blocked it. That was a Tier 4 curse. Even a true Tier 3 dragon shouldn't be able to stop that. How did he do it? Crimson Star and the other magical class players on the team felt like they were dreaming when they saw the threefold magic array above them fading out of existence. The Tier 4 curse Zorok cast rivaled a Tier 5 spell. Meanwhile, a Tier 5 spell could break through even the defensive magic array of main cities, let alone annihilate a measly 200-man team of Tier 3 players. When they saw Zorok casting the Tier 4 curse, they had known that the battle was over and resigned themselves to death. None of them thought that Feng would actually be able to stop this frightening attack and keep the whole team alive. His abilities were truly inhuman. Thank goodness I managed to block it. Otherwise, that really would have been a team wipe. Feng breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw the descending pillar of flames dissipating. If not for him having further improved his understanding of the realms of truth and managing to integrate advanced combat techniques into his actions, he wouldn't have been able to elevate his dragon breath's destructive power. In that case, both he and everyone else below him would have been burnt to ashes. However, before Feng and the others could catch their breath, Zorok started chanting once more and summoned another threefold magic array. How is this possible? This is a lie, right? How can it still use another Tier 4 curse? Everyone's complexion paled when they saw the ancient Lich using another Tier 4 curse. Most of the bosses in God's domain possessed only one team wipe move. And even if a boss had multiple team wipe moves, it wouldn't use them back to back. Now, however, Zorok was chanting another Tier 4 curse right after using one. The ancient Lich thoroughly shattered the conventions of God's domain. It's not even waiting for the ambient mana to recover. At this moment, let alone everyone else, even Feng was surprised by this situation. He was not surprised that Zorok was using Tier 4 curses back to back. After all, the ancient Lich was a magically oriented boss. However, Zorok had just used a Tier 4 curse, so the mana around it was still extremely sparse. If the Lich used another Tier 4 curse now, the power of the curse would be significantly weaker. Zorok should have waited for the ambient mana to recover before using another killing move, yet the Lich did not do so. Even for Feng, this was a fresh development. It's over. Its casting speed is too fast. We don't even have time to use Tier 3 curses to defend ourselves. Crimson Star despaired when she saw the fully formed, threefold magic array. She never thought that, after Feng destroyed the 4 mana towers and blocked one of the ancient Lich's killing moves, things would turn out this way. With Dragon Breath on cooldown, it should not be possible for Feng to use it again within a short time. In addition, he was simply too far away from Zorok. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't interrupt the ancient Lich's spellcasting. Meanwhile, the formation of a Tier 3 curse took at least 3 or 4 seconds. They simply didn't have enough time to defend against the ancient Lich's second attack. Just as Zorok was about to incant the final verse of its curse, however, a lithe figure suddenly appeared before it and slashed her greatsword down at the Lich. In the next moment, a flash dazzled everyone's eyes as the greatsword smashed into the ancient Lich's skull. Not only did the attack forcefully interrupt the ancient Lich's spellcasting, but it also made the Lich itself stumble 2 steps back, suffering over 4 million damage. Gentle Snow. Over 4 million damage. How high is her strength? Violet Swords and Azure's members were surprised when they discerned the identity of the ancient Lich's attacker. They never thought that Zero Wing actually had another expert capable of contending against the ancient Lich. While the ancient Lich was indeed a magically oriented boss, the basic attributes it possessed were still far superior to ordinary mythic monsters. Without strength surpassing that of ordinary mythic monsters, one wouldn't be able to budge the ancient Lich in the slightest. Meanwhile, after Gentle Snow interrupted Zorok, Feng immediately flew forward to keep it busy. He gave the Lich no opportunities to cast any more Tier 4 curses. Good. A chance. Everyone, charge. Wildfighter yelled excitedly when he saw the ancient Lich occupied. Now that the mana towers were gone, so long as the ancient Lich was prevented from using any more Tier 4 curses and they could get within melee range of it, they would have an opportunity for victory. After all, what magically oriented bosses feared the most was melee combat. So long as they managed to pull Zorok into a melee, the boss's threat would be halved. Violet Swords and Azure's members charged at the trial monster's defensive line with renewed vigor. Taking the lead, Wildfighter, Crimson Star, Sinful Flame, Duan Hanshan, Solitary Frost, Yen Xiaoqian, and Floating Light were like the team's spearhead. They instantly broke a hole through the defensive line and allowed the team's other members to flood through it. However, the higher up the altar the team ascended, the more trial monsters they encountered. As a result, the team's advance gradually slowed. Damn it! There are too many trial elites. At this rate, we'll get killed before we can even close with the boss. Floating Light cursed as he fought 3 Grand Lord-ranked trial elites simultaneously. Previously, he still had the upper hand when he went up against 2 trial elites. However, as they ascended the altar, the number of trial elites they came across increased. Now, facing the simultaneous attacks of 3 trial elites, he didn't even have the opportunity to retaliate and could only passively defend himself. His HP also continuously decreased, and he needed the support of the healers in order to stay alive. At this moment, everyone was struggling in their fight against the trial monsters, their HPs continuously decreasing. Now, they were completely reliant on the team's healers to keep their HPs above a safe margin. We can't continue dragging the fight out like this. Violet and Wonder, you two open up a path. Everyone else, follow them. I'll hold the rear. Aqua Rose commanded when she saw that the team was already surrounded. Follow the 2 of them. The Violet Sword and Azure members present were confused by Aqua Rose's command. Yen Xiaoqian, in particular, found it unbelievable. Setting aside Violet Cloud, who held the upper hand even while going up against 3 trial elites simultaneously, Silent Wonder was just barely holding her ground against 3 trial elites. In fact, Yen Xiaoqian was faring even better than Silent Wonder right now, yet Aqua Rose wanted Silent Wonder to spearhead a breakthrough in the encirclement. However, before anyone could object to Aqua Rose's strange command, Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder both nodded and charged toward the thick of the monsters. What are they doing? They're already outside the range of the healers. Crimson Star suspected that Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder had gone crazy when she saw the 2 charging into the mob of trial monsters. Although Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder possessed relatively high combat standards and extraordinary combat power, they would still take significant damage if they went up against too many trial monsters at once. Without the support of healers, they wouldn't last very long. Even if Violet Cloud was a cleric herself, she currently had to focus on attacking and defending. She didn't have any time to spare casting healing spells. However, as soon as Crimson Star finished speaking, blades of mana started appearing around the 2 women. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Void Blade. Shadow Rage. The 2 of them combined had summoned over 300 magic blades. Moreover, every magic blade carried so much power that the space around them trembled. The power of these magic blades was definitely at the Tier 4 standard. Go! Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder let loose a low shout. The trial monsters surrounding them got blasted away one after another, and in no time at all, no monster remained within a 40-yard radius of the duo. Moreover, any monster that tried to approach them got repelled immediately. Chapter 2641, Zero Wings Combat Power. The sudden appearance of empty space on the altar's staircase instantly silenced Violet Sword's and Azure's members. They were holding back all this time. Xiaoqian could not help doubting her eyes as she stared at Silent Wonder. After fully unlocking her own mana body as well, Xiaoqian had thought that she had already caught up to and possibly even surpassed Silent Wonder. After all, in terms of combat standard, Silent Wonder had just recently entered the Void Realm, whereas she was only half a step away from the Domain Realm. Now, however, are all of Zero Wings members monsters? Floating Light's eyes were wide with shock as he watched Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder carving a path up the staircase. He already had difficulties taking on 3 trial elites simultaneously, yet Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder currently held the upper hand despite going up against several hundred trial warriors and trial elites. None of the trial monsters could get within 30 yards of the duo. Their strength was simply unbelievable. Even Crimson Star and Wildfighter wouldn't be a match for Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder. Or to put it in another way, they were standing on completely different levels. Good. Everyone, enter the clearing they created. Aqua Rose immediately commanded, unfazed by the strength Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder were displaying. Upon hearing Aqua Rose's command, Violet Swords and Azure's members promptly snapped out of their daze and hurriedly followed Zero Wings members into the 30-yard safe zone the duo had created. For a time, the entire team steadily closed in on the ancient Lich while enveloped by Violet Cloud's and Silent Wonder's attacks, which formed a barrier that prevented the trial monsters from harming the team. Sure enough, the two of them have already achieved a considerably high standard in the spiritualization realm. Every one of their magic blades actually integrates a combat technique. It's as if they've assimilated basic combat techniques into their souls, Sinful Flame muttered as he marveled at the magic blades flying around the team. They've integrated basic combat techniques into every one of their magic blades. How is that possible? Xiaoqian exclaimed when she overheard Sinful Flame's mutterings. Just executing a combat technique normally was plenty difficult. Executing combat techniques in quick succession was even more difficult. As for executing several hundred combat techniques simultaneously, that was simply inhuman. However, they have indeed succeeded in doing so. In fact, they're doing it as naturally as breathing, Sinful Flame said, a bitter smile forming on his face as he responded to Xiaoqian's astonishment. Moreover, they aren't the only ones in Zero Wing capable of it. I really don't know how Black Flame managed to nurture so many monsters. As Sinful Flame and Xiaoqian were conversing, the team arrived within 50 yards of the ancient Lich under Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder's aegis. However, as the team pressed closer to the ancient Lich, the magic blades Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder summoned grew increasingly translucent. It was obvious that their duration would end soon. Seeing this, everyone on the team inevitably grew nervous. While being closer to the trial boss was a good thing, the number of trial monsters around the boss greatly exceeded their expectations. If they lost the protection of these magic blades now, they definitely wouldn't be able to fend off the trial monsters. Everyone, gather around the boss and focus fire on it. Summer and I will hold the rear. Aqua Rose shouted through the team chat when she saw that the magic blades were about to vanish. She then rushed to the rear of the team. Everyone was stunned by Aqua Rose's words. Although the altar's staircase was only 60 yards wide, which a magical class player could easily cover so long as they stood in the middle, they would be up against several thousand trial monsters. Let alone 2 magical class players, even 100 magical class players couldn't stop the assault of so many monsters. Normally, the majority of the team would hold off the trial monsters while a small number of peak experts dealt with the boss. Now, however, Aqua Rose intended to stop these several thousand trial monsters with just 2 people. She was simply insane. However, before Crimson Star and Wildfighter could offer up their suggestion, Aqua Rose had already started Enchanting. A dark blue, 2-fold magic array, angled toward the staircase, immediately appeared above her. When she tapped the butt of her staff on the ground, a torrent of water gushed out of the magic array and down the altar staircase. The frightening deluge flushed the trial monsters down the staircase. After the floodwaters swept away the trial monsters, Alluring Summer, who stood beside Aqua Rose, also completed her incantation. An electric barrier formed at the top of the staircase, preventing ingress. However, while the electric barrier stopped the trial monsters' advance, it did not block the trial monsters' attacks. For a time, every trial monster could be seen firing arrows at Aqua Rose and Alluring Summer. Everyone felt their scalp going numb when they saw the rain of several thousand arrows. However, as if they were graceful butterflies, Aqua Rose and Alluring Summer easily weaved their way around the arrows. In the end, not a single arrow managed to land on the 2 of them. Crap! What kind of guild is Zero Wing? Floating Light gaped in shock when he saw Aqua Rose and Alluring Summer stopping the advance of several thousand trial monsters all by themselves. At this moment, let alone Floating Light, even Solitary Frost and Xiaoqian, who had lived together with Zero Wing's members for a while, were shocked by this scene. They felt as if this was their first time learning of the guild known as Zero Wing. Everyone, stop daydreaming. We need to help guild leader Black Flame deal with the boss quickly. Crimson Star ordered through the team chat after snapping out of her daze. Upon hearing Crimson Star's reminder, Violet Swords and Azure's members also promptly regained their composure. Indeed, now wasn't the time to watch Aqua Rose and Alluring Summer. Dealing with the ancient Lich took priority. Everyone else on the team then charged at the ancient Lich and started assisting Feng and Gentle Snow in dealing with the trial boss. Although Zorok was incredibly powerful, it was, at the end of the day, still a magically oriented monster. After its opponents got within melee range of it, it would be fortunate if it could exhibit even half of its usual combat power. Moreover, with Feng and Gentle Snow's constant harassment, Zorok couldn't even cast Tier 4 AoE spells, let alone Tier 4 curses. The ancient Lich's HP decreased rapidly. Even after Feng reverted into a human, Zorok's HP still dwindled. After a little more than an hour had passed, the ancient Lich's HP had already fallen to 20%. Despicable humans. I will have all of you pay for daring to interrupt a sacrifice for the demon god. Zorok bellowed. A frightening burst of mana exploded forth from the ancient Lich's body, the shockwave so intense that everyone present got knocked back more than 30 yards. Not good. It's going to use the innate skill of Liches. Crimson Star turned solemn when she saw the ancient Lich going berserk. Everyone, distance yourself from the boss quickly. In God's domain, every powerful race had their own innate skills. An example would be the dragon race's Dragon Breath. Another would be Lich's Frozen World. Not only was this skill incredibly powerful, but it also could not be interrupted. So long as Frozen World was activated, anyone within range who did not have extremely high ice resistance would receive frost damage over time, as well as a movement speed debuff. Fortunately, Frozen World had a small AoE with a 40-yard radius. Ranged players could easily attack from outside the AoE. However, being able to use only ranged attacks against a magically oriented boss wasn't a good thing. Don't even think of getting off so easily. Feng shouted as he activated the 7 Luminaries Ring's Forbidden Domain. A layer of grey fog enveloped the entire altar, and the frightening mana surrounding Zorok scattered and disappeared. As a result, the ancient Lich failed to gather enough mana to activate Frozen World. In the end, not only did Zorok not become more difficult to deal with, but it even became weaker instead. With the suppression of Forbidden Domain, the Ancient Lich could cast only Tier 3 spells. This reduced the raid difficulty significantly. 20%. 15%. 10%. However, as the battle progressed, Zorok also grew increasingly desperate. In exchange for reducing its own defense and HP, it started using Tier 4 spells in rapid succession, reaping the lives of the players before it. By the time the Ancient Lich's HP fell to 5%, less than 100 players remained alive. Fortunately, the damage everyone caused the Lich was also increasing. Moreover, the Lich kept burning its own HP to do battle. As a result, the Lich's HP still decreased at a rapid rate. Quick! Attack with everything you've got. The boss is almost down. Crimson Star shouted anxiously when she saw that the team was down to less than 70 players. At this moment, she could tell that the rate at which Zorok's HP decreased was slowing. Even though the Ancient Lich only had 3% of its HP left, that was still more than 100 million HP. To make matters worse, everyone's strongest skills and spells were on cooldown. They didn't have anything left to increase their DPS. 2%. 1%. When Zorok's HP fell below 1%, less than 20 players remained. At this point, aside from Cola, everyone else's HP was already at a critical level. Everyone was clearly at the end of their rope. Feng decided to throw caution to the wind. He arrived beside the Ancient Lich and raised the Abyssal Blade high. Die! First sword, Light Shadow. 1 attack. 2 attacks. 3 attacks. Every attack inflicted over 3 million damage on the Ancient Lich. However, every execution of Light Shadow gave Feng a massive headache. When he executed the mana technique for the 3rd time in a row, his complexion had already turned deathly pale. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Nevertheless, Feng endured the pain and continued executing Light Shadow. 5 attacks. 6 attacks. 7 attacks. Finally, after Feng executed his 8th consecutive Light Shadow, Zorok's HP zeroed out. The Ancient Lich then let loose an unresigned wail before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 2642, Ancient Lich's Loot. When the Ancient Lich collapsed to the ground, a purple glow enveloped the bodies of the surviving players. The EXP from the Ancient Lich was far more generous than what even ordinary superior mythics awarded, so much that Feng jumped directly to level 120. As everyone's experience bar was rising rapidly, due to the Ancient Lich's death, the boundless mana that had gathered around the altar no longer had anyone binding it to the altar's vicinity. As a result, the mana started dispersing, and the trial monsters that were frenziedly attacking Aqua Rose and alluring Summer suddenly collapsed to the ground, one after another, as if they had lost their souls. We won. An indescribable sense of joy and excitement welled up within Aqua Rose when she saw the collapsed trial monsters. At the same time, a sense of relief washed over her. Although both alluring Summers and her HPs had barely decreased, their stamina and concentration were already at critical levels. Had the fight continued for another 2 or 3 minutes, they would definitely have collapsed from stamina and concentration exhaustion. Fortunately, the Ancient Lich had fallen before they did. In the meantime, although Feng and the others felt joyful over defeating the Ancient Lich, they could not help falling on their backs in exhaustion, having almost depleted their stamina and concentration already. The hero trial. He actually did it. When Mythology's people find out about this, they will definitely go crazy. Crimson Star gazed at Feng, who lay on the ground some distance away, with complicated emotions. Originally, Tori had only meant to use the hero trial as bait to buy time. No one from Violet's Sword had expected Feng and Zero Wing to succeed. After all, Mythology had partnered with multiple superpowers to form a 200-man team of peak and apex experts and still failed to conquer the ancient city's elite trial. While fighting the ancient Lich, Crimson Star had entertained the possibility of actually defeating the trial boss, but toward the end of the raid, she had concluded that victory was nothing but a fantasy. Near the end, Zorok had started killing multiple players with every move it used. The ancient Lich would wipe out the remnants of their team in 10 seconds. Meanwhile, trying to wreak over 40 million damage in just 10 seconds was simply impossible for a team of less than 20 surviving players. In the end, however, Feng had surpassed everyone's expectations. At the final moment, he still managed to dish out such frightening DPS and reap the ancient Lich's remaining HP, creating a miracle. "Guild leader, are you alright?" Fire Dance asked worriedly as she arrived beside Feng. At this moment, the life aura Feng exuded was incredibly weak despite him still having quite a lot of HP. His complexion was also deathly pale. This clearly wasn't a result of just running out of stamina or concentration. "I'm fine. I just forcefully broke through the limits of my concentration, so I'll probably need to rest for quite some time to recover," Feng replied, smiling. Because of his rapid-fire use of light shadow, he was mentally exhausted. In fact, he would most likely remain in this weakened mental state for quite some time. However, being able to break through the limits of his concentration was a fortuitous matter. After all, it would allow him to improve his brain capacity. Of course, in order to gain this improvement, he would need the corresponding support facilities and nutrient fluids. Otherwise, he would be courting brain damage. While Feng and Fire Dance were conversing, the sound of a system notification entered everyone's ears. "System, congratulations. You have completed the hero trial. Trial completion rating, S rank. Rewarding 500 Lightforged city contribution points and permanent citizenship." The system notification repeated 3 times. While Zero Wings and Azure's members did not understand the importance of these rewards, Violet Sword's members revealed ecstatic expressions on their faces. What a bountiful reward. According to our investigations of Lightforged City, it'd take at least 7 or 8 quests just to get 100 contribution points. With 500 points, we can directly purchase 3 Tier 3 magic stones and attempt to boost the completion rate of our Tier 3 skills and spells past the 100% threshold. Floating Light exclaimed. As he read the contents of the system notification, he felt as if he was dreaming. Although neither Violet Sword nor Mythology had entered the ancient secret lands Lightforged City before, their research into the city indicated that obtaining contribution points in the city was incredibly difficult. Normally, the only way was by doing quests. However, there was not only a restriction of accepting 1 quest at a time but also a limited number of quests available in the city every day. Meanwhile, Lightforged City's contribution points were the only currency recognized in the city. These points could be exchanged for various useful items. Among the items available for exchange in Lightforged City, the one that attracted the attention of Violet Sword and Mythology the most was the Magic Stone. The Magic Stone was an item that could provide players with guidance on breaking through the 100% limit of their skills and spells. A Tier 3 Magic Stone could provide guidance for Tier 3 skills and spells. It was undoubtedly a treasure that all expert players desired. After all, skills and spells followed players for the rest of their careers in God's domain. However, improving the completion rate of skills and spells, especially Tier 3 skills and spells, was not an easy task. Just being able to achieve a 90% completion rate was already an incredibly difficult feat to accomplish. Meanwhile, even reaching 100% completion rate with a Tier 3 skill or spell would provide a considerable boost to a player's combat power. If one could break through the 100% limit, the boost in combat power would be even greater. Now that the hero trial had awarded each player with 500 contribution points, this meant each of them could exchange for 3 Tier 3 magic stones. They were naturally excited by this outcome. At this moment, let alone Violet Sword's members, even Feng was surprised by this reward. A 500-point reward for every player on the team. This trip really was worth it. Feng similarly felt joyful when he saw the rewards the system granted. Others might not know what it meant to have 500 contribution points for an ancient city, but he did. In God's domain, a player who managed to rack up 500 contribution points in an ancient city could improve their combat power by a significant margin. Setting aside the commonly known magic stone, just the most basic enchanted potion could allow players to improve their strength rapidly. When consumed, the enchanted potion raised the ambient mana around players to a very high density for 6 hours. If players fought against powerful monsters or sparred against expert players during this period, they would gain significant improvements. In the past, because of the magic stone and enchanted potion, Violet's sword had been able to recruit and nurture plenty of expert players, which, in turn, raised the guild's strength even closer to that of the 5 great super guilds. As Feng and the others were rejoicing over the trial rewards, the ancient Lich's corpse suddenly burst into countless particles of light. Immediately afterward, the particles of light coalesced into more than 100 light globes of varying sizes, every one of which radiated dense mana. So, this is the ancient Lich's loot. Everyone gaped in shock when they saw the items that appeared when the light globes faded. Although everyone had anticipated that the ancient Lich's loot would be extraordinary, they never thought it would be this abundant. Originally, they had only expected to obtain around 24 noble authority tokens. However, there were over 60 tokens, as well as over 20 inferior legendary materials and 6 legendary materials. Aside from the tokens and materials, the ancient Lich had also dropped a total of 14 pieces of dark gold equipment and 4 pieces of epic equipment. At this point in time, even the various superpowers barely had any level 100+ epic items. Now, however, the ancient Lich had dropped 4 level 100+ epic items, including an epic weapon. Azure's members could not help but drool over the ancient Lich's loot. The 4 epic items aside, just the legendary materials dropped were more than enough to make any superpower envious. After all, legendary materials could be used to produce custom-made epic weapons and equipment that had high compatibility with the players they were made for. Moreover, the production would also have a relatively high success rate. With the 6 legendary materials dropped, it was possible to create 6 custom-made epic weapons and equipment. Guild Leader Black Flame, according to our agreement, you have priority in choosing one item. Please take your pick, Crimson Star said to Feng after recollecting herself. In that case, I'll choose that tattered scroll, Feng said, pointing at a tattered scroll radiating mana so dense that it was second only to the mana from the epic weapon. Guild Leader Black Flame, are you sure? Crimson Star looked at Feng in confusion when she saw the item he chose. In her opinion, the best item the ancient Lich dropped was the epic ranked axe. After all, the axe wasn't just any ordinary epic weapon but the replica of a legendary weapon, ranking at the top even among epic weapons. When equipped, it could raise the combat power of current peak experts by at least 30%. It should be of great help even to domain realm experts like herself. As for the tattered scroll Feng chose, she had tried using an identification skill on it already. Although the scroll radiated powerful mana and looked very special, it was just a damaged epic scroll. The cost of repair alone would most likely be high. Not to mention, a scroll was also a consumable. How could it possibly compare to an epic weapon in terms of value? Emisham. I'm choosing it, Feng said as he nodded in affirmation. At this stage of the game, aside from himself, there was most likely nobody else in God's domain that would recognize this tattered scroll. This scroll was also the reason why he wanted priority pick over the trial boss's loot. This was because this scroll was something that could be obtained only from the first clear of Lightforged City's entrance trial. The Legacy Scroll. This magic scroll directly teleported players to the legacy land of their Tier 4 promotion quest, saving them plenty of time. In addition, it could be used to negate a failed attempt at challenging the Tier 4 promotion quest, allowing players to re-challenge their promotion quest right away in the same legacy land. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. The Tier 4 promotion quest was drastically different from past promotion quests. Every time players challenged their Tier 4 promotion quest, they would be sent to a different legacy land. Hence, players had no opportunity to learn from their failures and try again. However, if they could reattempt a promotion quest in the same legacy land, their chances of success would increase drastically. Only, the legacy scroll the ancient Lich dropped was somewhat different from what Feng had heard in his previous life. In the past, the legacy scroll obtained from Lightforged City's entrance trial was at the Dark Gold rank. On the other hand, the one the ancient Lich dropped was actually at the Epic rank. However, Feng did not dwell on the matter, quickly storing the legacy scroll. And after splitting the loot equally with Violet Sword, Feng and the others promptly left the trial space. Once they exited the trial space, they entered Lightforged City under Crimson Star's lead, not bothering to wait at the trial entrance for the dead to get automatically resurrected. Chapter 2643, Astonishing. Lightforged City. Ancient Secret Land, Lightforged City. With a flash, Feng and the other survivors of his team arrived in the middle of a plaza. The plaza was gigantic, easily able to house 4 sports stadiums. Erected in its center were more than 107-meter-tall statues. Every one of these statues had a different appearance. Some were armor-clad warriors, some staff-wielding mages, and some archers sporting bows. Despite their different appearances, these statues shared one similarity: a powerful aura. It felt as if these statues were alive. Upon seeing these statues, Feng and the others were stunned. This ancient city is truly amazing. Just the statues in this teleportation plaza would most likely be enough to drive the experts in the outside world crazy, Feng exclaimed as he studied the statues before him. The statues on the plaza might look ordinary, but in reality, they contained information on basic combat techniques catering to the class they represented. At this point in time, practically every player in God's domain already knew about the existence of combat techniques. However, the number of players that had the opportunity to learn a combat technique was still incredibly low. This was especially true for independent players. However, inside Lightforged City, information on basic combat techniques was on display as if it was worthless garbage. Players could freely learn the combat techniques displayed whenever they wanted and at no cost at all. Moreover, these combat techniques catered to specific classes. The wealth and generosity of Lightforged City were truly astonishing. At this stage of the game, even the members of the various major powers had to pay a certain price and make sufficient contributions in order to learn basic combat techniques, yet players could freely learn them in this plaza. Furthermore, the ambient mana inside Lightforged City was also incredibly dense. If players trained in Lightforged City's arenas, their improvement speed would definitely be several times higher than normal. The mana here is very special. If I could train here long-term, I might be able to further unlock my mana body, Violet Cloud said excitedly through the team chat. Indeed. Just standing here, I can already feel my control over mana strengthening. If I can take advantage of this experience, I might be able to further unlock my mana body as well, Aqua Rose said, nodding. Everyone else in the team had also noticed the special effects of Lightforged City's mana, their eyes glowing with excitement at this discovery. For Violet Sword's Crimson Star and Wildfighter, nothing was more attractive than being able to fully unlock their mana bodies as soon as possible. Or to put it in another way, expediting the unlocking of the mana body was something the various superpowers were constantly seeking to accomplish. As for Zero Wings members in Azure's Sinful Flame, Solitary Frost, and Xiaoqian, breaking through the mana body's 100% threshold was something they dreamed of achieving. After all, the difference between a mana body that had broken through the 100% threshold and a mana body that had yet to do so was massive, as Violet Cloud had proven. However, trying to break through the mana body's 100% threshold was incredibly difficult. In fact, they hardly had any leads on doing so. Now that the mana here was giving them some clues, they naturally grew excited. In this situation, though, Sinful Flame, Solitary Frost, and Xiaoqian could not help envying Zero Wings and Violet Sword's members. After all, Zero Wings and Violet Sword's members could train in Lightforged City whenever they wanted. On the other hand, Azure's members had only 2 days, 1. Upon realizing this, Xiaoqian and Solitary Frost took a seat and focused on the sensations they were currently experiencing. After all, it was unknown when they would get another opportunity to visit Lightforged City. There's still quite some time before the alchemy array disappears. Let's take a look at Lightforged City's City Lord's mansion first. It won't be too late to start training afterward, Feng suggested, chuckling when he saw Xiaoqian and the others sitting down to circulate their mana. I guess you're right, Xiaoqian answered, nodding as she dismissed her thoughts of training immediately. Upon further consideration, she felt that what Feng said was indeed correct. The special effects of the ancient city's mana could be said to be a bonus only. The true value of the city remained in its City Lord's mansion, where players could exchange for the various items available only in the ancient city, using the city's contribution points. Currently, every one of them had 500 contribution points. It would be a pity not to use them. Feng and the others spent over 2 hours traveling down Lightforged City's main street before arriving in front of the 600-meter-tall City Lord's mansion. Currently, dozens of uniformed knights were standing guard before the entrance of the City Lord's mansion. Not only were these knights at level 180, Tier 3, but they also possessed life ratings rivaling that of archaic species. The aura they radiated was comparable with that of mythic monsters of the same level. As for the knight captain leading these knights, he was a bona fide Tier 4 NPC. His mere presence put intense pressure on Feng. Meanwhile, when everyone entered the City Lord's mansion's first-floor exchange hall, they were stunned by the scene before them. Currently, all sorts of items were on display in the exchange hall. Among them were epic weapon and equipment designs, Grandmaster potion recipes, rare skills and spells, bronze combat techniques, advanced construction designs, and designs for war weapons. Every one of these items was an unbelievable treasure that one could only come across by luck in the outside world. Now, however, a plethora of such treasures greeted their eyes. Of course, everyone could only afford to look at these items. After all, even the cheapest of these displayed treasures cost 4,000 contribution points, with the more expensive ones costing tens of thousands of points. With each of them having only 500 points, they shouldn't even think of purchasing any of these items. Fortunately, these valuable treasures weren't the only things available for exchange. There were still plenty of cheap and ordinary items within their means. An example of these items would be the magic stone and enchanted potion. Of those present, whether it was Violet Swords or Azure's members, they almost immediately chose to spend all of their contribution points on the Tier 3 magic stones and enchanted potions. Guild Leader, the items available for exchange here have limited quantities. Let's quickly exchange for some Tier 3 magic stones and enchanted potions as well. If we wait until the others get resurrected, there won't be anything left for us, Aqua Rose urged hurriedly as she looked at Feng, who showed no interest in the magic stones and enchanted potions at all. All items in the exchange hall had an exchange limit. While some would be restocked over time, the more valuable treasures were unique items, no longer available once exchanged. As for the Tier 3 magic stones and enchanted potions, while they weren't unique items, if everyone were to spend all 500 of their contribution points on these two items, there would only be enough to supply 50 people. Once these items sold out, those who wanted them would have to wait until they got restocked to exchange for these items. However, who knew when these items would get restocked? No need to rush this, Feng said, shaking his head. He then shifted his gaze to a shelf carrying bottles of icy blue liquid, saying, "Have everyone exchange for 10 master concentration recovery potions first." Guild Leader, that concentration recovery potion is too expensive at 50 points per bottle. Do we really need to buy it? Aqua Rose could not help her exasperation when she saw the price of the Master Concentration Recovery Potion. That item only aids players in recovering concentration. Moreover, each potion lasts only 2 hours. Although it is a rare potion in the outside world, spending our precious points on it is a little. Concentration recovery potions were indeed incredibly rare but not particularly useful since players naturally recovered their concentration over time. If players rested inside a city, their recovery rate would be even quicker. Hence, items that helped in the recovery of concentration were not that expensive on the market. Spending 50 contribution points to exchange for just one Master Concentration Recovery Potion now was simply an extravagance. After all, the Master Enchanted Potion cost only 10 contribution points, yet it lasted 6 hours. Relax. Just exchange all your points for the potion. I guarantee that the value you can get from these potions will greatly surpass your expectations. They're even more valuable than those Tier 3 magic stones, Feng said, chuckling when he saw the anxious look on Aqua Rose's face. In his opinion, the Master Concentration Recovery Potion was very cheap. Moreover, they were allowed to purchase the potion only because they had the Noble Authority token. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to do so. If these Master Concentration Recovery Potions were put up for sale during his previous life, just one potion would have sold for the price of one epic material. Even at such a price, rarely anybody would be willing to sell their potions. After saying so, Feng spent all his points on Master Concentration Recovery Potions without hesitation. Aqua Rose no longer tried to dissuade Feng. After all, he definitely had his reasons for such a decision. Following which, she and the others exchanged all their points for Master Concentration Recovery Potions as well. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Violet Swords and Azure's members were confused upon seeing this scene. They could not understand why Zero Wings members would exchange for potions that did not provide the slightest bit of help in training. However, they did not pay too much attention to this matter. After all, their alchemy array's duration was running down. Now that they had obtained the magic stones and enchanted potions, they had to devote their efforts to training. As for what Zero Wings members intended to do, that was none of their business. Violet Swords and Azure's members promptly ran to Lightforged cities' arenas to train. As for Zero Wings members, they made their way to the city wall under Feng's lead. Let's hope these potions will be enough for me to break through to the Tier 4 standard. As Feng gazed at the gigantic statues atop the distant wall, his footsteps sped up automatically. Chapter 2644, Absorbing Divine Will. The gigantic statues erected atop Lightforged cities' tall walls gave off an indescribable sense of majesty and oppression. When Feng and the other Zero Wing members got within 100 yards of these statues, they immediately sensed a powerful pressure weighing down on their minds. For a moment, they felt as if their bodies no longer belonged to themselves as their consciousness started to waver. They were like a small boat sailing across a stormy ocean. Even the slightest mistake could result in their demise. What a powerful mental assault. Just this one strike already makes me feel as if I just executed an advanced combat technique. If this continues, I'll probably exhaust my concentration in no time at all, Gentle Snow commented, frowning as she sensed the mental pressure from the statues. She had realized that these statues were extraordinary when she saw them from outside the city. After all, just looking at these statues from a great distance had already taken a toll on her concentration. Now that she stood so close to these statues, she realized that they were even more frightening than she initially thought. Even without looking at these statues, her mind was subject to a mental suppression that depleted her concentration. Guild leader, don't tell me the training you mentioned will take place here. Aqua Rose objected as she turned to Feng. That's right. We'll be training here, Feng said as he smiled and nodded. Guild leader, the mental assault of these statues is too powerful. Let alone using skills and spells, even executing basic mana control is a problem. It is impossible for us to conduct any training here, Aqua Rose argued. When she tried manipulating and gathering her mana earlier, the statue's mental assault had interrupted her. The incessant mental assault would make using any skills or spells here impossible. Everyone else nodded in agreement with Aqua Rose's words. It might be fine if the mental assault was something ordinary, but the statue's mental assault threatened to knock them unconscious. Against such a powerful and persistent mental assault, even controlling their physical bodies would be a problem. Rather than waste time here, it would be much better if they went to one of the hotels in the city to practice their mana control. The training efficiency there would be several hundred times better than here. It is indeed difficult to train mana control here, but I didn't bring you all here for that. Instead, we're here to train our concentration, Feng explained. Concentration training. How is that possible? Stunned by Feng's words, Aqua Rose could not help eyeing him skeptically. At this moment, let alone Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow and the others were likewise dubious, suspecting that Feng was joking with them. In God's domain, it was common knowledge that raising the concentration attribute was much more difficult than raising the stamina attribute. Of course, while the difficulty of increasing one's concentration was high, the returns one could gain from improved concentration were also immense, far outstripping those from improved stamina. This was especially true for magical class players and expert players. The help they could gain from the concentration attribute was dozens of times greater than what they could gain from any other basic or hidden attribute. This was because concentration affected players' control over their physical bodies and mana, aside from being the resource necessary to execute combat techniques. However, even now, there were only two known methods to permanently improve one's concentration. The first was to raise one's tier, while the other was to raise one's life rating. Hence, any item that could provide a temporary boost to a player's concentration was incredibly valuable and sold for at least 10 times the price of similarly ranked items. The most inferior item that provided concentration would be at the Dark Gold rank. However, even at such a price, the various major powers would frantically contest for any of such items that appeared on the market. Now, however, Feng was telling them that it was possible to directly improve their concentration attribute. Their skepticism was only natural. Normally, raising the concentration attribute is indeed an incredibly difficult task. However, the statues here are extraordinary. The mental assault you're sensing is actually divine will. So long as you clash directly with this divine will, you'll be able to absorb a subtle amount of it, which, in turn, will improve your concentration slightly, Feng explained, chuckling. If I have to point out the most valuable features inside Lightforged City, then these statues will have to be one of them. However, the divine will of these statues can be considered a consumable. As players absorb it, the available volume will decrease. While these statues will recover their divine will over time, who knows how long it will take for them to recover. If we miss out on this opportunity, it's unlikely we'll come across another one like this in the future. So, that's why you had us spend all our contribution points on concentration recovery potions, Aqua Rose exclaimed in realization. If Violet Sword's people find out about this, they'll most likely send all their peak experts to train here, regardless of the cost. After all was said and done, although Zero Wing had signed a partnership contract with Violet Sword and now possessed 100 entry slots to the ancient secret land, Zero Wing did not have a base of operations inside Violet Light City. The resources Zero Wing could obtain from the ancient secret land definitely couldn't compare to what Violet Sword could get. Violet Sword would definitely be able to secure more contribution points in Lightforged City than Zero Wing could. If Violet Sword found out about the statue's secret, it would definitely send a large number of experts to absorb the divine will here, rapidly depleting it and leaving only scraps for Zero Wing's members. Alright, everyone, start focusing your mind to resist the mental assault. The closer you approach these statues, the stronger the mental assault becomes. Meanwhile, the stronger the mental assault you resist, the greater the improvements you will gain. However, make sure not to be too greedy. If your consciousness leaves your body too many times, it will end up weakening the absorption rate, you might even fail to absorb any divine will. So, make sure to train at an appropriate distance, Feng said as he looked at the others. Upon hearing Feng's instructions, Aqua rose and the others sat down excitedly and started resisting the mental assault of the statue before them. Ordinary experts treated concentration as an attribute that determined the number of times they could use combat techniques. However, for players like themselves who had fully unlocked their mana bodies, the concentration attribute held an entirely different meaning. By improving their concentration, they could improve their mana control, which would, in turn, allow them to execute more complex actions using mana. With this, they could accomplish things that they previously couldn't. One of the simplest examples would be breaking through the mana body's 100% threshold. With their present concentration, their mana control was at their limit. However, if they wished to break through the 100% threshold, they needed to be capable of controlling even more mana. Now that an opportunity to break through the mana body's 100% threshold was right before them, they did not wish to waste even a second. However, after everyone attempted to resist the statue's mental assault, their original excited expressions disappeared, replaced by solemnity. Their complexions had similarly turned pale. The difference between enduring and resisting the mental assault is actually this large. Aqua Rose nearly collapsed on her back after her first attempt. She had expended roughly 5% of her concentration after resisting just one mental assault. Her consciousness had even momentarily left her body, making her lose all control over herself. The experience was extremely uncomfortable and completely different from when she was just passively enduring the mental assaults. At this moment, everyone, aside from Feng, promptly retreated from their original positions, not daring to continue resisting the mental assault at the 90-yard mark. However, even Feng did not fare much better than everyone else. Although he had managed to resist the mental assault, the amount of divine will he absorbed was far from ideal. Moreover, just a single attempt had cost him 1/40th of his concentration. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After resisting the mental assaults for another 2 minutes, Feng scarcely had any concentration remaining and had no choice but to consume a concentration recovery potion. With the boost provided by the potion, his concentration recovery rate just barely surpassed his consumption rate. After training like this for around an hour, Feng opened his eyes and looked at the nearest statue, with a depressed expression. During this past hour or so, his concentration had indeed improved, however, the improvement was basically negligible. In fact, if not for him being at the domain realm and having an accurate grasp over his own body and mental state, he wouldn't have noticed this improvement at all. If he continued at this rate, his concentration would be nowhere near the Tier 4 standard even after using all his master concentration recovery potions and training for 20 hours here. At this rate, my concentration won't reach the Tier 4 standard even after the various superpowers peak experts have already started challenging their Tier 4 promotion quest. Feng could not help a bitter smile at this situation. It's no wonder hardly any expert players would rely on divine will to improve their concentration standard. However, just as Feng was about to focus his mind to resist the next mental assault, Violet Cloud, who sat behind him, suddenly stood up and walked up to the 80-yard mark, then took a seat there.